welcome everybody. Today is the beginning of our final exams here for Raidiant Academy before we get to release everyone to go to winter break. And your exam practitioners are going to be myself, Nerdy Bird, making a return from yesterday, and Zobi. They are here today to call all the action alongside me. I'm super excited to be here with you, but Zobi, what are you most excited about for today?
Ooh, what am I most excited for? I mean, this is the last Raidiant Academy of the year. There is one more right after the new year begins to round out our 8 events for the Game Changers season. But, I mean, we just got done with Game Changers, champs. Everyone's probably fired up after watching all of that action to get back to competing, for the new season that is going to come up next year. So I'm excited to see that fire take form in some of these spicy pug rosters.
Well, I will say that these rosters are exciting, but also if anyone was watching yesterday and just keeping an eye on the actual page itself where we had all the rosters, there's some minor tweaks and changes that you'll be seeing to some of these teams because life happens, things happen, and some people have to step away and take care of other things outside of video games. But those rosters in particular are going to be referring to, at least for this first game of the day, it's going to be Meow Stars taking on Plan Bree for these two squads. First on broadcast today, good morning, good afternoon, and welcome to both of them. But we could take a quick look at the bracket to see you can understand the story of how these teams made it here. And point blank, I'm just going to throw this out there. Plan Bree is a team that I have yet to be able to watch on broadcast, and they already scare me. There were teams that are just like, no, I don't even want to try and cope with them right now, and just said, good luck, have fun, Plan Bree. I'm also very excited to see Meow Stars because it's my first time seeing them. But across the board, based off what you see here, Zobi, what are your thoughts?
I mean, I feel like when you go into this event and you look at the rosters, you're like, okay, there's like these set teams that are bound to make grand finals, and that is kind of Plan Bree and Straight Garbage, so we can have that kind of fly quest duke it out between Ev and Starbound. But aside from that, I do think that, like, the teams that have been here have been putting up a fight. Like, for example, Plan Bree, they've dropped a map here and there, right? And I mean, like, the teams like Kitty Tactics Part 2 and Meow Stars, I definitely wouldn't count out the cats from these fights, I think that they can definitely bring their A game and maybe be a surprise A student. You have those kind of like valedictorians, and you have somebody that gets 100 and they're like, how did I do that? And that's what I'm hoping we'll get as an upset here today.
So is CB, who was here with us yesterday, she actually really was rooting for Meow Stars and Kitty Tactics Part 2 to make it into the grand finals so it can be a cat-themed grand finals. And in both cases, it feels like those two teams are kind of the underdogs in those two matchups. Straight Garbage, really strong roster they're rolling out with, but Kitty Tactics yesterday, they understood the assignments to a T. They didn't do any cattywampus type of calculations. They ran through everything by the book. It was well executed. It was with precision. And if they can keep that up going against Straight Garbage, I mean, they're not going down without a fight. That is for sure. So Straight Garbage definitely has a match cut out for them, but we're focusing on Meow Stars and Plan Bree, the other felines taking on Plan Bree. And the first map out the gate that ends up getting banned today is going to be Haven, which surprisingly enough, to give everyone a little bit of a statistic here, in total yesterday was picked 16 times between round robin stage going into our actual bracketed stage. And then this one was predicted by my co-host over here, Ascent get banned, and it was banned by Plan Bree. So what are your thoughts here on Split?
Yeah, I mean, Split, Bind, Abyss make a lot of sense here. Next to Haven, it's like the most successful map for Meow Stars this event so far. We also have seen it played and won out here as well by Plan Bree versus Plan Bree, right? That Ascent ban is literally just because that's the only map they've dropped this entire tournament, and that was into the quarterfinals, 2 onliners. It was a 10-13. It's not a stomp by any means, but it definitely is going to set them up really, really well for success. Bind, both teams have played as well. Abyss is going to be that coin toss if we make it to map 3, but we are headed here into a Split already. And we talked about it, how the rosters have been shifting for both of these teams. Well, Cithrin is back. Zan is not playing today here for Plan Bree. I was hoping we would get to see some Starbound action maybe later if they make it to the grand finals, or maybe in a map 2 or 3 we'll see that substitution. But for Meow Stars, the consistency of their roster could be what allows them to shine this event as well, Nerdy Bird.
I mean, Meow Stars caught my attention just out the gate when I was looking through all the rosters, also because their logo is absolutely adorable. But Plan Bree, same thing. I think both these teams are very powerful, but there were minor mistakes being made by everyone yesterday. No one's perfect. We're all in school for a reason and here to learn and improve, but you have to make sure you're able to rectify those mistakes when you're moving through each of these stages, recognizing you took unnecessary duels, you used your util at the wrong point in time, or you didn't use it when you should have. So hopefully thankfully we don't have as many of those minor mistakes, because over time, when you're playing at this level, those mistakes add up really quickly, because I definitely feel like when these players are at this high of a skill tier, it is a game of mistakes. So when you make that one mistake, someone's going to capitalize on it. So try to give as few mistakes as possible.
Ooh, and we are getting a spicy change over on the side of Plan Bree. They did originally on Split just have a Deadlock Reyna combination, because Zan is primarily a duelist player, and they did end up running that double duelist approach. But now they've switched to a double Sentinel, and I'm okay with this. You know, Astralis, their cup of tea for the duelist is an ISO, which I don't see working on Split. So put them on their next best aggressive agent, and then it is going to be the Chamber. I'm expecting some, you know, aggressive peaks off of that Rendezvous. And for Bree, I am excited to see them on the Deadlock, because we haven't gotten to see them on that agent this tournament. They've been playing Sova, Sky, even a Clove on Haven. So I'm excited to see how that's going to go, and if they have any setups or lineups, and that's going to throw a wrinkle into things or not.
So just also another quick fact for everyone out there, Chamber is one of the least picked agents across the board in this event, and as far as the Sentinels go, Deadlock also is only kind of in the mid zone, so I'm really excited to see the gameplay come out from both of these. But the one thing I will say is yesterday some teams lacked some level of flank watch, and of course, you know, you have your trademark coming out from Chamber and you have your sensors from Deadlock. However, Cypher, my question for you is, are you going to try and deal with those, or are we going to play patiently as we're starting to engage here through Garage?
Ooh, and I like that snake bite really early on, like you're expecting the aggression from a Chamber, from a Raze. But there's aggression elsewhere on the map. Mid has been completely habitated by the side of Meow Stars, and with that aggression and that loss of your player over towards B main, you're like, okay, we're headed to A site. But now they have to dislodge Kay and Sithrid, who are in really creative positions here.
Kay is vibing just outside of ramp. We get the right click onto the spike holder. Wire will take out our Sky, though. So there goes our guiding light, some of our flashes. We're throwing out the paint shells, trying to get some damage out and block off areas. The cyber cage is also used to make sure we can get through, grab that spike, and we're rotating back over towards screens. I don't know. Are we going to stay here? It's confirmed you're here, and there's 3 other individuals. Ira, I think we need to disengage and run away, and we're doing it very fast. It looks like those 3 thought that duel would be respected, so they're like, where'd the Cypher go?
Yeah, I mean, plant money would be huge here, right? Get a few shields on the block for the next round for a possible anti-eco attempt. So we'll see what else Ira is able to accomplish once the plant goes down. The cat will quite literally be out of the bag, as the 3 will have to rotate back over here. And I'm curious to see how far Ira's going to go, if they can maybe get caught off guard, capitalize off of a catastrophic mistake, and we'll see what Plan Bree and how thorough they are here.
Look at Ira posting up forward. I think Ira in her mind was like, look, I know I'm going down. It's a 1v3, and they're rotating together. Definitely trying to do some damage at least, but the odds of there being an elimination were very slim.
No, for sure. And I'm hats off to Astralis for being aware that that was a possibility, right? Because oftentimes you'll see like, oh, a player or two with their knives out when you're rotating like that, not expecting that forward presence from Ira. So hats off there. They keep 3 players alive on that pistol round. So very clean, especially after we said, right, that mid hole and the A rotation was cracked wide open. But again, Sithrin and particularly Kay in those positions that often go uncleared when you go through a vent split, really benefiting them there. But speaking of aggressiveness and Kay's impact, that double frag, I was about to say, you going with the Vandals out for real? But it looks like it's going to be the double Bulldog here. I mean, the dogs versus the cats. We'll see if they can bite back for sure to make this a clean second round buy-up.
I enjoy the Bulldog picks. Had there been a Vandal bite, I'd been like, dang, that is some insane confidence. We're running in with the Trailblazer through mid. We see where the grenade comes through, so we know Battison is inside vent. Gets a little damage, swings out. There is a trade, but we got to protect the Bulldog now. So Bree comes swinging out. The plan is there. Bree finds an execution onto 1, and there's a follow-up. Maddie also gets eliminated. Guiding Light's traded on both sides, and we come out with the Deagle to get 1 more trade.
Ooh. And suddenly, I mean, even if you lose this round, Lover's just looking to do more damage, break this hearts, and unfortunately Australis, the headhunter, head over the heart, is going to win. And so they do walk away with the round victory here. I'll see what weapons they recovered. I think they might have lost, one of those Bulldogs. So that is a huge blow economically. You can see it showing now in the buy. It's not going to really be the best chances, I would say, at a conversion here, right? You're too far off for some, groundbreaking goals like an Annihilation and a Showstopper, even the Tour de Force. So we'll have to see if Kay can truly pop off with the only weapon being carried over versus these full Vandals. And that's something else we haven't even talked about, Nerdy Bird. Regen shields are fully in play for this tournament now.
Ah, yes. Regen shields exist in a funny space. It's the the banking on that you get the enemy to misfire on you, basically, that they only chip damage you, but Wire will not be lucky enough to have the bullets miss them. K finding their intro elimination. Madison just staying up over at the top of ramps as we get in and get that spike confirmed and planted. Meowstar is down 1 right now, but as far as firepower goes, they are set up to be successful here so long as they don't take unnecessary duels.
Oh, and here we go. 4v5, so plan Bree finding that opening front here is huge. About to find a second. The flash. Ira just trying to evade, but unfortunately the Bucky upgraded into the Vandal. It could be everything, but the spike isn't planted for Heaven. Lover is gonna have to speed things up here, or maybe they have the timing just right. K unaware, and there it is. The backstab is flawless. Lover now in the 1v1 realizes where Australis is, but like I said, the prick in the system, it wasn't planted for Heaven. Australis has to get it to half, and they have. Will they get off and get the shots? Yes, they do, and I think there is a pinnacle of time left, just over a second, and Plan Bree sweep the bonus under the rug. 3-0.
They do, and plus we have Australis once again walking away with a weapon that they didn't even have to buy themselves. They're like, look what was given to me for Christmas today, this skin. Now, we're going into Meowstar's forced into an eco. Most teams are able to deal with this, but we can unfortunately see that Wire, who was the most broke at the start of the last round, I think is going to have to, opt to go with a little bit of a change up on their buy here. They are going to opt for that regen shield, but I think they're dropping a little bit of util to compensate for that regen shield.
All right. And I do like that even without weapons, they haven't slowed down the pace at all because they've been getting space pretty easily. So what they need to do is, I would say, figure out how to solve these post plants. I mean, a first blood punishing Badison on an island like this, huge. The space that the Raze is gaining, I mean, they're literally in defender spawn right now. But the issue is they haven't dislodged K, and K should be able to hold their own, but somehow the tag team, the duo, Lover, oh no, that's true.
You can't miss that, Lover.
Yeah, because now it's a 3v3 of the plant. Yes, we'll be going down, but I mean, all that advantage with the Seekers now revealed is going to go down the drain.
And you mentioned it, it's Wire getting through all the way through Defender into Defender spawn, but the issue is we're not getting more intel. We are getting information as to where they're not, but unfortunately our teammates in mid are suffering because they're forced into 1v3 situations because we're so far into that back line. We claim this space, but we're unable to maintain it. Case in point, we just lost Maddie.
Yeah. So 2v2 here. Again, this time they remedied their mistake. It was planted for Heaven, planted for the Wire wrap, and now both players, I mean, you tap, you double swing, it should be done and dusted. Should is the keyword. Bree, unfortunately not able to hit the second haymaker, and it's going to be Wire with the deagle to get the thrifty across the board for Meowstars. And sometimes all it takes is that first nerdy bird.
Let's see if they're able to maintain. Ooh. I'm seeing the operator buy here coming out from Australis. I'm excited to see how this works out, where we're going to post up early, because right now, of course, we have that Viper screen, the Toxic screen going up over onto B site. Everyone knows it's there. So we predict that the Viper is going to be somewhere generally near mid, like they have been majority of this game thus far. But where is the Chamber looking to go?
Ooh.
He is got his back turned to screens, most likely looking to rendezvous out after seeing the initial guiding light, knows it's to initiate Wire on the push in and shuts it down.
And I love that adaptation, right? Because they were so passively holding the A site, right? It was K tucked away in a corner, letting Heaven just control go the way of Meowstars. I mean, we look at, you know, how Wire was able to get into spawn unimpeded, so they thought they could have a similar occurrence, and it just did not happen this time. The operator snipes them out of the sky. They got to go to greener pastures, and that's into Cithrin and into the Annihilation that somehow isn't going to connect. Okay. A lot of utility invested here in mid, and the fight's Bree confident in isolating one of those. Cithrin gonna pop flash for them to continue this streak of dominance. Bree with the three-piece out of B Heaven. Wow.
Ooh. There was an insane amount of util getting thrown out. I just trying to, honestly, I think the goal was to eliminate Bree. We saw Paranoia, we saw the Grav Net, we saw Guiding Light getting exchanged, and Bree, I think, walked away with sub 10 health. But nonetheless walked away. So that's really what matters in that situation if you're Bree being the victor. And Strahl is still going to be holding on strong with this operator. And Wire is the only one able to be our hero by this round with this Vandal. Has been perpetually putting themselves back into that top frag position. We'll lose a duel here and there, but is able to stay on top to push forward with their team. But now we really need to parlay this one Vandal. happens.
that it
Parlay this
flashes.
one vandal into multiple vandals for our team.
I mean, the first round was, in fact, a thrifty, and now they have ultimates to patch the hole, like, of that economy. I am hopeful with the Randall in Wire's hands, because they can hopefully find Bree, now that the Sonic Sensor, that trap has been disarmed. Flash might give them a false sense of confidence here, because the net is out. Not going to catch a single target, though. That just, again, enables Wire to make moves like this. The kamikaze into the site. Are they going to clear out the corner? Doesn't seem to be the case, and the Sonic Sensor is perfect for them to find Lover. Now K is going to pinch them as the rocket expires, but it's so much support, and Wire is doing work this round. Oh. All right.
Wire's got this site locked down. Now this is opportunity for Meowstars to come in, our two teammates to pick up weapons. Yes, Wire did exactly what I was hoping she would do, and that was parlay what she could do with her ultimate and the weapon into opportunities for her squad. The Neuro Theft comes online. We know exactly where Astralis is. Astralis gets eliminated. If you really want the op, you could probably go find it, but I think you're better off just grabbing the Vandals.
Yeah, back-to-back thrifty rounds now. Or I should say, the rounds won were back-to-back thriftiest for Meow Stars here. 4-2. Plan Bree. Economy now getting constrained as a result, so while the lead may seem to be growing, there has to start to dip into these ultimates like that Tour de Force for Astralis, since like you mentioned, they lose that hefty weapon. Aside from that, though, they got to figure out, okay, why are we losing these thrifty rounds? And, I mean, the first time it really was a Wire, to be honest. I mean, that round, I should say, it was Wire. Just insane there over towards mid. And this time, I think, as a result, they pushed Battison up aggressively, and Wire, the one-for-one trade. Now both duelists are out of the picture.
I mean, you got your one on both sides is all you really can say there. And truly, I think both these teams are doing a fabulous job of when they are down in these situations, whether it be agent power or buying power, what they're doing is opting to facilitate their duelist so that their duelist plays point, and then they're able to pick up weapons and try to balance things back out. We're getting a lot of one-for-one trades as we're buddying up together, recognizing being down one makes things a whole lot harder. The paranoia comes through, but Kay's crosshair placement is better. She gets not one, but two to end out the round.
Yeah, the first off, the crosshair placement was insane, like you mentioned. I am curious if Bree was, you know, was nearsighted there off of the paranoia or not, right? They get some tick damage onto Ira, and then Ira says, wait, the other one was there also blind. I got to re-swing, and unfortunately just dissipates at the wrong time. And as we mentioned, K is good for both. 5-2 here. Now, things are a little bit closer in terms of the buy situation. They did have to dip, like I said, into both of those ultimates, though. The showstopper, the Tour de Force. So when those are gone, I mean, yes, you got the Annihilation back because of Bree's consistent performance, but Meow Stars have their own ults to work with. And this round, they've also made a change. Look, Lover, now that they have the pit, wants to play with the team instead of being that solo lurk because they've been consistently falling early.
Guiding Light goes through. Confirmation Astralis is there. We're gonna throw the grenade towards screens, trying to just force Astralis further and further back. We do take care of the rendezvous as well. Annihilation comes through, most likely trying to pick up the Viper, but instead Bree's location's revealed to the world. Bree goes down, Astralis is eliminated, and now it is up to the 3 remaining members to figure out where this Viper's at to get in and get the defuse.
All right. Aside from that, you do get to see, again, these players just searching for impact economically at this point. I think they, I was going to say, have given up hope on this round, but with the double swing into the pit, it could be all over if they find Lover, but with a Stinger in hand, close proximity, vulnerability, all the boxes checked, it is going to be a full list coming up for the Meow Stars. And the third round on the board. So again, I like how sparingly they are committing these ultimates and the profound impact they're finding, right? We talk about Wire and how they use the showstopper to clear out the entirety of the B site. We talk about that pit in the A post plant, which was the big issue the last time they exec'd onto A. And now it's gonna be Plan Bree are the ones with the eco round that they have to conquer.
And it's a little worse for Ware Eco round 2. So far, one player is opting to just go with the classic, and then we've got 2 without even having shields. We're initiating with these Seekers to try and tell us if people are relatively close. We know for a fact that at least one of them's deadlocked. K most likely here as well. The Seekers are getting destroyed, but we know where it was eliminated. The Paranoia goes through. It's good. We're going to use this Poison Orb to try and catch people off guard on ramps, but Maddie is undeterred by the fact that her space is being taken over and finds one elimination out the gate.
All right, and I mean, Plan Bree losing one. Obviously, it's an eco round, so you got to try and take favor in numbers. But speaking of numbers, it's actually Meowstars sticking together the trio, the Three Musketeers swinging in onto Battison, storming the castle, and as a result, they're gonna realize, okay, we're taking some players off of A, we're gonna go on rotation to B. Australis can do everything here, but the shot's down the line. Wire takes care of it, protecting their friends at their side, and it's so far so good. Probably a flawless denial of this Thrifty.
I'm not gonna fully count it out just yet. We still have both these players relatively healthy. I say that knowing that K has almost half health, 61, close enough to half. Sheriff in hand. Perhaps we find this elimination on a Viper who's about to swing out of Mail, but Bree and Omen being split from one another in this instance does make it a little hard. We're info gathering, trying to pick up an exit frag here and there, but I don't know if a full complete stop of the Meowstars this round is in the cards. Maybe you do find at least 1 or 2 eliminations, and we start off great by taking out the Sky.
Okay, is going to be given a 1v1 as well, but Wire is just too clean mechanically these last few rounds. And Bree trying to take some weapons off by drawing these players into the radius of the spike explosion, and they are in fact going to catch Wire off. So what could have been a flawless round, 2 players are going to fall. So again, while the kind of lead plan Bree class closes, so does the economic disparity between these 2 teams. I mean, Meowstars, insane. The win bonus is hitting hard. I mean, the fact that like 2 or 3 players are going to be max after this round if they win again is insane, and comes out of the fact that the majority of their rounds have been Thrifty wins as well. But aside from that plan, Bree, it feels like it's a bit of do or die because they lose this round. It's another eco, and suddenly Meowstars will have the lead.
Meowstars knows how to deal with an economic recession. That's all I gotta say, because they took it, rolled with it, took 2 Thrifties, and managed to turn it around into this situation. They knew what they were doing. They're calm under pressure, but we're having an exec onto B site, which is not something we fully had from them in a while. There goes the guiding light, intro the showstopper. We heard the Omen teleport, and so Kay, you are going to meet the open waiting arms of elimination for this round. Hopefully your team is able to pick up the pieces in your absence as Spike goes down on the site.
Yeah, last time the exec B was showstopper. This time the exec B is with the showstopper. Wire was so good at opening up the site, and unfortunately only 1 frag is to be found to do that, but they've gotten the plan down for their team and now have to depend on them to carry on their legacy. The 4v4 and even retake here. Nice space being gained as Australis holds down the back lines, but unfortunately a beautiful flash. Levy Acuity going in! And the trade will finally come through, but the damage has been done. Australis, though, checks their back. Ira falls, and suddenly it is a 2v2.
Last player standing.
Woo! Make that a 2v1, and the issues we're dealing with an op, and the other one is a Sky who's bold and confident in her placement of that crosshair. Swings not once but twice and gets both the elims, and Australis is just calm, sitting there getting the defuse. Never took their hands off of that spike.
Yeah, like I said, that was a huge round that they wanted to walk away with the victory for. So being able to shut down Wire, who's been that kind of thorn in their side so early on, was really, really good because they didn't have that late round impact. Levy Acuity there, who was a little bit quieter, right, just doing their job prior, tried to hold on for the squad and step up when they were asked, but unfortunately just some insane insane off shots, I should say, from Australis. And Sithrin, who was coming back in after stepping out, you know, for the start of playoffs, they were there for the group stage, has been also just putting up numbers, so even across the board. And now suddenly 6-4, Meowstars in the danger of losing the lead before the half is even up.
I mean, I think being close to that, I mean, 4 rounds is really always what I shoot for regardless at the half, if it's a game where you feel like you're at the disadvantage, but these teams are both so close to one another. It's just Plan Bree needs to find the opportunities to literally just shut down Wire, or shut down Sky's facilitation of Wire, truthfully, in these situations. And we saw Australis do that a few times with the, we just traded Trailblazers here in the mid, and unfortunately Bree swings out a little too soon. Maddie takes down Battison. Bree going down at the mid. That puts Plan Bree down to 3 agents left standing, and I do think the Meowstars might be able to find a 5th round win here.
Yeah, I felt like Bree just got ahead of it. It seemed like the plan was to bait Wire in events because they always clear out vents, right? And there should have been a judge with Battison waiting there. But unfortunately, right, they feel pressured to swing alongside Bree. They get shot through the smoke as a result instead of holding that closer angle. And it all just fell apart around it. So as you mentioned, flawless so far from Meowstars. It is going to be spared by Kay, again, who is always good for holding their own at a minimum. But I will say, these are the 2 players that clutched out the last round. And unfortunately, with some double swing action from main, it's all going to lie on the shoulders of Australis, who still has only an operator in hand.
There is the option to grab the Vandal that is to Astralis' lower right, well, to the right of Astralis right now, but they have to risk getting themselves revealed, standing inside that dark cover. We knew where you were standing, Wire knew, and Wire saw that there was a weapon up there and was like, look, I know what you want to do here. You are going to blind fire out, swap to the Vandal, and then you're going to try and pressure outwards and use the Rendezvous perhaps to try and disengage slightly. I'm not even going to give you the opportunity to do that. We're ending this round here now.
Yeah, and this is the last round, so all money is going to be thrown into the pot. They're all in, but I mean, not a hefty investment coming out from Plan Bri. I mean, 3 Deagles, maybe a Bucky for Battison as well, scattered across the board. It's going to be rough if they want the lead before the side swap. And I mean, this is your double Sentinel on the defense as well, so keep that in mind. But aside from that, we'll see if there's any changes or realizations made. I mean, they're headed back to the A site, and that's something that's been so hard, the unpredictability of Meowstars and their execs.
Actually, I feel like it's so long. The Meowstars executions on the site, they're always about, you know, the exact rule here, which is facilitate your duelist using the initiation utility of our Sky. As soon as you hear that guiding light get procced, you know there's a blast pack coming in. If it's 1, we're going through main. If there's 2 back-to-back, we're going up ramps and going into the enemy high ground. It's just the issues. It's very scary to compensate for Wire coming into our backline, our safety zone, and trying to deal with her.
Yeah, if she's alive in the late round, it is so hard to see that rearing its head here as well. They took a few down with them, making this a 3v4, but Plan Bri together here in Elbow have cleared out at least the site at a minimum, but it still is only going to be Sithra that stands, and with Spike planning for heaven, everyone was tucked away safely to close things out, and Maddie with the 3-piece ties us 6-6 at the half here.
We've got a game on our hands, and I just want to point this out. There's someone in chat who said, go Battison, go Maddie. Literally one individual rooting for one person on both sides. I think that's some of the cutest things ever. Also, hello, River, both Zoe and I appreciate you being here with us. Across the board, though, this is the closest game on broadcast that we've been able to have thus far. I will point out, Bind yesterday, though it felt like it lasted forever, was still very heavily one-sided. So to see a 6-6 at the half, I think this just sets up an amazing opportunity for whichever team goes into Grands. The story that they're writing right now is incredible.
No, for sure. Like we said it, Meowstars are kind of the underdogs coming into things, and they are definitely looking like a secondary lead right now, looking to like, overclaim and make it their story here in Radiant Academy 107, or again, maybe the Salutatorian trying to beat out the Valedictorian, we'll have to see. But for now, it is new to Cypher, kind of solo hold here on the B site. We did get some support from Heaven of the Viper as well, but all that utility is disrespected. Battison in should be an easy site taking. It feels like that was the plan from Meowstars all along, to play this 5v5 retake.
Battison, identified, I think might have actually seen both people there, but is going for the re-swing anyway. Gets the right click, but doesn't connect heavily onto Maddie. So Maddie's able to go in with the overgrowth as well. But Ira, our Cypher, is coming in, taking out 2 players for Plan Bri, making this re-execution onto site even easier for Meowstars.
Oh, and at this point it is only K left in the 1v2 now with that additional frag. This light does not blind them just yet, but unfortunately with it planted, not for Heaven. You get to see Maddie tucked away safely, and their trust in Leviacuity as well to be their bodyguard. And look at that, even a humble queen get a hand off the defuse as well to Leviacuity, maybe thinking the Seekers are going to be better off in the long run. But regardless, and aside from that, this is the first time that we see Meowstars have the lead in this map, Nerdy Bird.
I think Meowstars knew that this was how it's going to shake out. It was going to be a lot of back and forth. They probably were going to be down in a lot of situations, but so long as they kept doing the executions they have planned out, following their protocols, things would work out in their favor, and they pick apart Plan Bri's anti-plans for what Meowstars sets up. As long as they keep doing that, it'll work out. But the one thing I want to point out here is Ira has started to come alive. Seeing more Omen from Maddie and more of our Cypher from Ira. That gameplay, that carried a lot of teams yesterday, the Omens and the Cyphers. And seeing that here from the Meowstars, maybe they know that the secret sauce recipe revolves around those 2 agents popping off in the late game.
I mean, sometimes you're just better on the defense, and that's what we're hoping to see out of the Meowstars to close out this first map, and their map pick at that. But aside from that, looks like a little bit slower of a pace from Plan Bri. Maybe kudos to their composition, maybe just again that they don't have the weapons to force their way in. They're looking for an opening. If they go through A main, they might just find it, but with this dark cover towards ramp, Leviacuity is creeping in through the shadows, and I'm hoping they just gotta go through main because they'll dodge a major bullet, but then they might find a bullet from Wire Heaven. This is all gonna be a matter of timing. Could we see? I'm gonna see the Sky needed to push it up sooner because now they're on site. Now you get a retake with a Judge. Maddie, instead, trying to pick up the slack.
We get in, we go for the spike plant. So this is the spike plant positioning that Meowstars also suffered with doing during the early stages of their executions on A site. Planting closer to screens as opposed to planting for Heaven, even though it is pistol rounds right now, and a lot of players don't have long range outside of the Sheriffs. I don't think planting with that much natural cover provided is the best thing in the world if there is a retake from Meowstars here.
Ooh. I mean, it was a different plan, right? You want to take these close quarter fights when you have suboptimal weapons, and even that is not going to go into your favor. You just get all corralled into that same corner, into that elbow when, you know, Meowstars encroach in and claim their territory, claim the spike defuse and their rightful round. I mean, hats off again for taking that many players down. We saw how that constrained Plan Bree last half when Meowstars did the same to them. But I want to go back to what you said, Nerdy Bird, right? The mistake of planning there for Meowstars was then they had too many players playing for a Heaven plan. There, they had all the players in close proximity on site playing for that backside plant, and it really just came down to, again, suboptimal weapons, gunfights lost. So, you know, either way, 8-6, you have rifles in hand, dust it off. This is when you got to come back and tie things up.
If everyone's healthy enough as far as the economy goes to make full purchases, we are looking at Lover down here at the very bottom, who she has no choice but to save on the weapons and go for the utility because you are a controller and your team needs that toxic screen, your poison orb, and those snake bites are ever so important to keep people out of areas or force them into your team's waiting arms and crosshairs. Is now we're playing a lot more patient. This is something we have yet to see from either one of these teams, a slow creep up execution, waiting for someone to squeak. That one sound of the mouse so the cats can pounce and find their prey.
And that's why I do like the slow approach, or maybe even this bait, right? You're saying a mouse, but that might be the cheese the trap instead, because Battison's trying to make noise, trying to draw these players to B, when in reality they want them to not focus on mid, where Wire slipped into the smoke, but unfortunately has to run with their tail between their legs. They will survive, but very low HP. You can see them saying, Sky, Sky, I need your heal. But aside from that, it's Ira as a result is going to fall, and so is Lover. I mean, Wire vacates the kingdom, and it's been stormed here. Oh. Okay, Wire, you're back for vengeance. You're like avenging your fallen knights, but unfortunately, only one is taken down, and the B site, as a result, is going to fall into the control of Plan Bree.
Love you, cutie, coming in. Are we gonna patiently? We go in with the guiding light. We only have a judge. We find one elimination onto Madison, but Astralis will end up taking down our Sky. Maddie with the bulldog coming out of the dark cover. Uses one, uses two, doesn't look to her right, and Kay gets the final elimination for this round.
Yep, and I mean, again, hats off to them for making it a close affair when they were bonusing weapons, because now it's going to be rifle versus rifle, and you see the patches in the economy, those light shields here for the side of Plan Bree. Aside from that, though, this is going to be, I think, a make-or-break round for the course of the rest of this game, right? It's either going to be Meowstars pulling ahead, in my mind, or Plan Bree, like, making this close. I mean, we look back to their previous performances, and it's always been kind of double-digit, or 13-9, or 13-10 games, and as a result, I think that it is going to come down to these last few rounds.
I do think at this point in time, it's really that team that sets them against double digits first, and right now it's looking like it's going to be Meowstars who played that patient game. We're stuck by the barrier mesh, and we're undeterred. Our Sky is there to heal us as needed. We get a three-piece. Go rush in, pull the intel, let our Wire get the ace. Oh my gosh, Wire is on a chase right now. Oh no, we use a paranoia. We're going to creep up. What? No! The Wire does not get the ace.
Oh, what a four-piece, though. You just stop the clip after that and say, all right, I got the ace, guys. Don't worry. But again, I like that Kay kept their cool. Says, all right, Wire's already unhinged, right? They're already feeling themselves, hitting their shots. We cannot let them have an ace under their belt, too. Or like you mentioned, this map might as well be as good as gone. Either way, the additional kills as well means they might be able to afford a weapon while the rest of their team saves at their side. And again, Kay, even though they're on the controller, they've been that kind of top frag here. Baddison maybe having a little bit slower of a start to the day. Again, warm-up map if you didn't get a scrim in beforehand. Aside from that, though, it's 9-7. I did say this meant I thought Meowstars would take it, but we've seen surprises, and unfortunately this isn't the surprise.
I'm not gonna count Plan Bree out yet, but
of course.
if CB, if you get your wish that Meow Stars make it into Grands and so does Kitty Tactics, well, I'll just say your cat blessings were heard and followed up upon. Stralis as they slowly creep up mid into the trap of the Viper in conjunction with that Raze. I think we're well aware that Viper's in this relative area, but I don't know if we know that Wire is currently also waiting in Mail. And I do think typically we have our Raze posted up in Vent. And yeah, Astralis was not ready to be welcomed by Wire.
Yeah, they've just been so insane right now, winning out their individual duels here if you are Meow Stars. I mean, really clean shot. Reclaiming that mid control. Now Lovers even deposited up close. I was going to say it's unexpected, but the double satchel, I said it, Badison needed to come alive. And that two-piece might be exactly when they needed it. But now they got to clear out Ira. We talked about this position. K was in it during the pistol round. Will they make the same mistakes? The answer seems to be not, but they're even further, even deeper over towards Ramp. The whiff shots, though! And Cithran punishes it. Now a one-way ticket into an A plant, and we are even a 2v2. A little bit of HP loss for Plan Bree, but nothing that a showstopper can't patch.
Go, Badison, go! Oh, you know your prey is right there, but will you be able to catch the cat that has run away? You will not.
Shadows traveling.
Oh, and this is getting dicey.
Oh.
Beautiful.
I'm shocked Maddie did not get
Double
hit,
stun.
but Badison comes in and follows through to find that elimination. It is now just Sky. Levitt Cutie tried to use their own gunfire to mask them dropping off the high ground, but they're red like a book.
Yeah, that's the kind of round that we needed to see out of Badison here. And look at that. Like, they've just been... they just ranked up immensely through the leaderboards, too. Just finding those mid-fights, being able to, again, dislodge Ira at the side of Cithran. Obviously, you know, a little bit credit there to Ira, kind of, with a little whiff shot, being able to give them that in back for this map here, perhaps. But 8 to 9 here. Meow Stars are starting to charge up those ultimates as well, maybe a round ahead of Plan Bree, so they can still keep things under wraps if they ration appropriately. For now, though, it's this kind of crossfire here between Maddie and Levia Cutie, trying to maybe see what's going to happen. Maybe the dog as well will be able to spot out the plans here. Only going to say Badison. Badison has been the kind of player faking over towards B main solo, but now the question is, okay, where's the rest of the team?
Hopefully we realize that there's an attempted flood into mid. We see the dark cover go in through Mail, so our response is to hit the showstopper. We dodge the paranoia. It does deter people, but now the barrier mesh is up. So this means we cannot go through mid either. We see that poison orb get activated, trying to force people away. Oh, the spy cam also hit Astralis. So we're well aware of where this poor chamber is standing, and I believe they're out of rendezvous range as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's rough with that barrier mesh, right? It was just to try and protect them, be a shield beyond the showstopper, but they've somehow made it past. I wonder if they used the box jump to get there, and as a result, I don't think they're going to expect Bree, the Deadlock, and Vent. Somehow they're aware of the double swing, and I like that Bree doesn't overstay their welcome. They take their one, they rotate back, and they're hoping that's enough to draw the players of Meow Stars over to the B site, or sorry, over to the A site. Unfortunately, if you are going to stick around here, particularly Maddie on site, we have obviously Levy Kitty over towards Heaven. They've got to be careful with 20 seconds left.
20 seconds is plenty of time to finish out a flood into sight and get the spike down, so long as you do it with 5 seconds on the clock. And they did it with 12, so we are safe.
Ooh.
But unfortunately, when Lover and company swing on the high ground, Astralis, you are most likely not going to survive. Case in point, we are now in a 4v3, the Neurotheft online. We can see where some people are. We heard the teleportation, so we should be aware that Omen is on this high ground now.
Oh yeah, trying to clear it out. The double swing, the bait is good, but the refrags are as well. Annihilation, are they going to finish them off in time? It is not the case. It would have been a 1-for-1 trade regardless, as the strings are sent out, and Bree walking away with their weapon and the round, and the tied game 9 to 9 here on Split.
All I gotta say is I'm glad I didn't have to see that from the victim's perspective, because Zoe, you know me, and you know how I feel about that cocoon. Annihilation just sends shivers down my spine every single time I have to witness it. And I've been on the receiving end of it enough times by proxy due to these broadcasts.
Mm-hmm. Well, you said earlier, Nunibread, you thought whoever got double digits first was going to win things out. We have yet to see who that victor is.
Yeah.
And, I mean, looking at the buy, it should be Plan Bree, actually, out of it after everything that's happened to reach that threshold first. We'll have to see. I mean, Meow Stars is up when it comes to thrifty accounts here on Split, so Can they do it again?
They might be able to. I mean, we just found out Astralis has the operator. If you're surprised that Astralis bought the op, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but whenever she's managed to have enough money, she does it. But we bait the second shot. We're not close enough really to make anything of that second bait. We did just guarantee that Astralis is disengaging though. As we send the Trailblazer through mid out of Ramen. Poison Orb activated, Wire disengaging, probably learning their lesson from last time. No, never mind. They swung out of the Poison Orb, and Bree said, no, you really should have stayed behind.
The wall does its job. It does, you know, corral off events, but so does that snakebite do its job. It allows a frag for Lover with that stinger, but easily traded out. Now the Seekers should expose Ira, so does the timing of those players swinging out of heaven. Now they're pretty sure sight is cleared. They can see the wall breaking on the minimap. They know at least one player is coming from vents. Do they know that they are both side by side, though? Operators collected. They're going to want that back. And they're going to get it.
Yeah, Bree should be able to grab that
Whoa.
for Astralis. I'm pretty sure Astralis is like, my up, please, my up.
All right. Well, I mean, they would have had an even bigger up if they did lose it. That Tour de Force now active in their back pocket. But aside from that, I think what has consistently surprised me is how often Bree has the Annihilation online, right? They just had it, right? Like with that clutch against, I think it was Levy Cutie, and now they have it, like, they're 3 off from it. So they could get it online this round because they keep getting 3-piece after 3-piece. And speaking of 3, that was their 3rd round in a row to get them past that double digits mark. And like I said prior, they've had a few 13-10s here and there, so this could be the beginning of the end. But this is a change. 3 players over towards ramps. Maybe a hard read of an A exec going wrong.
Ooh. Levy and Cutie, are you going to spot out the chamber? You do. We get the concuss, but the rendezvous will work out and save us as the rest of us are pushing in through mail. Kay meets the open arms of Wire again. It's Lover and Wire up here in heaven. Ira finds Battison. Those lurky players now starting to suffer from being on an island are going to be taken out by these other agents who thrive on being by themselves.
Bree. Like I said, when your team has their back against the wall, you've been the one to pull them up it. Trying to look for an opening, maybe trying to distract to the fact that there is an A main exec developing. Maddie has the timing on Astralis. They might not recognize Cithrin is this close as the dark cover comes out. Cithrin gonna go for the swing, but the reposition! Whew, the flash. Should have been perfect for clearing it out, only clears out Cubby, and now Maddie. They almost were staring each other down, but the gamble doesn't pay off. Spike is now down. There's 30 seconds left. And again, Astralis with an op solo is a hard mountain to climb.
I gotta give credit to Maddie for the perfectly timed disengagement. Also, I don't know if she planned it or not, but backing up just far enough to be outside the dark cover and away from the guiding light to hit Cubby was well executed and planned. And then just the slight readjustment, the re-swing on the verification when Sky started to push a little too far forward without clearing the angle out and punishing it and still getting out scot-free.
Here we go. Just the save of the operator here from Astralis. We're now 10-10 here. I don't want to even think about overtime just yet, but the back and forth affairs here. When we look about this half in particular, and it did kind of start as just a streak of rounds for Plan Bree that Meow Stars think they finally conquered, but that was a really, I would say, scattered kind of round as well from Plan Bree. Right? Previously, it was like, okay, they win the mid duel, they can choose which side to go to. That time, because there was such a heavy stack away from it, they didn't find those opening engagements they wanted, and they're like, wait, where are the players? And they were passively holding, right? Stairs, CT on B, and that's what worked for them. And it looks like they're trying to replicate that success again. Ignore mid, focus on the sites, and same as for Plan Bree, focus on the A exec. Whoa, okay?
Kay using from the shadows, no one acknowledging that she is inside of screens, probably anticipating her to dismiss it, and she commits, gets the intro eliminations, acting as our pseudo duelist in that moment. There was so much attention pulled by her own team headed towards ramps that she's like, I got this, and that was an absolutely beautiful execution, and just using that one ultimate.
I mean, it was gutsy as well, sticking it that close, right, where you could hear that it was in screens instead of, say, the deeper spawn one you usually expect and have time to read and adapt against. As a result, that setup is beautiful for this post plant where it is only Lover left in the 1v4. It takes one down with them, but Bree, again, back on the 3Ks. Bree 3K, they need to rebrand. And as a result, Annihilation's back online. They still have the op, they still have the Tour de Force. And I think if they win this round, look at the money from Meowstars. It could just be a sweep, like not even getting the chance to go to overtime here from Meowstars on their map pick. But again, they got to get past this round first.
Okay, but also here's what what I think about within that regard. So if Meowstars do win this round and we end up at 11-11, Bree is going to be suffering a little bit, as will Kay as far as credits go, and they're going to be forced into a save situation and be playing for the OT basically. So I do think that Meowstars right now are looking for economic damage. They really want to send Plan Bree to Plan B, and Wire starts it out by taking out Madison. There's a returning of the favor. Astralis will find Maddie, so there goes one of our top fraggers. Our Omen being eliminated. There goes our controllers. There goes our Paranoia, and for Bree, we just breathe a sigh of relief because the boom bot just went over our heads.
Oh my gosh, I thought Lover was going to slip in and be able to get the frag before the damage was done, but now they know. Okay, there's a player CT. They haven't cleared out A, so this exit could still be shaky with Spike coming in this late. Especially if Lover reads this and says, okay, let's get the Viper's pit up. But instead, Snakebite out, play safe here. And safe is working a spray through the toxic screen. Nicely done here. And this is where you contemplate, do we go vents to B? Do we go to Plan C at this point? You said Plan B was already kind of sprung when Madison fell. And look at the read as well from Ira to get back over to the B site. So again, this is anybody's game as we're equated back to a 3v3 with 30 seconds left and no plant down.
And Cypher's util hasn't even been tripped yet.
Exactly.
Ira, it's just that game sense there is. Ira knows. They're inside tower on B site. They see this dark cover. They're going to hear that the spike is going down. They know it's a fake. They're trying to get their teammates over, but look, we're not creating any sort of noise. We're just identifying, giving some intel over to our teammates. We pop the spy cam, don't see anybody, and the spy cam doesn't get killed either.
I love this though, right? You have Bree playing off site to buy time off the Annihilation. You have a hard corner to clear with K in. And as a result, they're also trying to buy time for Astralis, who could have gone for the mid flank, but with the Vipers pit up, they have other plans. They're going to remove the player, hopefully, from the spike. Annihilation, scare factor, enough. But this trap wire, the net, it's all perfect. They've TP'd past the trap wire. We'll see if it's hurt, if it's red, but the spray from Lover, this pit, in time and time again, has found its impact. Is it suddenly a 2v2? Oh, that's dangerous to swing out of the pit.
One enemy remaining.
What?
Pros
Wait,
don't fake!
no
Pros
way.
don't fake!
No way. There's no time.
Oh, no time left, and that puts Plan Bree at match point. 12-10 right now. Oh, that was so close, and truthfully, we were in a 3v2. I felt like the Meowstars had that, but the risky swing out and then just not committing to actually the chase after the rendezvous because you know Chamber's only around the corner. I think someone just should have gone for it.
Yeah, it's so hard to name an MVP in my mind for that round, right? Like, Bree with the Annihilation, keeping them off the spike long enough. Kay playing around the Cypher utility beautifully. And obviously, Astralis being the one to clutch that out with an insane shot on Ira, who probably would have been able to get to half for their Viper to then win it out. But now, like you mentioned, economy, a little shaky, but still there. It's Meowstars who have to win a Pseudo Thirsty to just get another round on the board. And I mean, look at the confidence, the frags, the first blood, all going the way of Plan Bree so far.
Guiding light, we get the confirmation that someone is there. The Tour de Force walking its way up towards ramps. This is a little interesting. Typically, we've seen more of a flood engagement towards vents, and we're not doing that this time. We're playing patiently. We're setting traps up and waiting for Meowstars to come to us. That poison orb is up. Dark cover goes down there, anticipating a rotation to vents. There isn't one. Meowstars are actually playing really far back this time and waiting for Plan Bree to come into their zone. And they're willing to give up a little bit of space to take it back later right now.
Oh, if Astralis clears out Rafters here, though, that would be huge. And I really do want to see Plan Bree break this trip and then walk away, because we mentioned how it was really impactful on their late B pivot last time around. And I think that's exactly what Madison's going to do. But Spike's down. Like I said, Maddie was not cleared off of Rafters. You still have Sithrum backside as well. Or should I say Levy Acuity backside as well. And as a result, it's a 4v4. Again, you have low time and no semblance of site control.
We're going to grab that spike back out of tower and make a quick rotation through vents, but there's some people waiting there. Lever not checking their back. Well, unfortunately be eliminated. Ira in the duel. It's a Phantom versus a Vandal, and this is the one moment where I will say that the Vandal typically is going to be the victor in that situation. Now, Love It Cutie will return the favor, comes in with the Seekers. It's a 1v3. You know there's someone really close to you. We take down that trademark. Omen is nearby, but we don't know where exactly, and that is where things get scary. We lack information, and we've given up our location by using those Seekers from the high ground.
Oh, and I mean, they're set up for a beautiful trade here. 2 players below. Australia tucked away main, and that is the ticket to success into the 13-10 victory foretold, where Plan Bree is going to be able to steal away Meowstar's map pick as well before we head into Vine. And just what a second half, especially considering like they had a double duelist or sorry, double sentinel composition that was favored on the defense. Just some really nice adaptations and changes throughout.
I think that this next game of Bind is going to be just as much of a nail biter. It's going to go down to the wire, if not closer than what it was here. Possibly in overtime even, but I mean, I called it the first team to hit double digits was going to be the one to be victorious in this situation. It just really felt like that team to cross over that bridge was going to be the one to make it, and it was Plan Bree in this instance. Now, does that mean Meowstars is down and out for the count? No, it does not, because of course this is a best of 3. They still have the opportunity to pull this back in their favor. Well, yes, Plan Bree is at series point, because if they win Bind, they can move on to our grand finals. But that still means that they have to play out an entire map, and calling it series point when it's a best of 3, I always feel like is a little rough towards the team that just dropped the map. Yeah, because I mean, a whole nother map to play. It could be balls in your court this time. So honestly, I still feel like it's anyone's game.
No, for sure here as well. I will say again, without having Zan or Starbound, I'm curious to see what the composition on Bind is going to be, but I'm going to call it now, and you can call me a liar later. I'm thinking Australis is going to be in the Chamber again, and this is the map where they were born to play the Chamber. That's where I was introduced to them as a player, like more like cementing them in my mind, and we'll have to wait and see. But with that, you know, when you get a breather, when you get a break between classes or grand finals, you always have to take a trip to the school store. So as a reminder, during our next break, if you take a check out at the Radiant store. They have some cool t-shirts, I think some stickers, and all of the proceeds go back to supporting marginalized gender initiatives like you're watching with the Raidiant Academy. So make sure to check that out, and we're going to go to a quick break, but when we come back, it's going to be map 2, possibly of 3, for our first semifinals of the day.
Recess is now over and it's time to get back to class. We just witnessed how to get an A+ over on Split, and now we're going to see if both of these squads have done their studying and are ready to do the exact same thing over here on Bind. Welcome back to Radiant Academy 107. I'm Nerdy Bird, this is Zobi, and we are going to be your lovely test practitioners for the remainder of this event. Now, it is Meowstars taking on Plan Bree, and Plan Bree managed to win out on Split. It was a very, very close game, mind you. I think Bind's going to be even closer, but you were talking about something right before the break, and that is Astralis on this chamber when it comes to Bind. Can you give me a little bit more context, a little bit more of the history that you're aware of when it comes to this chamber gameplay from them?
Yeah, let's just say that, like, I've been casting Astralis since I got involved in Game Changers back with, like, the Game Changers Academy days, but when I first saw them and their, like, prowess on Chamber, it was back when they were on The Boys, actually, and made their run to the main event with this team as well for the main Game Changers circuit. So, to say it's a little bit scary, I think is maybe even a play down here, but I'm curious to see how it's going to work out, and I think, like, you can depend on a map like Bind to not have a Sentinel, versus when you look at a map like Split, like we just got through, I feel like it's almost like, I don't want to say a requirement, but it nearly is in my mind. So I'm curious to see, especially because this is Plan Bree's map pick, and again, I do think Meowstars has a little bit more experience on Bind. They've played it twice, they've won it twice, and they've been, you know, I mean, one of them was a pretty close 13-10, the other was a stomp, a 13-3, so it could just be a coin flip for how they're feeling on this map on the given day.
So I've got some news for you. This is just rumored, but fresh off the presses, there's a very real chance that Starbound is coming in and taking Astralis' place. So I know you want that chamber gameplay, but hear me out. This is my time to have my hear me out cake. I give you Sky and Raze, and that is literally Wire on this Raze has been absolutely devastational. And you know that Raze is a character and agent that we can foreseeably see here on Bind in conjunction with that Viper alongside that Sky. So if you need to start circumventing this powerhouse of a frontliner, this spearhead that's coming through from Meowstars, if it's someone you're worried about, and yeah, I'd be worried about Wire because they were definitely popping off, perhaps it's time to bring someone in that is able to go toe-to-toe with that or shut that type of behavior down. Pull attention, slow it down, make sure that Wire can't move at the pace and the speed that they want to give your team more time to do rotations, executions, crunches on inside Hookah, inside U-Haul. We'll have to wait and see, but Starbound is still
Okay. So I was like waiting, I was like chomping at the bits to give you this story because I know Starbound like in their history like really, really well. Anyways, I was like, there's so many ways they can go, right? Because they started out in Valorant as a duelist, and we've seen the double duelist when Zan was subbing in. We've also seen them like their primary role is like a Sentinel player, like the Cypher, and then when they were with FlyQuest, right, they were kind of forced into this Viper position that they never liked playing, but were really good at it because they're a masterful lurker. But they have always wanted to play Chamber and ISO. They've been like begging, like, come on, Jovi, let me do it. And this is the best environment to do that, when you're pugging it out, and also when you're stepping in for your partner as well. Like, I'm excited to see that, and they're gonna be like, if they beat out Astralis' KD on Split, they're gonna be like, ha, I'm the better Chamber. But what's interesting to me here is that Badison and Cithron have swapped, and I'm curious if this is because Cithron had a really good like statistical map 1, right? So if you're not feeling on that day, Badison is a truly flexible player, right? And like they've played Sentinel of this event, now they're playing Controller. We just them on Duelist, so hats off to them for recognizing, hey, maybe I give my Duelist away, maybe I lean into, okay, the lurking Viper that can frag in other ways.
I also want to point out here how we're going with double controller from Plan Bree, and on the flip side from Meowstars, we've got this double initiator. We've got the shutdown of information giving coming out from the guiding light, and then the haunt to tell us where those people are that are blinded. So we're going for fast double wave executions, but Badison comes through with that ghost, fighting Ira very early. Love it, Cutie gets in, gets the plan, and now Maddie pushing forward, trying to make sure that there's no retake by Starbound.
Oh, and what a pinch play that was set up by the players outside of Garden, and it's still coming true. Bree insane on the Clove. I said it before, we've seen them on this agent on Haven, and it's coming back out to rear its head. Another 3K for Bree, and it's going to be pretty flawlessly planned Bree with another pistol on the board. And obviously, Nerdy, too soon to tell. Starbound, the only one that falls, I gotta bring it up, right? Like, could take them a few rounds, right, to warm up, right? They didn't play map 1. They maybe were hitting the death matches, the range before this, so we'll give them some time, but I'm excited to see how it's gonna unfold.
I cannot call anything too early because Meow Stars, they struggled early on. They just, perhaps they're not the best at working with the lower eco weapons, so they just try to buy as cheap as possible until they're able to make those full buys, and then they start committing to that, and they're able to buy economically to the point that money was kind of overflowing from their pockets for a bit. So these early rounds, I really do anticipate them favoring Plan Bree, and we do see also the Viper's Poison Orb to allow us to walk out, grab that ult orb, and walk back in, but I think we might try to take advantage of that intel, knowing that 2 people are walking out B, and go for the execution onto A site instead.
That is something else. We didn't see much outlaw action on Split, but it is insane in Starbound's hands. This round, though, we might not even get to see it. Lover getting a weapon off of K, particularly a Spectre this early on, could be huge. And as a result, they're going to try and take that weapon and re-leverage it into a B rotation and B exec. But Battison, still here, still has a toxic screen, should be able to hold their own, at least for the meantime, until the rest of the team, or more particularly Starbound and Cytherin, can rotate over to play at their side. Okay.
Ooh, Bree.
Ooh, and that almost drew the rotation of Cytherin back, but they've realized because of that skydive that this is still a B exec. They've seen plenty of players, and with them vulnerable, you would hope you hit these shots, and unfortunately, the Classics are doing work while the Outlaw isn't. It's going to be a 2v3 weapons collected. I think there's, what, a Bulldog, a Spectre in hand here, and this is going to be rough. That is not what you want to see, Nerdy.
No, it's not. But, you know, Plan Bree, I feel like it's a team that is able to compensate and make up for the losses they just incurred. Granted, it's never a fun situation, but I believe we actually had a very similar one on Split, and they still managed to do A-okay. Granted, yes, they still walked away with one of the 2 Bulldogs that they started with. This time, they just have to go back in all with Deagles instead, but they've definitely showed us that they're more than capable of doing that. I'm getting a little bit concerned about the lack of checking some angles when it comes to after Spike has gone down, because Bree was able to just walk in onto that B site with no one paying attention and swing into box, and no one was looking at her. So let's hope this time she gets scouted. And Clove, they will get scouted. The Trailblazer gives a nice little chomp, but despite the concuss, they get the trade.
Oh, but Bree thinks that there is an ounce of winning this round still intact. You can collect a weapon, you can continue to push through. I mean, you have spike control. You know they have to refight, or while they're running away, you're going to corral these players into other opponents. Battison could have had the opportunity to win it out, but as the timer expires, it's all going to be back on to K, the 1v3, but even that was enough of a distraction to get a weapon into K's hands. We've seen them in these high-stakes positions before. They did have Spike under their control. This smoke from their own teammate is, oh my gosh, enough. 3 bullets left. They know where this Brimstone was when they were fleeing from Battison, but they have to reload. They have to fall back. Now, they confirmed, in fact, that Maddie is there. They can do whatever they want.
So Maddie, let's theoretically keep in mind here that Maddie has a full kit. So we've got the Stimmy, we've got a Molly, we've got Smokes. And so with that in mind, so we have everything but the Stimmy. We drop through the teleporter, so we're looking to run as fast as possible over to B-site because we know that the sky is relatively, most likely in CT right now if they anticipated that this is where we're at. But we don't have the Stimmy to drop down in CT to make the run back towards A-site in time, so we have no choice. We have to play for post-plant here, and we're going to try to figure out where this guy is coming from and then drop a smoke down and force out more util. I don't know if and yes, we kind of guessed right that she'd be coming through hookah.
Ooh, yeah. I mean, it's planning for CT. I like K's caution here, making no noise, not giving any indications here, hopefully, to the Brimstone. But they're wrapping around. If they stuck that, this could have been dicey. Now the footsteps are being... You'd think Herb, they're walking all the way! Now, as a result, Maddie gets the time and gets the swing, and a very close round. The Thrifty lost for Plan Bree as Meow Stars keep it under control and get a second round and the lead back to their side.
All right, let's take a look at these buys here. We've got The regen shield's coming in from Madison. I mean, you're buying a lot of util. It's not surprising that you may have to opt for those. Wire is in the same boat as well. I mean, 50 credits versus 0 credits. You're pretty close. Starbound also going to be going for broke in this instance, as will Breeze. So it's looking a little painful for most of the people on the side of Plan Bree. If they lose this round again, we have to go for broke. So we got to be careful here. Even if we win the round, we're looking to do it with as minimal losses as possible, i.e. no one dying or at least 2 or less.
They didn't clear out showers, so Citroen's still able to play here from bench. Beautiful timing off of Bria as well. In showers. And Starbound, they haven't even had to deal with him yet as well. They rendezvoused back behind truck, and Bree was like, I'll take your line. And they battled valiantly from it here. Even though they fall, it's still going to be a 2v4 now, favoring their own team. I like the scale up here as well, capitalizing on the fact that there is not a Sentinel in the mix. Kay, looking for blood, is going to find Lover, but the timing there! Not their head on a swivel, and as a result, the numbers are starting to dwindle. One player now only ahead for Plan Bree. Spike's still in enemy territory, though, and that is the biggest hurdle they have to get past.
And our haunt gets destroyed. We don't exactly know what angle it was destroyed from. We know someone is here. We just don't know where, and that's the scary situation. We're going to try and use this poison orb in conjunction with our toxic screen, most likely to get in. We need to round this together.
Whoa.
We do, but Citherin's execution and patience is just better. They get one, they get the assist on the other, and that's another round for Plan Bree.
And also just having that third person to watch shower so they can set up a double play like that out of short where they most expect the players to come from. Beautifully done to keep it 2-2. And they also kept, as you said, a majority of the players alive, which you were hoping for to start building up the savings. And we get a few players now with that intact. Bree and Citherin a little worse for wear, but Bree, I mean, they've been getting the best, I think, bang for their buck for sure.
Oh,
8
yeah.
and 4 right now. Like, when they have a weapon in hand, it is just a doomsday. But for now, you have to see who can take the lead back, because the buy, yes, is better for Plan Bree, but Meowstars isn't too far behind that department either. And they have the Seekers to set them up for a nice exec.
Ooh. Levia Cutie's Trailblazer gets halted slightly by that snake bite, and then they continue to go forward. I think they might have saw the leg of Chamber, but that's about it. As we do see Bree get the trade onto Ira. We hit the pick-me-up. I'm not positive if it was fully needed, but I think the plan is, hey, I need to get out of here so I live for the retake for my squad.
Oh, for sure. The speed boost is alone a really nice addition. Rotation now. Again, Lover. We've seen them in this position before. It's how they got that Spectre upgrade that threw this game into chaos. And they're looking to do a similar thing here, so maybe their team can take a teleporter rotation if need be. But it seems like that need is not going to be met. K eliminating Lover takes that plan off the table. They got to go with plan A, which is going to be Wire making space here. Citherin's still alive, still causing chaos, and these smokes are not helping. The replenishment is not enough, and it's just going to be these players surrounded after teleportation from Madison. They did a really nice choke play there.
Now, my request to them is do it again, because at this point in time, I feel like we're more equal as far as the buys go. So the choke play, I think, is a little bit harder to execute when we're working with more equivalency weapons. Yes, we do see a half shield and 2 light shields being purchased over on the side of Meowstars, but these weapons are a little bit heavier than what they had last round. So I think these pinches are going to be a little bit harder. We're going to be more capable of playing for a little bit more of a range here for Meowstars, whereas earlier on those other weapons, you don't get the luxury of standing at long angles.
I think my other issue is, well, I'll get to that later, because this is a really stark change of pace here. I mean, the Seeker's already invested. They're just diving into this B exec, maybe recognizing it as a weakness. Why not throw the showstopper into the mix as well? Kay says, nope, I'm scared of nothing here, but Wire's made the space. They made a name for themselves, but unfortunately, it's been traded out. Bree saying, hey, I'm the MVP in the lobby at the moment. So they get the fried. They keep the numbers here for playing Bree, but B's site will eventually fall, maybe gifted as well. It's the plant will go through. And here comes retaliation, Nerdy.
Citherin hits the blast pack, the showstopper, but on the uptick of that showstopper, we get taken down.
1 HP?
Viper's Pit thrown in the mix. We're 180. We step out of the Viper's Pit! Ira, you are very good at aiming and you are a confident player, but sometimes, and I will quote this until the day I'm no longer casting, the smartest thing I've ever heard from an initiator and a controller was, I know when to run away.
Yeah, use the pit to get through, maybe CT go A, but Aside from that, I also we have to say, like, Ira, number 1, top priority for their team at the moment. Number 2, switching from a Cypher to a Viper, like I said, can have a bit of a learning curve.
True.
And, I mean, they're back to an eco round, so I'm curious to see what is going to happen here. This feels like a little bit of a aggressive play. I was going to say, from the players pushing up A short here again when they know there's a weapon disadvantage. This scares me for Plan Bree. But Operator from Starbound, that is a great way to get back on track.
Ooh, and we don't clear the angle. We're not keeping our head on enough of a swivel. Bree and Cithrin will pull the attention, and then the Fade Lover, as she's running out of hookah, gets absolutely demolished.
All right, call me a liar for getting aggressive on your attack half. It's a gamble, or sorry, your defensive half on your eco round. It's a gamble, but it pays off handsomely. The flawless round to follow. 5-2 here, dominance so far from Plan Bree ever since True Rifles came into their hand after, you know, Thrifty threw them off track. And now I maybe have some time to talk about what I thought was going wrong for Meowstars on their attack, right? They're not using this Viper wall from Ira over towards A to be a lurk, right? Instead, they've had Lover be the lurk, and that's one of your info initiators. I would say your primary one, right? When you literally get wall hacks from that haunt. And so they've kind of have the entire concept of their attack flipped in my mind. So I have liked the more direct A assaults, but now they have an extra wrinkle, which is this Operator from Starbound saying, all right, you guys tried to rush B, we've patched that hole. That's no longer a glitch in the system.
So to that, I say you have to keep poking and prodding until you actually find where the next weak point is in this system. And a good way to do that is to take away the senses of some of these players. We do end up having Maddie getting eliminated and Wire, so there goes down 2 of the powerhouses for Meowstars, but Bree gets eliminated, and we can't close the gap fast enough to be intimidating to prevent the Not Dead Yet from being utilized. Bree is like, please, I have to swing out. Just can anybody get here in time? Unfortunately, she comes into the waiting arms of Love It Cutie. We do see that another person goes down to that op. Love It Cutie gets 2. Can you get the last one? The op shot is not good, but the headhunter is Starbound closing out the round with that final elimination.
Dang, that could have been a career clip for Levy Cutie if they just got the ace, the final shots on the Starbound. But if we're looking at the roster you're up against, Starbound is the final raid boss, right? Just got back from a world championship, and as a result, they clutched things up, the 3-piece with the Headhunter out of all options, since they were sporting that Operator still in hand. And now Plan Bree, while they have ults, while they have money, they technically can sit pretty and tie things up at the half, but they want more. They want dominance. They want to close things out here early so they can take a break, sit, you know, and rest, breathe until the grand finals. And, I mean, they're showing it right now.
Kay gets spotted out by the Prowler. The Kitty Cats have identified where some of the players are. We do use this Viper's Pit to try and lock down the entirety of this entrance from Fountain. The Orbital Strike comes through to force that into us. It works out as Maddie gets 2. Unfortunately, though, Bree did find 2 herself. So we're in a 2v3 type situation, and I mean, we've got some great util available from Love It Cutie to allow for initiation here, but I think as soon as we drop down any form of these smokes, all of Plan Bree's squad is going to know what's up. They'll smell the blood in the water, and the sharks will be out to prey.
I'm not sure who's IGLing for Plan Bree, but they did so beautifully, keeping I should say, Starbound over towards the A site, trusting in Bree and Cithrin to hold down the B side. I mean, that's an easy 4-piece for Plan Bree. They look like they're smurfing in these lobbies. 20-6? You're joking.
Some players pop off. Now, also, I will point out that someone mentioned in the chat that this was a, I want to say it was a classic 30K for Maddie on the previous map. It might have, no, it was for Battison on the previous map. So I think that is now swapped, and it's Bree who gets the classic 30K, because, I mean, 20 at round 9 is a little ridiculous. Hopefully you don't run out of gas before the end of this map, because we're definitely going to need it later on, as we have multiple people swinging in showers right now, making sure we get the confirmation on this ult orb grab. I don't think that gave up any information either, because there's just no one outside of showers.
Wow. And 7-2, guaranteed lead. And again, they thought they found a weakness when they got the direct B exec for 1 round, and now it's just Plan Bree saying, yeah, you're never getting that easily here yet again. I mean, even if you get past Battison playing in front of their utility, Bree's going to be there. And Bree this time is baiting for K as well. Beautifully as well. Like, this is the last corner you're going to clear. And as a result, K gets the strike. They followed up with the utility to bait for Bree, and this is just a well-oiled machine. Even if a cog is going to slip through, I mean, Lover here in Hookah, they've been tracked down to the ratty corner they are sitting in. And as a result, it's going to be the 8-2 favoring Plan Bree.
Now, Meow Stars, I think what we're really pushing for here at this moment, and it's going to be rough because we're on an eco, is that 4-round mark when you go into the second half of any map is really, you want to have 4 in your back pocket. It gives you padding because historically, thus far, Meow Stars have shown us they do typically struggle in those early pistol rounds during any half of the game. So we need that extra 2-round padding to build our economy back up in the second half. So now the question is, how do we do that when we're forced onto a heavy eco for one of the last rounds here?
For sure. I mean, they're trying to change things up, right? Go for another overwhelming charge into a location they think isn't being adequately held. This time it's Shower. Starbound, though, has since repositioned. They've been that A-side hold, right? No longer playing over towards Garden. And they should have recognized this, but Bria has also rotated perfectly. And we talked about a final raid boss. Well, she is saying, I am that individual here. 3 on the round, looking for the first ace on broadcast for this Radiant Academy, but they didn't check their own ruse. And they might just get tricked by their own play. Ira alive, finds the frag, dome execution style onto K, and look at this, they're trying to set up Brian Ult, please! No! They don't go for the clip, they don't go for the valiant moment. Instead, they go for allowing their team to take the round, and the 9-2 is insane already. It's the first half and they almost have 30 kills!
I just gotta say, Bree, I don't know what you ate in the 2 minutes that we had between map 1 and map 2. I mean, you were already extremely dominant on map 1. I don't know if Zobi gave over some of their mozzarella sticks and that gave you some new power here. I understand that mod sticks sometimes unlock your third eye, but right now, you are a completely different animal. I need you to share your secret, because my goodness, this is horrifying.
What do they put in the cafeteria food, right?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. And I mean, at this point, Seekers, kind of a last effort here in the last round. I mean, at least you have a buy to back it up, but I mean, Play and Bree also have their ults, right? They have their own Seekers, they have the Tour de Force here for Starbound, and Battison as well. The TP play is just, again, it's just constricting and so difficult to find your way out of, and as a result, it's just chaos. Ults flying left and right. Even Bree can just take a dive because they have the ult that they don't even need! 10-2 double digits already here to end the half.
Switching sides.
Bree, 2 off of 30. Holy McNuggets, you are a scary powerhouse of a cloak player.
They better get it.
Sure anyone who's currently watching is like, I want to be this individual. And one thing I want to point out, because like we were raving about Starbound being put in here, while they did just come back from Worlds, and people were like, holy heck, you want to talk about putting in like the final boss, you've put in Starbound. Well, Bree was like, oh, we're putting in the final raid boss. Excuse me, it's time for me to power up this game and show you who can really be a raid boss. Because they are leaps and bounds above everybody else. No one is even at double-digit elims. Bree, holy cow.
They're taking all of them. And I mean, for everybody also that maybe would recognize this name more, Bree is Aluvili. So they are a very experienced player, right, from this season, playing with Refrag. And again, the off seasons when you get picked up, and they're definitely looking to get signed with this kind of performance. Ira is able to shut down their clone here, so there's hope as of yet from Meow Stars. The fact that they have to win this pistol round if they want to stay alive. But I mean, the B site's been occupied. It's going to be a full flip the map kind of round. Like, we're in kind of the other world at this point, and we'll see what happens.
Well, first thing that does occur is we lose Wire, one of our top fraggers for Meow Stars, someone who's perpetually been popping off for that team. Starbound will find Lover. K goes down to Love It Cutie. We get one not, but 2. Bree does find Love It Cutie. Maddie finds 1, and Cithrin will pick up the last 2. That is Plan Bree, looking like they are going to put themselves at match point very fast.
And look at that, Bree won off from their 30 bomb as well. And I mean, if there's ever a map to show somebody why the team is named after you, this is the map. And also, like I said, they changed their name recently to Bree, so maybe this is a final solidification of, okay, this is the new era for me and my Valorant career. Never going negative ever again, putting up rockstar performances. And I mean, yeah, when you're 11-2, you've got to force. Look at this, Stingers, Marshall, Bucky from Meow Stars. This is do or die. They are putting up their last fast defenses, and if not, everything is going to cave around them with map point. Series point. And Bree, of course, you've hit your 30 bomb already. Go for more.
Ira gone. Our Sky, one sliver of health, gets taken out by the Outlaw. Battison taking down Lover. Kay gets the plant, and this looks like it is all but match and series point for Plan Bree.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, flawless fashion too, right? It feels like Meowser is running a little bit of out of steam, like we said. A lot of the stakes were working against them here. Insane performance so far in Radiant Academy, but how do you shut down a player that's 31-8? I mean, like, I'm sorry, like, there is just, like, again, there's a matter of who is the better team on the day, right? Of who shows up, and Bree is showing up right now. Like, there's not much you can do to counter that. Maybe 4 judges is the solution. Look at this. Wait, they're in the right spot though. What is this? Just smoke it out, hope and pray they don't realize.
Yes.
I want to see this so bad. You don't even know.
I love how we just stuck the Trailblazer
Wait, the dog
out.
saw.
We're just like, come here.
Did the
I'm
dog
waiting
see?
for you.
I think the dog saw it. So now there's hesitation. Maybe also waiting for the incendiary, but no, they dipped. They're saying, guys, we saw, 2 players there.
No, they saw the judges. The moment of silly is gone.
Aw. Couldn't get one before the game ended, apparently. I mean, it's still a 5v5. Hey, they're trekking back there, and nobody is left. Oh, now they even have a judge crossfire. The flash from Levy Cutie. This could still happen. I want to see Maddie re-smoke it.
They got it.
Yeah.
They're gone.
Oh!
There's one, but there's 2 others here, and we need to reload.
Heal up, squad.
Oh, what a try. And of course, they can heal up the final raid boss, Bree. Only saving grace here could be Ira and Hookah. Sometimes you don't clear this space out, and you can, like, catastrophize the round. But with them going elbow here as well. Oh my gosh, Wire, 10 HP, but has a judge. There it is. Like I mentioned, Ira. The cat's out of the bag, quite literally. Just trying to go for time at this point. There's 30 seconds left. They gotta get Spike down, and Spike is down in a different way.
Player stand.
Well, I mean,
What,
Lover
Kay?
just gunned down Bree, but Kay
All
took
right.
down
Attackers
3.
win. And that's full time. Good stuff.
Wow. I don't even know what to say. I mean, Kay steps up there when it looked like there was a chance the silly judges could make a run to keep them in this game, to keep them in Radiant Academy 107, but it seems like the star student this time is Plan Bree 2-0. They are going to be the first team to punch their ticket into the grand finals, right? Like, we're about to have an intellectual breakdown to see who is our valedictorian of the final season, and no clue. I mean, 519 ACS for Bree. That's gotta be, like, that's definitely like a Radiant Academy record, I'd say. Like, not counting, like, group stage matches.
I mean, all I gotta say is Plan Bree, they definitely chose their namesake wisely at this point in time. Now, so far, they've been very successful on their group projects and highlighting their team lead. Now, we are going to be moving into grand finals. Can the study materials they've been using be enough? The change-ups that they're able to do, the way they're shifting their gameplay, pulling out different players to highlight other skill sets, and just changing up the dynamic just enough to keep the team composition the same, but changing the play style shakes things up and makes it so that they're extremely successful. Can they continue to pull forward and continue with that into grand finals? Hopefully, but Bree, when you pop off that hard, I really hope that you're not exhausted. But that was extremely exciting regardless.
I mean, that is one benefit with this squad, right? It is like a 7-person roster, right? With Australis, with, like we said, Malvili, Zan, and all of them. So they can have these players kind of come in and come out and be refreshed. And I mean, the fact that they didn't even need to tap into the Starbound mentality as well means that they'll be ready and rearing to go if they keep them in for the grand finals. Because again, now we don't even know, like, if you're their opponent, like, is Starbound going to be playing? I think if Ev's playing in the grand finals, which would be if our other team gets through names are hard straight garbage if they make it in the grand finals, I think Starbound would want to play, surely. But we'll have to wait and see, Dirty Bird.
Yeah, so we'll actually give those teams just a little bit of breathing room, in fact, before they even have to find out who their final opponent is, because the final bosses are here. The final exam is on the table. It's time for your SATs. Hopefully you studied up enough, but before we send you off to your last battle, the last bastion, we're going to take one more break here before we go into our grand finals. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back here with more Radiant Academy in just a little bit. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Radiant Academy. It is Nerdy Bird and Zoe here calling all the action for you. And we, as your kind instructors, have decided that before we send you off to your final exam for the evening, for this event as a whole, that we will give you some more time to study, some more study guides in the form of two squads that's currently going up against each other off screen. We'll be bringing them on screen in a little bit. That's Straight Garbage going up against Kitty Tactics. Now, I want your oh yeah, part 2. Apologies. Kitty Tactics part 2. I want your 2 cents here regarding both of these squads. I got to see Kitty Tactics yesterday, and they play by the book pretty solidly. Like, they took the study guide and they memorized that entire thing. But what about Straight Garbage? Can you give me some intel here on them?
Oh, I mean, for me, I think like Straight Garbage were surprised that it's going to go to a map 3 because they were the team that kind of like should have won. And I got some insider information that they maybe were trolling their compositions on map 1, and after they lost a map, they got serious. And I believe the score is what, 12-6 right now after a very close 1v1. So they're still duking it out, but it seems like it's going to go to map 3, which will be our extra credit lesson for you guys. But aside, that extra credit lesson will be on Split again, by the way, if it happens. But aside from that, this is a squad that's composed of like kind of like FlyQuest retirees like Kara, Ev, who's currently on the roster, and a mix of other just insane players as well. We have a Scary Shark or Nora as well, who stepped in for Terror, so they still are adhering to that 2 main event player limit as well, since Kara had retired and was no longer playing with FlyQuest. They also didn't count as a main event player, so it's like they have like a main event quality player that's not technically a main event player, so this is like a super team, because they also have Irene and Saber as well to round things out, so definitely a squad to be feared. But they're up against Kitty Tactics, which, as the name entails, it's kind of like it's like a Franken monster of Teddy Tactics players. So that's also main event players with Stay, who also is like a sad Frost retiree, or I should like they left that roster. So it's definitely a good mix of players from like the scene in general, duking it out.
And one thing I do want to point out is that Kitty Tactics Part 2, they are down their Omen, so they also have a sub in for Leia today. Lila? I'm saying the name wrong either way. The Omen that we had popping off yesterday on Haven, she had life events occur, so she is going to be out for the remainder of at least this matchup, which does break my heart because the Omen and the Cypher gameplay yesterday was what I was here for, and I was adoring it, but I do anticipate a little bit more of that when we go into these maps. However, when we move into map 3, if we're going away from the silliness, because anyone that was here yesterday is fully aware that there were some teams onliners that had some silliness occurring. What do you anticipate if we were to go by the book we'll be seeing from either of these squads?
On map 3 of Split.
Yeah.
It's so hard to call, right? Because Split, I feel like, especially since we just saw it at Game Changers Champs quite a bit, there's so many teams taking different approaches, right? Like, we just got to cast it, for example. And we haven't really gotten to see that double duelist, but that's definitely one approach that you can go with as kind of the old meta of this map, and it still works out pretty well. Then you have this kind of new meta, which is the Deadlock introduction, because the Deadlock's just kind of like a stronger Sage, right? Like, you see that mid wall that Sage was known for on Split? Well, she's not getting picked anymore. Bless that she's getting buffed coming up. Aside from that, I think it's going to be a question of if they're willing to try out new things, or if they want to go back to that old meta, and how much they've mastered it as well. Because, you know, your crosshair placement does get rusty over time, and we saw a lot of duels, especially in our last matchup on that map, come down to just like gun duels at the end of the day.
I do think foreseeably, without naming exact agents that we might see,
okay,
coming from Kitty Tactics Part 2, we might end up actually having a double controller composition coming out from them. I do know that that is a comp they're familiar with. They're pretty decent with it. We actually witnessed that yesterday from them. And then on the flip, I say that also knowing that Stay was a pretty strong soloist duelist for them, specifically on Haven. They were left on an island while their Sova player was lurking, gathering intel, finding executions when on the off chance Stay had to disengage, there'd be a wraparound coming in from their initiator just to pinch off the play and make sure that maximum gathering of information, maximum damage output. So I do foresee that there will be that double controller with the initiation aspect focusing on Stay to make sure that Stay is able to be the powerhouse that they were yesterday, with the caveats of maybe some minor improvements in regards to how they treat their save rounds, because some of their save rounds, I think yesterday they definitely had some learning moments from, specifically like when we're going in to use our Neon ultimate, which is pretty common, you know, you use Jet ultimate, you use Neon or Raze ult when you're on an eco round and you use them as your point, and you go in and use that as opportunity to pick up weapons. We saw like a class act of that on Split, specifically coming out from Wire. You could see Neons and Jets doing that too, but more often than not, we actually had Stay hitting it and being alone, so there's no one to help clean up those kills, and instead would just meet the open end of a gun barrel immediately. So perhaps today those executions are being done better. I know that you mentioned that there was like a little bit of trolling going on from absolute from garbage, and with that in mind, I do think that perhaps there is still, even though there's trolling going on, improvement that came over from the side of Kitty Tactics Part 2, so that matchup was difficult for them, so they have to treat this one a little bit harder. And we can actually take a look at the playoff bracket in its entirety, so you can get a glimpse of just the battles that have been fought thus far.
And there it is as well, the confirmation that Straight Garbage did end up winning map 2, and we're waiting to see what that score was. It was a 13-6 over on that map 2 of Bind. So we are going to the split, and I did do a little fact checking as well as your teacher to make sure you had the right knowledge before the final exam, which is that Straight Garbage has not played split this entire event. It's been a lot of Haven, Ascent, Sunset. So again, jumping into a map they haven't played just yet, and it is a pug squad. You're gonna have to lean into some of these heroic players, and when we look at the power levels, like, it seems like Straight Garbage would be ahead of them, but like you mentioned, Kitty Tactics, they're not players to sleep on. When they hit their highs, they can beat even the best of them.
Kitty Tactics, definitely, if you're wanting to learn how to play by the book, play the standard compositions, and know exactly how you need to be executing them and playing to your own personal strengths as each agent, I really do think watching yesterday's VOD, specifically for Haven, was a masterclass on it. Just a couple of adjustments here and there, and literally you are watching pro-level gameplay. So Kitty Tactics can definitely hold their own for sure when it comes to running these standard compositions. But are we going to, as we walk into Split for map number 3, be pulling a play from the old playbook, and as you mentioned, going with that double duelist type of composition that we haven't seen in a while? Like I said, I really do think they'll be leaning into that double controller composition. Straight Garbage, I'm not so positive, but I do still anticipate possibly the double Senti composition from them on the flip side, which is exactly what we got to witness earlier.
Yeah, for sure. And we can take a look, I believe, at the map picks and bans as well. We kind of reiterated over and over again as well what those were looking like, where it was kind of bans that I think make a lot of sense. Pearl, obviously, the newer map, back in the pool. Abyss, the same kind of concept. And then they went to these comfortable picks. So it was no surprise that that Kitty Tactics banned out Ascent, since it is one of the strongest maps. But what was interesting to me was the fact that Straight Garbage did choose to play Split over Sunset. And it might go back to what you actually mentioned a little bit, which was number one, right? You're like, if your opponent plays that map and you think their map is better than yours and you don't want to play it. But also with Terra not playing today and Nora stepping in as well, Terra brought a very unique agent to Sunset, which was the Vice pick. So not having that player in your roster as well means your whole plan for Sunset, at least for this pug squad, this tournament, could be out the window. So they want to go to split a map that they don't have any information on this team for.
And just a quick little information here from our production squad as well. Even though Bind was won out by Straight Garbage, it was
Haven.
Oh, sorry. Haven? What?
That was map one, yeah, Haven. 15-13 for Haven.
Apologies. Yes, it was 15-13 for Haven. Yes, okay. Thank you.
Yeah, so like we said, that was like undeniably both of these teams' best picks. And if 15-13 is Straight Garbage trolling, and then we go to a 13-6 on Bind when they get their act straight, then I have no clue what we're gonna get in Split. It could just be another steamrolling, right?
It could be, yeah, building off of that momentum that they created in Bind, or, because these teams didn't know they were going to get broadcasted until the end of the second map. Perhaps there's a new fire lit in the bellies of all of these players, and we have a battle to the very finish, and we have an extremely exciting map 3 here on Split. I do think that it's going to, again, come down to who initiates their duelist the best in these matchups. Okay. One thing I want to point out is that the Sentinel player of Ravenrar Uwu over here, she, yesterday, her Cypher gameplay was devastational. It was insane to watch. Absolutely adored it. So excited to see more of that, because Split does lean into that Cypher gameplay if you want to do it. And Fennekin, same thing, was on Initiator, playing Sky predominantly yesterday. also a master class when it came for kitty tactics. Now on the side of straight garbage, I'm really excited to see what we have coming in here because we're running with the tried and true, the old classic. We've got double duelist coming in for straight garbage.
I willed
I'm
it into
excited.
existence. What
You
can I
did.
say? I mean, it makes sense, right? Like, you're a team that has not played Split together since it's a Pug Squad. This act, obviously, there's been no changes to Split, just the meta with the Neon from Stay coming out, which I think is what the Deadlock kind of pick is usually designed to counter nowadays. And I mean, I think it's gonna go really, really well for them. My only concern a little bit is, I mean, yes, you're choosing your Cypher, so you have that kind of sight hold stability, but you don't have really any other, I guess, sense of stability, right? Choosing, I would say, the Clove over, say, a Viper, over an Omen, over an Astra even. You don't have that kind of secondary sense of stability, right? Like a Breach Stun. Like, you don't have stall power is what I'm saying, right? I feel like there's a lot of disrespect for that metal, that, like, vulnerable, or that decay, I should say, from it, that people just continue to entry off of it, regardless of it. So I'm curious to see if Kara can put a stop to them, like, put their actions where their mouth is, or their agent pick's namesake is, you know?
I feel like when it comes to the Raze Clove duo here, if they're holding a site together and yes, the metal is thrown in conjunction with, let's say, a paint grenade or perhaps the boombot, then yes, it has some form of staying power to keep people out of an area, prevent the engagement, but you're 100% correct. The metal is no longer respected. I know in the beginnings, at its inception, it was way too powerful, and they've since made adjustments, but now with this, how its decay works, it's just people they're gonna swing anyway. They're like, oh, Clove is here. If there's no follow-up damage, it really makes people think it is just Clove, and they are willing to swing you.
Well, I mean, this aggressive comp starting out in the attack, so that is a huge plus. Aside from that, I know we got some Irene fans in chat, so that obviously is going to draw an eye to them as well here going into this. But it's the pistol round, anything goes, and it looks like what's going to go is a mid attempt here. Nobody holding vent sites, so that's going to be a weak point, but they do have a double stack here over towards stairs.
Scary Shark is all the way in through vents. Orange is backing off outside of that ruse. Was our powerhouse of a controller yesterday coming in for Kitty Tactics Part 2. They're disengaging. The boombot's going to go through. I don't think it's going to clear out Male perfectly, but Orange's has been revealed. They need to disengage. We're using some utility to try and give Orange's some breathing room. Sky gets dangerously low, and so Kara instead swaps to take the point of the initiator here. Lurking outside of this dark cover, and we see shots fired, and Kara says, nope, we out.
I like this. They're not afraid to disengage. They haven't lost any players, only time. I would have hoped to see Irene a little bit further up here if they were going to try and repivot back to the A site, especially since also the Jet didn't find anything over towards B main. So it really feels like they're back to square one, but with less time, right? And a disadvantage because their Sky has been pinged heavily down in the HDP department. The only player that cannot heal. And as a result, if stuff like this continues to happen, there could be chaos on the site exec. Oh.
30 seconds remaining, and Leia is attempting to go for broke. Takes some damage, does some in return, but Irene will get that elimination. Here comes that plant, the standard one that we're seeing in these early rounds, leaning more towards screens, and Ravenrar, there she goes, taking down Irene.
Orange is trying to pick up the slack. It is still a 2v2. Kara not able to top themselves off just yet. And a little chip off the jiggle is enough to finish off Scary Shark or Nora. Kara left to do the hero's bidding, and unfortunately the trades are just too clean. And Oranges, maybe they've gotten blessed by Leia by being on this Omen. Just whoever on this team is in the controller role is going to pop off, frag off, and secure their team the first round and the pistol. Now, Nerdy Bird, I was expecting you to see, like, shock in the agent select that Leia was, in fact, playing, right? And they're even on the duelist role, right?
Yeah, I am a little bit surprised. I really was hoping we'd see more Omen play from Leia, but Orange was also the other person that plays controller in this group, which is why I kind of anticipated Kitty Tactics going with the double controller composition. But instead, opting for this double duelist,
Yep.
I'm here for it.
I mean, it makes sense, right? You said they were fragging up a storm, put them on a primarily fragging agent. It's kind of like the approach we saw when they swapped Sithrin and Battison in our last best of 3, but we'll see if it works out for now. I mean, it did because the Oranges was able to clutch it up, but ooh, we've seen Thrifty's second rounds, and Irene has put a good name in for themselves here to try and get that ball rolling. They gotta still go far away here if they want to flip the script this second round.
Okay, so We've notoriously seen players not look up, and this time Saber knows oranges. They probably watched the VOD yesterday and took notes, aware that the omens on this squad like to take the high ground. We understand it gives you the advantage, but sometimes the gunpowder is not enough, as we have Ravenrar drop down, get 1, get 2, get 3. That is spike secured on the objective. Irene will fall to the judge. Saber judges stay right back. Now it is a 2v1, make it a 1v1. But Kitty Tactics, the health pool is in your favor, and Fennekin lurked up through alley.
That was like way too close for comfort. I am not going to lie. Like a shocker that Saber, number one, was able to get that long range judge kill, but I couldn't tell if they didn't have spike in their control or anything, but also just like hesitating for a moment, trying to check their back instead of like getting into a safe quarters where they only had one angle to worry about. Hard position to be in, but still, they did damage, so there's like 0 chance of a bonus conversion here, right? So they should be able to win out this buy round, get a point on the board, and go about their merry way here.
That is what the intended plan is, but it might be thwarted if we lose someone too early on. Leia uses the satchels, gets out. Saber is going to swing back forward. Cyber Cage goes up to ensure that Saber can continue to walk towards ramps. Stay disengaged and is coming right back, about to face down 3 people and get punished for it.
Alright, so 4v4, site's still not occupied. It did give time here, I should say, to Leia to step into the back of site, but with only a deagle in hand, that's going to be hard to hold on to. They need the support of their team of their breach, and just like that, they are going to funnel into their death, trying to help their teammate. Raven might be seeking, about to find the same fate, but they're instead going to wait on oranges. Does have the shroud to get past the trap flare, but the sound cue should be there. Irene should be aware. I think there's some pings over towards main. The spy cam not just spotting it out. They're in that blind spot. And it's just going to be a matter of time. When do you press the go button?
Patience. If anything, Kitty Tactics has shown me in the past that they are a very patient team. They may know at this point perhaps it's best that they just stick with the weapons they have and disengage, but I mean, the eco truly isn't so terrible that they have to. Unfortunately, both of them on opposite sides means that they're pulling attention in 2 different directions when there's 3 people to look at them, and they end up losing out both their 1v1s.
Yep, and there we go. Like I said, rifles in hands, the first round on the board. Did lose a few players, but that's just trades coming through. Some nice angles as well. So there we go. This is the question that now develops when it's in the hands of both of these squads, when it is going to be rifles for both, other than Saber opting for the Blade Storm instead. How will it go? Especially when there's light shields and regen shields scattered across Kitty Tactics. And also look at this, Stay wants to get active.
I think Stay's anticipating this Blade Storm. Gets in there. The relay bolt does not land. That's Boldu is eviscerated. Sliced and diced by Saber. Comes in with the classic and now gets a Vandal in hand.
Ace, we've not seen one on broadcast. They've been continually denied, and Saber is a prime opportunity to get one on the board. I think we just saw the neural theft, so they know both are heaven, and Irene saying, no, Ace, for you, I want the 2-piece. Unfortunately, though, the trade comes through, and all they've done is left Raven, Battle, and Bruise 25 HP. The high-low should get the job done if they can even try to take one away from that puzzle, and there it is. Car with the final frag. We are tied early out the gate, 2-2.
All right, let's take a look at the scoreboard for each player in particular. We've got Saber leading the charge here, 9-2, and then Ravenrar on the other side is at 6-4. So still close, but Saber definitely being quite the powerhouse. Now, if you are currently straight garbage, aware that this is a save round, you got to be careful, because I think the first person to round a corner, come into the waiting arms of a Bucky, or get hit with a relay bolt by Stay, you're giving neuro theft over, plus you're giving up your gun, and I can almost promise you, if there's good information given over in this instance, it's going to be huge for Kitty Tactics, and the first party on the ground is going to be Scary Shark.
There we go. Finally, Kitty Tactics and that proactivity pays off, but they overstay their welcome. Irene with the refrag, this time playing with the team instead of being on a solo lurk. Speaking of solo expenditure, Stay was deep in the throes of A main, so Fennekin finding this frag, buying time for this from the shadows from oranges. All of it is beautiful, but the read is even better from Ev. Before the cages pop, they also find Fennekin. As a result, Stay left in the 1v2, only a Bucky in hand, best agent to do it with, but I like this idea. Shuffle the spike off to Ev, get the Seekers online, and I mean, perfect bodyguard with Irene at your back. The 3-piece and the 3 rounds on the board now for straight garbage.
Now, if you're Kitty Tactics, I mean, okay, that... Truthfully, they took a lot of weapons out of the hands of Straight Garbage, but it wasn't enough to break their economy and leave it in shambles. You got to do it a couple more times for Straight Garbage to not be able to buy up for the round in its entirety. If anything, Kitty Tactics is still suffering because they bought utility last round in order to try and make that happen in their favor, which don't blame them for doing it. We do see 2 regen shields being opted for over buying full shields. So let's see, Kitty Tactics, are you able to pull the economy back in your favor this round, or does this kind of start a steamroll for a couple rounds?
I mean, they do have some ults to patch those holes, right? Showstopper, Overdrive, be the reason why the Neon took the dive on that retake. But what Straight Garbage has up their sleeve is the Seekers, right? So they get this mid control pretty much uncontested and use the Seekers to decide what duel to take. A beautiful Paranoia, but without action, Orange just can't follow it up. So now Stay trying to get active, trying to get the refrags, and all of that is not enough either. Raven, a sly camera can set Stay up, but they don't see the second one at the side of Kara. So it's Raven that has to step up here from CT, and they are doing so beautifully. 3 kills, and Saber finally shuts them down. Leia, Showstopper through the wind. The Rose ult does not equate things into a 1v1, and now they have no info where either player is. Yeah,
no info, but Irene, she knows where everyone's at.
Cypher special.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
This
I'm
is
out
why-
of breath. That was like so fast after the Seekers were popped. Like, very nicely done.
Look, this is why Cypher players just scare me all the time. I know I'm not the only person. Like, put your hand up if you've ever felt personally victimized by a Cypher player.
I
Please tell
am
me
a
I'm
Cypher
not.
player.
Yeah, put your hand up if you ever felt personally victimized by Zerby in game. Me. It's all in jest. I absolutely adore and love you, but I digress. Raven, Irene, both of you. This is why information is so powerful, and then just the angry cabbages to boot. Just adding to how much intel that these ciphers are able to gather and combine and just absolutely go on rampages. As we see the guiding light go through, the point flash is then used in return. The volley does not work out in Fennec's favor. They end up getting eliminated, but Ravenrar backing off, disengaging, being like, hey, that's a lot of util. I'm going to wait for the squad. I'm sorry, my friend.
Nice. Talk about info, the Cyphers, even though Irene took the cake in the round, Raven had a beautiful 3k last round as well. And now they got a frag this round off of their own trap wires. They're still alive and kicking. Now the Neural Theft and the Vandal upgrade. This is very winnable, even if Straight Garbage still has 1, maybe 2 up on them, since the Not Dead Yet is in the picture. I like this again, playback Cypher when guns are even. Let's see what the outcome is this time around. And it's Kara! Wow, that's how it's supposed to look when you plan for backside and play backside, right? When you have the guns. Remember we did that whole analysis last best of 3? That's how it's supposed to work.
And so this is the planned outcome. It just doesn't always work out like that, but that is, for everyone taking notes, what you should be. After all, we're in class right now. This is your last study
Extra
prep
credit,
before the final exam. That's how it's supposed to be done.
Well, no, if you're starting to lose rounds now that rifles are hand-in-hand, especially 5 in a row, you need something to shatter the momentum, and what better than stay with an operator? They're expecting a really big mid-hit because they've yet to challenge mid-control, right? And so that's exactly what was going to happen. The flash though kind of scares them away, and they're kind of retaliate with the Showstopper. A beautiful shot from Nora or Scary Shark. Leia trying to hold the line as well, but they're going to get naded out, and it's just util upon util. They still don't know the operator's there when it finally is sprung. They're not even going to hit the shot.
Stay has no choice but to disengage. And the one thing I want to point out is this is demonstrating Kitty Tactics. They've learned their lesson. They know that they can't leave Stay on an island when Stay has this op. Because they're such a threat, there's 2 options that are going to occur. They're just not going to swing the angle anymore, or they're going to be very confident in their ability to force the operator to disengage and continue to pressure that operator, which is exactly what Straight Garbage just did. Now, they're taking down the tripwire, putting up the cage. Irene and our Clove with Scary Shark are running to tower.
Go back A.
Nope, the op is there. You should disengage. Yep, they're disengaging. They know better.
Yeah, I mean, there's 45 seconds left. Look how deep your sky is. Like, Raven is not expecting this. And while the Ev is able to find Fennec, and the trade comes through. So it is a 2v3, but Raven's such low HP. Knife out. They thought they had the timing, and now Kara just searching for Stay, who, as they all know, has the operator. So they think there could be an inkling of a save here. That's exactly what Stay does. It grinds to a screeching halt, the breaks and all. Just holding things down, waiting for an over peak. And that's what I love about this round from Straight Garbage, right? Was they started out mid, they took the fights they thought they could win, but then they didn't overstay. They didn't over peak, right? They didn't get overconfident. And even here, right, they're smoking off the operator, not giving them a chance to hit any of these shots in the 1v3. They don't want to charge up that overdrive. So Straight Garbage, yes, they have the reason to have confidence, but they're playing it so carefully. Nice job.
They're giving respect where it is due, but Scary Shark comes through and gets the final elimination. The attempted save was there, but it was thwarted by Scary Shark.
That's a nasty shot. I think the dash, like, or the speed was active with them jumping down too, so like tracking going hard there for Nora. But aside from that, 6-2, Straight Garbage guaranteed at least a tie at the half with this bye. Definitely gonna be looking for more. Only saving grace could be the Rolling Thunder if they see some choppy opening kills. And look at this, right? The conditioning Straight Garbage has set up that they are gonna hit mid time and time again has made it so this eco round has a strategy of 4 players towards mid. And this time the only player towards mid is your lurk, Irene. So like spike him not spotting anything. When do you rotate? When the spike goes down? When you hear the players satcheling up ramps? It's hard to call.
I mean, the tripwire went off, so I think that's the cue to rotate, especially when we have our Rays almost back into spawn once again. Kara on the high ground from heaven. We see the concuss go through. It does land on one. Raven's going to use that cyber cage to gain some space. Scary Shark gets some shots in, but none of them connect. We've revealed our location. Kara loses the duel to stay with the Deagle. Hits the not dead yet. Irene will get eliminated. Saber finds another. Saber finds 2. It's a 3v3 with a very low health. Neon were currently no one able to save them.
And I was worried about that not dead yet coming in. I was like, I don't know if they need that for an eco round as the final shorty finishes things off. But I think they used it not to stay alive, but to make sure that they didn't get that gun upgrade, right? Because you get that dismissed out of the action, you keep your rifle in hand if they don't collect it before you resurrect. And then just this cherry on top, right, was getting that kill after Saber pops off. So beautifully done just to guarantee to lock in a lead at the half, no matter what happens these next 5 rounds. Or sorry, 4 rounds. I can math. Wait, 3 rounds. I can math! It's been a long day already. And aside from that, I mean, Game Changers, or I should say Raidiant Academy isn't a time for timeouts per se, but Kitty Tactics, this is one I would be contemplating one.
We actually yesterday saw quite a few timeouts being called on both sides, so they're not afraid to do it, but I don't know if Kitty Tactics... I don't know if Kitty Tactics per se wants to do it right now. As we see that Rolling Thunder go through mid, I think it did hit it hit a few people inside of Ramen. We see the Boombot as well. We've gained space. Irene takes down Stay, so there goes our operator. We're having the duel with Fennec and Scary Shark. Leia comes through, rounds out towards Ramen to get the duel against Fly, who's at Sewer. Saber wins out against Oranges. We're in a 3v3. There's a Blade Storm possibility, but Kara is on an island right now.
There's the blades you asked for, and honestly, it's just more the finishing move. Raven over towards heaven. The gamble towards CT incorrect, and now Kara's just trying to tuck away. Save time, use the smoke to shorty to get out so that they can get Irene back into the picture, but they are going to take that picture all on their lonesome. The star of the portrait, the star of the show, and they get the 8th round here for Straight Garbage off of another shorty kill. And I mean, 2 things. One, that is gutsy to invest the Rolling Thunder outright into Ramen, right? And I think there needed to be a bigger follow-up from the squad. I think that's been my other issue with Fennekin is you said during Agent Select, you're like, oh, this is going to be whoever wins is whatever initiator sets up their duelist better. Well, when you're running a double duelist, Fennekin feels like they've been taking a lot of solo fights, right? Playing their own game, playing for themselves. And sometimes that lack of altruism isn't what you need as an initiator. So we'll see. I mean, this round they're swinging with their team a little bit here, trying to swing off a Stay, but Stay has a Marshall, right? So it's not going to do much.
I'm interested to see if we have that transition away from more of the solo initiator greedy play to facilitating one of the duelists a little bit more, and then a duelist perhaps playing more kind of mid-presence / protection in the mid zone, or just swinging together in mid with our initiator, which I do anticipate seeing more initiator inside the mid zone, but Controller being there with a Bucky also works out to get a 2-piece for themselves.
About to say, I think you've been spotted there, Irene. Stay with the Marshall. Fennekin as well on the opposite side of the map with the Eagle. They're starting to piece these players apart one after another. Scary Shark here. Not any information, just going for the gamble that there isn't another player here. And unfortunately, that's not going to work out when Leia with the Deagle is there on the Thrifty thrown to the wind. Is going to keep Straight Garbage out of a dominant round half. You said what? You want 4 minimum, especially for a double duelist squad? They're fighting tooth and nail for it.
Truly, it puts you in, I mean, like, it doesn't give you a sense of comfort, but it lets you have a little bit of breathing room. And honestly, when it's just going to come down to finding that crack in the armor and truly being able to just continue to hold that confidence with you. And I think the mid-controlling, leaving Oranges to do it is working out. Honestly, Oranges is showing that they're fine being there by themselves. So let's get a little aggro in the other spots, and Stay is showing exactly that. Gets the shot, disengages, and goes for the rotation, knowing that most likely we can stand here for a moment, but then the rest of the information is going to be going to A site.
Oh, the gamble here for Irene pays off. They let Finnegan slip away, but now they've joined force with the rest of their team who went through events. You know, the operator duel was lost by Saber over towards main. A great recovery. A leg shot is going to keep the Clove alive as well. And suddenly Scary Shark is unleashed. They've scented blood in the water, and they are going all in. Unfortunately, they're met with the overdrive. Stay says, I may have had an operator, but now I've got lightning fingers. A 2v3. Super low HP here. Kara, though, gets 1 kill. They have a resurrection.
Almost out.
Oh, Kitty Tactics. Stay is trying so hard to get intel with our ultimate.
Oh,
we
no.
teleport in. Oranges goes down, Stay goes down, and there's 3 standing for Straight Garbage still. It's 3 to 9, unfortunately. The 4-8 was not in the cards, but 3, it's close.
9-3 curse. I mean, we said it already. They're the underdogs, so what better than a 9-3 comeback to punch your ticket into the grand finals, right? Like, that's like the best storyline ending here, but they got to win this pistol in order to secure it in all of our minds and all of our hearts here. And, I mean, I'm trying to, like, deter or differentiate between these two compositions in terms of their attack versus their defense. Like I said beforehand, in my mind, I think the composition that Kitty Tactics had was better on the defense. Not better on the defense, better out of the 2 comps for the defense. Like when I look at like the Clove and stuff, like the utility wise. But I think just the pure frags that Straight Garbage have brought forward are going to pass that up. So it's going to be difficult, to say the least.
Yeah, Kara is just a whole new level of a beast when it comes to this controller gameplay. It's taking very bold positioning, hiding in their ruse, is not getting really punished for it. Unless, like, they get trades in these instances, and it's just almost like we keep thinking that Kara's not going to be in their ruse, so we go through it kind of haphazardly, and we force a situation where we get traded out, and that's never good.
Speaking of trades, nice little bait there from Saber so Irene could finish off Raven. And I loved how coordinated that entry was, right? There was always somebody behind the next to get the trades, right? We saw Kara go in, they get traded. We saw then Scary Shark, the one that traded them, and then they get traded by Ev, and then Ev falls. And while that cycle then ends, it's still going to be the 1v2 with Raven left. And the final 2 are able to a little high-low action it to get to double digits to deny maybe the 9-3 Cinderella story from coming true. We'll have to see, though. We saw, what was it? We were pretty close to a second round Thrifty. And we'll see if it happens here again, especially with the Stingers, the Bucky buy, right? Like, this is, again, an all-in when you realize your back's up against the wall.
Oh, and our back is someone else who had their back up against the wall was Ev, and they used it to their advantage with that judge getting 1, but they're too far away to find that other elimination. They end up getting eliminated, but everyone else makes quick work of the remainder of Kitty Tactics.
Looking like they're doing some long-range judge trolling, but the rest of the team was surrounding them anyways. They got the gamble correct over towards the A side, and they just locked in. And now even with some weapon upgrades, they're like, we're ending this now. Like, we're getting to map point. We're getting to those grand finals. We're getting the FlyQuest Civil War. But aside from that, Deagles, I mean, it's called the GCD for a reason. We'll see if it's the Thrifty that they need to stay alive in Raidiant Academy 107.
I have hope. I have faith. Will this hope be dashed? There's always a chance. I'm just the caster. I'm here to provide entertainment and analysis. If I'm wrong, I'm sorry.
I mean, look at this. The cam. They should have pre-fired Kara before they got the chance to get out, but a beautiful bait into the Bucky, and Raven rises above all. 2 Deagle headshots in quick succession. No share shots should have been what they needed. And Raven a third, trying to get information through as well. They're hooked for the ace with the Eagle.
Cypher player!
Come on. We've been robbed the ace over and over again. The bait as well, but Irene was the only player with the Phantom in hand for this entire squad. And they have yet to be revealed. So the true threat now having been unearthed. You've gotten the plant down. I mean, you can't risk giving them the ace for this round to be lost. Like, that's what's so difficult about this moment.
I'm just flabbergasted that Raven managed to rise above in this moment and Deagle in hand.
No!
They find the executions, but we are.
Oh my god!
And we didn't identify that Irene was there.
And look at that, the clove pick, right? You get the ruse up. Should be able to get it to half here. The paranoia orange is going through all the motions. They could be sticking it, but I think the time is up. They realized Irene is off. Just like that, the smoke's going to dissipate. It's been replaced. The half is gone, and it's always the shot from Orange. Is confident in their timing. Is confident in the clutch. Won't survive with that Phantom, but, I mean, you survived, and that's all that matters.
They lived to fight another round here in Radiant Academy. That was... I know that they're probably feeling the pressure in this moment, but that was well executed. And not just that, look at the economy for Straight Garbage. We almost, like, we're getting pretty broke. And I mean, Scary Shark, I respect the operator buy, but perhaps maybe a lighter buy so we're with our team's eco would be better. They're hoping
silly.
It works in your favor. So we go for the swing peek. You don't jiggle peek in mid slowly. You always got to go for the jump peek.
I mean, again, they're expecting them to be taking things seriously, not forcing an operator while the rest of their team goes for a half buy. And as a result, they're going to get a second opportunity. They notice that they slinked in the library there, and as a result, ooh, it's just Scary Shark. Frag after frag. They like to make us liars, Nerdy, I swear, because they're going for their fourth here. The reload. Probably gonna swing on a Raven. Oh.
Stop taking one.
No, they don't know.
Enough.
If they hit that, I would have been done.
I think I would have. I would have also been emotionally drained. But Orange's Ravenrar, my Cypher and my Omen gameplay making me proud right now.
Oh my goodness, there's no way the Guardian gets this. Oranges just clutched the last round against Irene, asked to do it again. Mind games off the paranoia. Irene is falling for none of it. The headshot lines up like clockwork, and the clock just struck midnight. 12 on the board. Straight Garbage, one round away from grand finals.
Hey, Scary Shark, I think you owe Irene like a pizza or some mozzarella sticks for grabbing that operator for you, because they very much so could have just left it and been like, bro.
Oh, for just clutching the round too, I'd say. After you invested that. But I mean, I think it's going to be in good hands considering the 3-piece that they had just gotten the round prior. Saber, though. Is that a judge in hand? It is. The stun. Not going to matter with first bullet accuracy on the body shots is there when you have light shields, regen shields. It doesn't matter. The beautiful flash as well. The smoke saves them. They're able to overwhelm Irene. And suddenly, the script a little flipped. Kara alone, gambling with knife out to get around ramps, and they have. Orange has revealed heaven. The Seekers trying to piece apart what is a questionable post-plant round. Scary Shark with one on as well, and it's suddenly a 2v3. Oh, and it's over.
I think that was a phenomenal performance from Kitty Tactics. They had their moments of shining, but when it came to this matchup, Straight Garbage was heavily favored for this one. So, well done making it this far in Radiant Academy 107. But for now, your journey ends here. Take notes and be ready for the next exam is all I have to say for them.
No, for sure. Again, a great attempt there. Beautiful, like, standout individual player moments. And it's just, again, the collective prowess and strength of Straight Garbage. Definitely need a better name because they are anything but, as they are going to go into the grand finals now to face off against Plan Bree. You know, the matchup that we thought we were going to get, we are going to get for a reason, because it is definitely going to be a banger. But aside from that, you can tell, like, when Straight Garbage was taking things seriously versus when they were playing really silly. And that's what I love about this kind of event, is these teams are still playing to get to stay kind of in the move to get their reps in, to make sure they never kind of cool off as a player until the new Game Changer season comes up. And that's what they are delivering upon.
They are, but I mean, we want to give them a few moments to cool
Of
off
course.
because we are about to shuffle into grand finals. It's the final exam. Make sure you read your note cards because you're not allowed to bring them in with you. It's all memorized and good to go, but take this opportunity to grab some water, get a snack, because we're going in for a photo finish. It's time to end our classes. It's time for graduation if you're one of those students that gets to graduate around Christmas time, but we're going to take a quick break and come back here with our grand finals. It is going to be one for the ages. everyone, and welcome back to Radiant Academy 107. I'm Nerdy Bird, and alongside me is Zobi. We are here to bring you the grand finals, your final exam for the semester, if you will. It's going to be Plan Bree taking on Straight Garbage, and there's a little bit more at stake for some of these players if you're aware of some of the things that are happening in the pro scene. And Zobi, I think you might be able to share a little bit more about that for everyone that is here to take notes.
Yeah, we had a major landmark officially confirmed today, as I'm sure many of you have seen, that Fluorescent from Shopify Rebellion stepping into Tier 1 or VCT over in EMEA. But now the question is, who is going to be the duelist that steps up to replace her in the Shopify Rebellion squad, the two-time world champions, the NA powerhouses now? And, like, I've even had deliberation with, like, other, like, support staff for teams, and we have zero clue. And these are the kind of tournaments, the Raidiant Academies, right, the fun havers, that they're going to be checking out to see who are the next upcoming duelists that we can mold into a world champion. So the players here, yes, we have the little like FlyQuest Civil War going on as a subplot, but in my mind, that's what's important. Why you have to play your heart out here is, right, like you have to say, okay, I can fill the shoes of this player. I can be a world champion. Just take a chance on me. And so if you're, you know, FEs or if Sean Garrett's watching this VOD back, hello, number one. And number two, these are the players. Keep an eye on them because I do think that they could be that next world champion.
And the one thing I will say is that opportunities like this that are provided through Radiant Academy, I mean, it seems like it can be an outstretch or like a really far-fetched dream for some players, but even if you aren't in this space just yet and you want to break into it, keep in mind Fluorescent, she started out as an Iron player and then climbed all the way up, and a year later got picked up to go to Shopify Rebellion. 2 years later is now going T1. So your opportunity to start writing a story like this for yourself is something that you can definitely do. It just takes hard work and dedication, something that all the players that we're about to showcase here have definitely been doing.
No, for sure, especially when we talk about our teams, like we said, Straight Garbage and Plan Bree. I think one of the first big events I casted, which was Game Changers Academy, I casted Starbound and Australis, and like we said, we now get to see both of them playing here today. We have seen them. We've seen how Starbound, right, go on also to play at the International GCC that just happened in Berlin. So I'm so excited to see them, and they're also going up against, like I said, the teammates that they just had, right? We have Kara, we have Ev on the side of Straight Garbage, where Kara was kind of stepping in as a stellar sub when Leaves was having rift issues, and then Ev officially kind of replaced her on that squad, being that main fifth member going into Berlin. But aside from that, I think these are like even power level teams in my mind, so I can't wait to see how the calling, how the adjustments, how the tomfoolery maybe even is going to pan out for these two squads.
I'm super excited because there is kind of like that family aspect to both of these teams occurring on both sides. I do anticipate there might be moments of tomfoolery, and let's be honest, I do foresee we're gonna see some close, tight angle holds with shotguns and both teams anticipating it's about to happen, and there's like a borderline stare down into the abyss contest happening. But we can take a quick look at the bracket of how these teams made their way up into this point, starting with the quarterfinals that began yesterday. Plan Bree taking on Onliners, and then Meow Stars makes their way up here. And then for Straight Garbage, I was rooting for your hamster rave party. I told you on day one I really wanted to see you on broadcast. It's just unfortunate that Straight Garbage was your opponent in quarters, so they knocked you out. Hyperspeed Red, Kitty Tactics, we just witnessed Kitty Tactics and Straight Garbage battle it out to a map 3, which was quite awesome. But Straight Garbage advances into our grand finals, and now it's a fight for the photo finish between these two squads. Who scores higher on the SATs, I think, comes down to who makes the better adjustments in some of these quintessential moments.
For sure, right? They have the same study materials, and now they are coming to the final exam. And unfortunately to see, but we don't get the little cat showdown to close things out. But like I said, the FlyQuest Civil War, as I'm dubbing it, I think will be great. But again, I want to see some of these teams. Number one, Grimoire on Retirement Party, or club, I should say. Like, that is a statement in itself, because Grimoire is an insane player. I remember back in the Newt heydays. So them coming back could be insane. Maybe they're vying for that fluorescent spot. Hyperspeed Red as well, a newer squad that's been consistently improving. I want to see them best one of these teams, like Straight Garbage, like Plan Bree, like Meow Stars, like Kitty Tactics Part 2, and breach into the semifinals, because they have yet to do so. But for now, let's get back to Plan Bree versus Straight Garbage, our matchup for these grand finals. We have our map picks and bans ready to go, and we were curious about what we were gonna get. And look at that, they're trying to keep things spicy. They banned out Haven and Ascent at the get-go. I was about to say, it's Parlor last minute.
Okay. So, I mean, I get it. I get the Ascent ban. I get the Haven ban. We're returning to Split for the third time today. We're not getting any shakeups there for the first map on broadcast for everybody. But this is where we're pivoting a little bit here. Abyss has been listed as a decider map in some of these matchups, but it has yet to be put on screen. And in the deciders, it's not really been something that's been brought up. So we're gonna be going to Abyss. We ban out Pearl, which I'm not actually surprised by in this instance. And then the banning of Sunset, same thing. I feel like it's a map that both these teams are relatively comfortable on, so it's better not to do that. Instead, you're gonna go Bind, where you've got a little bit more flexibility. It's not as though it's a battle for the mid, and it comes a lot less just straight from dueling and winning those 1v1s in the gunfights, but utilizing your util and understanding how you need to actually be going about your executions onto these sites. Are your protocols better timed than the other team's protocols?
Yeah, and for me, for this map pool, right, Split, we just saw from straight garbage, but that also means Plan Bree got to sit there and watch it. So, like, yes, they're trying to carry the momentum of that, like, really dominant 13-4 over into another map victory, but then again, they might know all the tricks. And also, Abyss has quickly become one of my favorite maps to cast, so I'm curious to see what's going to happen when it's teams that, again, are pug-heavy, when I think it requires an extra level of nuance and coordination. But what we are hoping for as well, that we have yet to say, is we really, really want a Clove head-to-head between Bree and Kara. And I'm hoping that on Split, I don't see Plan Bree being a team that will pull out the Clove on Split. I think they pulled it out, like I said prior, on Haven, and then we saw it on Bind crazy enough. So maybe if we make it to Abyss or Bind, we'll see it, but maybe they'll surprise us. Like I said, they just watched straight garbage. They can be like, hey, we can do your comp, but better.
Please, we would really both appreciate some Clove v Clove. If we could get that today, it'll make us very happy. But I digress. At the end of the day, it's all up to what y'all have planned out. Definitely not two ciphers. Okay, there we go.
And I was curious about this as well, right? Because I said there's an extended roster for Plan Bree. Was Starbound going to be back on the bench? Was Astralis going to come back out after they took a little break, a breather? And that is the case. And this also can play around with the maps as well, right? If you're not a confident player on Split, you know, put in the player who is. And Astralis, we mentioned this prior because we did get to see Plan Bree on Split. They were the primary deadlock we were expecting to see, right? Not who, I forgot who was on it, but not the other player. And we're going to see the same comp from straight garbage, so no surprise there. But what do you think of the double Sentinel for Plan Bree?
So I think this double Sentinel is not so much to prevent like sort of the lurks and the flanks in this essence, because let's be real, we've had moments where yes, we straight up saw our Rays go through a tower and just make it into our own spawn, but we're fully aware that's where they're at. So it's not so much flank watch, but I think it's actually, this utility is meant to exist in a manner of, we have one in mid, taking the place of the Sage, as you mentioned earlier, but the other one is to act as a solo site holder to slow down an engagement and then disengage, survive, and provide our team with information as what utility's been used, what utility is still available, and try to help our team on the flood back into sites. So that's why I do think Double Senti can be very powerful when going against specifically double duelist, because you shut down the one that's going to be left on an island.
Well, this is definitely an insane place to start, right? Both these sides on their optimal starting positions, right? The double sentinel on the defenders, I almost said triple duelist, the double duelist and the Clove, which essentially acts as the triple one, and especially in Kara's hands on the attack. So I think this is definitely, in my mind, the half that's going to determine who maybe takes map one. So we talked about how in the last map, like 8-4, kind of the minimum you want. I think you're going to be looking for more if you are on this half in particular. But we are getting ready to jump into the game here. And other than that, right, we saw straight garbage. We didn't get to see, like I said, Australis play this map. So what do you think they're going to bring to the table in particular, since you got to see their chamber?
So with Astralis in particular, wait, my brain just broke. Can you repeat the question?
What do you think that they're going to bring to the table as the deadlock that we didn't previously get to see from them on Split?
Okay, so I actually think it's going to come down to their utility usage in this moment, specifically for mid, because I think when you're playing Chamber, you are kind of in this awkward risk versus reward type of situation where if you don't hit your rendezvous at the right time, you are done for in that duel. But in this instance, you have the opportunity to get intel for your team, but also it's not just the barrier mesh that makes you scary, because you can lock someone in an angle or trap them. It's this grab net, and I think if you utilize it like you would almost your trademark, you're going to be devastational to players like Scary Shark. This is how you shut down a duelist. The full engagement, just locked down, because we found out we lost someone in that vent. You throw out the grab mesh, slow them down.
I mean, not pistol too. It takes so long to break. But I mean, the damage was done. They got their first blood. This is something that I mentioned, tendencies you could have picked up on if you watched that last map, which I think we did see Bree, I should say, try to plan around. They had almost four players in mid from the round start. They expect that to be a point of interest for straight garbage. But now that they've kind of canceled back, now that they're back to square one and hitting this A site, it's all on to Bree. I think they're going to get pinched. Yeah, just at the wrong time. They're at least going to take one down with them, but Ev for the trade. And now they are going to occupy this A site, get the plant down, and with a numbers advantage to boot.
And I believe the spike was planted in the same spot we saw earlier. Maybe it was, yeah, so it was planted for view from heaven. So our plan is literally to funnel people out of heaven and take control of it. So let's see, Scary Shark, you've got a ghost in hand. We're about to, this is the risk you take when you use your util to swing a corner. Is it worth it? Because we give away that we are there. We lose one of our teammates. We get the trade to follow up. We're in a 2v3, but it is favoring straight garbage. There's the second hawk getting used, but when straight garbage has the crosshair placement and it's Scary Shark is not going to be afraid of a little bit of a blind.
There we go. Straight garbage, hold on to the post plant. Like we said, they get the plant down. Standard by coming through here. Spectres, Guardian, the works. And we'll get to see just again. It's the beginning of the game. Like we mentioned prior, like I did get to see Plan Bree. They realized, okay, mid's gonna be a hot point, but then they kind of lost that duel. Scary Shark Nora again, really strong solo player, and they were, you know, a player that went to champs last year, right, for game changers. And so they just get ahead of that deadlock utility, and they caused a ruckus. And we'll see if they can do it here again.
We have the ruse going into mail so that we can segue ourselves into vents. The dark cover, I think, came out a little bit too late after that ruse was used. Oh, we're actually trying to bait out anyone to rotate from B-site tower using that utility, making a lot of noise. But I think the noise cut immediately towards vents, and the amount of time that has passed, I think Plan Bree might be figuring out that they disengaged from vent, are lurking around trying to get more information.
Ooh. Beautiful nade, and Irene misstepping, and it does cost them their life. And now you gotta hold on to this vent space, don't want to hand a weapon over. They are locked in to this A site. Now they're gonna dislodge all of these players. Battison here, K back site, and also a beautiful flash. Synthrin thought they could get ahead of it as well. Doesn't quite get the job done. Now K only a classic in hand. Nice little shot, the trade to follow, but that is all of the players there. Spike gonna go down. It's a similar situation. A retake on the A site with a numbers disadvantage, and this time with a gun disadvantage.
I thought there might have been a gun that was left inside of vents down there, but I guess they might have thrown it out. Not positive where it ended up, because both these players still have sidearms in hand. So straight garbage doing an excellent job of keeping weapons out of the hands of Plan Bree for this re-engagement, and because of the lack of firepower, Plan Bree now 0-2.
Here we go. I mean, keep it pretty clean there. Like I said, post planes are the easy part for this squad. It's a nice change as well, I feel like, from their last matchup that we got to see as well for the post plant against in the semifinals, right? That was where they struggled a little bit more. Aside from that, though, again, it's rough because this is the side, again, that Plan Bree should thrive on, but it's also the side that straight garbage is going to thrive on, so you're just like, it's like immovable force meets unstoppable object at this point. And it's hard to tell, like, who's going to come out on top. I mean, especially when you get to the rifles rounds and the nitty-gritty and the adjustments, like 2 players events instead of stairs, that's when things get juicy.
Yeah, but the prediction, remember how I mentioned that ruse going in, but this time they didn't throw in any extra util with it, and the grab net went out as well. Battison picks up one, Kara finds one, Astralis, Bree picking up one apiece, Spike is down, Silent Slytherin, who just stood there waiting, staring down this angle with that inkling of someone's going to be here. The patience pays off and gets the one elimination. Now it's Saber having to cope with the barrier mesh, a one-way, a ruse, but Bree oversteps and drops out, getting eliminated.
No, I like the little one-way there. Women nerfs aren't going to stop them from making these lineups up. It allows them to get that little high-low action to finish things off. as well. And again, we talked about it. Straight Garbage, their key was mid control. If Plan Bree cracks that code, it's going to become a lot more difficult for Straight Garbage. And I think that's why they're going for more of a decisive A hit this round in particular, right after their mid control falters. So the fact that Plan Bree again is going for this kind of mid stronghold scares me a little bit. I do like the one Sonic Sensor maybe to stop a Raze satcheling through, but if they go ramps, K could get overwhelmed if the rotation is not fast enough from, we'll say, Battison or Australis.
We put out the dark cover to try and make sure that this is a little bit slower, but Cithrin being there, K or Cithrin, one of them's going to get overwhelmed really fast. And yeah, Kara will find Cithrin. Now, we heard the double satchels, but I don't think there was movement based off of them. I literally think it was intended to try and bait more people to that high ground so that it was easier to get into sight. Irene, who overstays their welcome on the back end of their team, will end up getting eliminated by Battison. We send out this Trailblazer through screens. Bree finds Saber. Battison has fallen. Astralis finds Kara. No, not dead yet. We hit the Annihilation. There's the not dead yet as K falls.
Right as the Annihilation goes through, and Kara says, I'm gonna die anyways, might as well take the fight to Bree, get some chip damage. Unfortunately, does not work out. They swing in front of the pink shells, and they survive with 32 HP to their name. And just like that, the defuse will come, and so will a tied game here. Again, Deja Vu 2-2 here on Split.
Bree surviving, has the Neural Theft available for the next round. Now, Straight Garbage,
oh, wow.
we have... Ooh, there's a timeout being called by Scary Shark. So that's Straight Garbage who takes this opportunity to call a timeout. I think that's actually really good to slow down kind of the confidence and like pull Plan Bree to a screeching halt. That immovable force. It's like, okay, well, guess what? Take a minute. And sometimes these timeouts can be very detrimental to a team that just started to get their groove going and getting this momentum in their favor. But looking at Straight Garbage, we've got this showstopper coming online. I think we actually are in an eco round for Straight Garbage, and that could also be why this is getting called, because they're going to have to execute a plan revolving around showstopper to pick up weapons and utilize one of their duelists as their point as they go into an objective.
No, I completely agree. I think that's exactly why this timeout's been taken. I mentioned it, right? If you crack the code to mid, which Plan Bree did, and now their direct assaults are failing when you have a double duelist and a clove, it's like, what do you do now? And I think that's what they're kind of contemplating, is maybe even how to conquer a B exec, because that's kind of the direct B assault is the thing we have yet to see from them, even in the last time we saw them over on Split. So they're going to be challenging Bree in their domain, which is, I think, a problem in its own right. And I think this is the correct adaptation or identification, right? Like, they were like, okay, wait, we have 2, maybe 3 players mid. They have, a player usually backside A. That means B has to be weak right now. And, I mean, we haven't really gotten to see Saber push up too far through B main either, so they don't know that yet.
Oh, and our plan is actually still flooding through mid, taking care of that barrier mesh immediately. I don't know if the satchel was planned to get rid of the tripwire, but it does force the Cypher to get rid of it. I think there was a sense that it was going to be taken out. Bree narrowly escapes death from the showstopper, is still here inside A tower, will B tower get pushed by 2. Astralis swings out too little too late. We've got 2 falling for Plan Bree, and we hear the showstopper get popped by them as well. So Battison's going through mid. I don't think they'll find anything. No, they do. It's Scary Shark.
And with 5 HP left, the regrowth comes in, and they are back up in fighting sorts for this 3-on-3 retake. Again, crack things wide open. Beautiful trades having to get on the B side, but now they have to finish the job. The players at least divided between Cithrin and K, but K has slipped through the cracks onto the spike. Saber, no gun barrel spotted. You got your knife found, and somehow you still win the duel. That's the tomfoolery we were looking for, and I mean, Kara as well, taking out the other half there in heaven. Beautiful way to leverage her timeout into a round and back into the lead.
You want also, there's not just tomfoolery on screen. Yes, I do read chat on occasion, and Avery, I know that Zobi also saw this. I cannot forgive you for what you wrote.
Don't worry. But aside from that, the Deagle is in hand for Plan Bree. Again, maybe going back to just what they think works for them, which is mid, focus, All of them kind of going here in through Ramen, Bree, singular trap wire. I don't know if that's going to hold back these forces. So what do you got? The barrier mesh in addition.
Oh my gosh, the barrier mesh just got eviscerated, and Madison finds Irene. And that's a free weapon pickup too. Kara throwing out that ruse. It's going to go in through Mail, but we send the Trailblazer thereafter, and the poor Cypher in spy cam is going to get concussed. We throw out the first Hawk and the Paranoia. We're really dedicating some force to try and slow down this flood into B to make sure there isn't an execution going to happen quickly on B site until everyone else is back here.
Whoa, and there it is, some fancy jet action. And Madison 3 kills on the round. The beautiful paint shell adding to that. Scary Shark realizes, okay, I gotta cut my losses. There's too many players here to deal with. Wait until I can play off of Saber's contact as well. Regen shield is up, but even that might not save them. Only one stray bullet they'll be able to take. They still have to fight though, because Spike is in their control. A beautiful sensor, and somehow while stunned, they still are able to find the shots, but 15 HP and only 25. I mean, that is quite literally quick math. One body shot they can take for the Vandal, and if it's a headshot, then 0. Thrifty on the board for Plan Bree. And you talked about it, that double Sentinel utility mid, all that was primed so they could rotate faster through CT to reinforce the B hold. Very nicely done, understanding that the commitment was what Straight Garbage was going for. They weren't going to go for events to A, rotate.
Sound sensor up.
I really like, it's not just the Senti util as well, it's the staggering of Guiding Light in conjunction with Paranoia thereafter, just as the full blind would go away. So then they also have their senses dulled in that moment, meaning they can't cross forward, they can't pass go. It's a well executed process of stalling things out in a double wave execution.
For sure. Well, back to rifles in both sides. Think here for the most part. Saber with the Blaze Storm instead. Seeker's entry onto this A site. They said if we can get the A site with an advantage, the post plant will come in tow. Nicely done, but a little bit of a trade action. Cassandra was never dealt with back site. Ev finally stems the bleeding. Irene as well will keep things at a close affair. Spike to go down and Annihilation in tow. Ooh, it does capture Irene. They're going to try and bait her body. Ev not cleared out. They made it through Cubby. And just like that, they're going to get the shot they desire. Bones with only 5 HP. And the regen shield in tow. Wow, what a clapback after losing the last round the way they did.
I am also surprised that our Cypher player of Irene survived the Annihilation. That is a help, I am under the water type of moment, and your team definitely followed through. They did have to use bait. Zobi is 100% correct. They baited your corpse a little bit in that moment, and they're like, you might die, but we're still gonna win.
Yeah, especially with the, I guess we'll call it a deadlock buff, where if it doesn't get to the end of the train, you still die. But aside from that, this is a little goofy, you know, wait out the cam maybe. This is interesting though. They're still going into the stacked site on this eco for Plan Bree. So little interesting here. They're going to realize that now maybe. A nice nade from Battison. The net comes in though, and the geometry fails them. So Battison has to patch up the hole with an eagle shot. Finds the first on a Saber. That's half of the duelists now gone. Irene's been going for this mid lurk though from start to finish. And look at the other Cypher in the picture. Bree is beautiful here. And they're all going to play for stall, but look at the what in the world? A 4D chess moment that just saves them from Annihilation. And Kara and Ev pick up the slack in tow. They know the deadlock was mid. Now they're just headed hightail to the safest point they know, the A site. And Ev looking to finish off Australis as well.
I think that ruse went up early enough that Astralis literally could have just vibed and waited it out. But instead, we risk it for the biscuit, and we crossed through it. And I think we might be able to see that overgrowth aura as well. So we are aware that this is where two people are. Shots fired, plus in conjunction with the Trailblazer. Yeah, we know where you are at. We call back the sonic sensor. The sensor gets destroyed. The Hawk goes through. Guiding Light does not guide our Clove to victory just yet. We have to hit the not dead yet. And there's enough time that Clove probably will survive.
Yeah, hats off to Kara, again, never fearing to use that not dead yet, right? They always use it just to secure the round, saying we'll get it back in a few, with how they're always collecting orbs, always fragging out. And I mean, again, that is just devastating that we saw Scary Shark's Boombot ricochet back into Ramen, right? That is never what you were hoping for. Like, you wanted to go into vents, you wanted to go into stairs, and the fact that it goes back and spots out Bree, who would have been good for like 2 at least. I mean, their team was doing such a good job. Like, we're up in your face, look at us, and then suddenly the bomb bot's like, no, look here! And, oh my gosh, Plan Bri. I mean, yes, the lead's slipping, but you got ults. You should have some weapons to work with. This is the round to come back if there's ever been one.
Ooh, that grab net mesh went down. The net grabbed, I think, 1, maybe 2. Astralis is kind of being forced onto an island. This is one of those things that I was always kind of worried about, but they are disengaging and going towards their omen, so they're no longer allowed. Well, they're no longer alone, which is great. We haven't lost anyone, which is a little different for Plan Bri, and as Bri gets blinded through their spy cam, they still come out of it, get one trade, hit the Neuro Theft to tell their team where everyone's at.
Oh, and I liked Irene as well, the awareness of Stralis was behind. And then they realized, okay, wait, there's a showstopper. Well, Kara! Immaculate shot, Ev as well. This is a duo that keeps on giving. They're always fragging side by side in the kill feed, and this round, 0 exception. Sithrin left into the 1v4. They're lining up, conveyor belt in to the kills. They know Ev was heaven. They have no clue where Kara has repositioned. And again, like I said, this duo is the one you want in a 1v2 clutch. They close it out immaculately, and Straight Garbage is guaranteed a tie at minimum at the half.
Straight Garbage, I feel like, honestly, Plan Bri is a very strong team as well. And so the fact that Plan Bri is holding out this much is great. I love seeing it. There's minor adjustments, tweaks being made. We're not abandoning individuals. I will say that Bri, as well as Irene, when they have the opportunity, are still going for some of these really gentle, is the best way to put it, lurks, where they're just trying to catch someone who's drifting too far back, who's literally coming back to check if there's a lurk, punishing that type of behavior, but they're not getting overzealous with it.
Oh, for sure. And we talked about it. This mid duel was the key for Straight Garbage, and when they are winning it like that, when Ev gets a 3-piece, then they don't have to worry about a Plan B or worry about Plan Bri. I mean, 2v5 here. Sithrin again on an island, only a deagle in hand. It's all down to K, alone in vents, trying to even navigate which site they're going to, considering how deep the Cypher was in A-Heaven as well. Okay, guaranteed the 1v1, but not spared their death. A flawless round for Straight Garbage to lock in a lead at the half, and we saw Straight Garbage, right, take an early proactive timeout, and now look at them. Versus Plan Bri, should we say a timeout now? I think so. I mean, you're entering a rifle round, right?
Yeah, I think it would be I'm trying to find the word, I can't find it right now. It would be opportunistic to take the timeout at this point in time. The only issue is I understand that at this point it wouldn't break eco, and so you might not feel like it did enough. It will take 2 rounds for it to really show the echoes of its effect, but that's kind of how timeouts have always worked. It takes 1 to 2 rounds for it to take effect.
Well, I mean, that's why they probably didn't take one, but speaking of taking effect, we talked about it. It's just been a battle for mid, round after round. Whoever wins it wins the round, and this seems to be no exception. This time, Bri at the front of the forces. We've seen them on other roles, and they're saying, okay, I gotta take my duels, and they win the first blood, they stay alive, they maintain mid control, and they have forced these players back towards A. Sithrin, we've seen them succeed being that solo anchor, interestingly enough. They have enough delay power off of that sonic sensor, right, to get the rest of the troops over here, and this round is 0 exception, but oh my goodness, Battison, you overswing. Sithrin not swinging off the stun just yet, and as a result, Ev has snuck in, trade for trade, blow for blow off the Sky utility, and they are getting sandwiched. The A side opened up, and so is the advantage for Straight Garbage in this post plan.
Straight Garbage is at 4 people standing. They identify one of the 2 still alive for Plan Bri off the Seekers. We know K is relatively close to screens. The guiding light will blind them, and Irene goes through for the closing shot for the round.
Last round before the switch.
All right. Here we go. 8-3. We talked about it, how 9-3 is quite poetic, but I mean, it's map 1. I mean, I think it's more when it's a map 3 kind of vibe. So I want to steer close to fair here. We talked about this in the pre-show. We're like, we want a 2-mapper, but we want it to be like double digits on both maps. And aside from that, 5 weapons, kind of a scattered by here for Plan Bri. Difficult to call. Oh my gosh, well, easier to call when that happens.
Taking down one of the points for Straight Garbage being Saber in that instance, but Scary Shark in a little bit of a rough duel wins the first one, but can't against Astralis. And are we gonna risk it to go grab that extra gun? No, we're not. We're gonna stick with the Stinger here. So it's good enough for me, Irene. Lurking up the double cage. Ev goes down. We hit the Neuro Theft. We're saying, hey, my teammate just got eliminated. We get grab netted as well, but we're still okay. And I don't think Astralis is going to be able to find someone with this annihilate. No! What? The angle was perfect.
Oh my gosh. And there it is. Finally one lands. The impact, right? We saw them try and bait one, and it didn't really work out too much for them. And there we go. Finally a 3-piece for Astralis. Kate finishes it off. They crack the code right before the half is up. 8-2-4 favoring straight. Garbage. And, I mean, this pistol, again, I feel like we've had those kind of scorelines game after game that no, they haven't won the pistol, and then it ends, right? Favoring the team that was up at the half. So my kind of guess at the beginning where I was like, oh, whoever has the better half is going to win has been proven. And this is the time when I want to be proven wrong. Give us a close affair. Win the pistol when you're the team down. I beg of you.
I'm watching Kay to see where this smoke goes and how much attention it initially pulls with this dark cover. Because if we put it in the standard spot, which is, you know, right at that corner to block off Heaven, it's meaning that this flood into mid won't be as powerful. And no, yeah, we're putting it in male. So Raze probably has an inkling that there's people existing in mid, is going to use the ruse to cross over to the exact same spot that we saw the other Raze do it, and instead back off into vent.
Ooh, and here we go. I mean, talking about double senti comp, you're going to have to be a little bit slower than straight garbage was, taking a straight duel to ya. Nora, first point of contact here. And they look like they're going for vents. I mean, this with that smoke kind of like clues you into. So they fight into this, it would be a huge surprise. Net and Acom are going to go right past them, and they don't check their corner. No flash in the smoke, no support, no nothing. And Scary Shark gets out pretty much unscathed. A little chip damage, but nothing that they can't handle here. Anti-flash Kara at their side as well, and the right-click classics the overheal in tow. I mean, Kara even can reload in time before Bree can finish them off, and all that commotion. K does slip onto the B site, but more than a plant is what they need to find. So they're looking first for impact and then for the securing of the round. And unfortunately, the 1v1 from Irene is not going to go their way, and Nerdy Bird once again, the team that's up at the half, wins the pistol.
All right, plan Bree. What is the plan here? Okay, Kara is just scary. Hopefully we learned earlier today watching the final map of straight garbage earlier that we don't enter the ruses for Kara. We just don't, especially on defense. Kara is going to be posted up inside of them with some form of a shotgun, so I'm pretty sure they're going to act greatly as a form of a deterrent, or at least a slowdown aspect to prevent Plan Bree from engaging onto sites when they want to, as well as losing Bree and Astralis.
And I mean, we said we wanted a Bree Kara matchup on the Cloves, but the Irene Bree matchup, I mean, the chat favorite and the insane pop off that is Alvillier Bree, like Irene with that 3-piece hand delivered this scoreline. I mean, Kay, you're about to get knifed if Scary Shark doesn't, I would say, spare you the humiliation, but a Bucky kill as well. Not much to write home about as straight garbage reaches double digits here.
And I said last map, the first team to hit double digits is going to be the one to win. So Plan Bree, are you going to tip the scales here? Now that you're able to have your buy-up round. Not perfect buy, it's a little scrappy. But nonetheless, we have a full arsenal of weapons in our pockets. We're looking for this mid push. I don't think our Cypher's going to see any action. However, we've tried to execute this in pistol. It didn't work out. Will the new improved weaponry be the deal breaker or the deal maker, as Kara does not get scouted out but does get punished finally?
And I mean, it's still rough though. You have weapons this round. And it's still an advantage for straight garbage right now. Ev confidently storming down mid. Might just be what flips the script here, equated to a 3-on-3. Talked about how K, when they're the only one alive, has snuck through B undetected. And now they're doing it when there's a chance for their teammates to be at their side with the plant, with the round. The flash might have been heard here, so Scary Shark gets to reposition before the plant goes down. Not sure if they have any utility to deny it, but looks like they're just going to play instead for the retake. 3v3 here. Wow, 2-player CT. You heard the drop down.
Yeah, Scary Shark with this op, though, might swing into dark. No, doesn't even acknowledge the dark cover, and we get one elimination. Come face to face with our own teammate. Possibly got a little jump scare. But unfortunately, Saber will find the Omen. And we get a little too big for our britches. Scary Shark goes into alley, gets punished. This Hawk is good, but Saber is just better with the crosshair, and that puts straight garbage at 11 after this defuse.
Wow. Just the fake sky flash. You play anti-flash to get half blinded if you're Saber and realize, wait, it's a fake bird, and then still win the duel. Like, that is just confidence and nerves of steel to keep your team on this streak. You win your anti-eco. And I mean, this round, right, if you're playing Bree, you're forcing up, right? You don't want them on that map point. And I love that Scary Shark or Nora has recognized this and pulled out the outlaw, right? They're like, okay, this is quick work. We can make do with it. And that's exactly what they're going to be searching for. But unfortunately, it's on the opposite side of the map. Plan Bree, looking like they're going for an all-out A engagement. And we've seen Irene in these positions before, right? 3-piece here and there. And with Saber, I was going to say, possibly falling there, definitely going to be demanded upon them.
If you're looking at Plan Bree right now, we're not lurking, we're not separated, we're all going in forward up on this ramp. We're staggering out a little bit, and unfortunately, as soon as we stagger, that's when one of us gets punished, but we immediately turn around and parlay the one death of a teammate into the elimination of 3 members of straight garbage. Irene will find Astralis. We see the wire go down. Irene finds another. Battison finally gets the turn around and return the favor to Irene. It is going to be 2v1. Battison anticipating that there's going to be a rotation over to the abandoned B site. Trying to catch up with everyone as Scary Shark currently going through vent. Going to be able to pick up probably a full weapon at this moment and not lacking any bullets.
Plan Bree. I mean, we talked about it. I mean, they're 1 kill off. I was going to say the showstopper, so you want Battison to win that engagement. And this is kind of reminiscent of the last time we saw Battison, right? It was kind of like they had a slow start. We saw the opposing team take a lead. And then when Battison woke up, that's when they got to win things out. And I think that could be what we're starting to catch a drift of here again, as they're chomping at the heels of Australis for their top frag on their team. But they got to win, 6 more rounds just to tie things up before straight garbage can get to map point. And it's hard to say, especially when the next biggest obstacle is going to be all of the ults coming online.
Perhaps Battison's secret power is the people that are rooting for them in the chat, because I know there's a lot of people here that are rooting for them. But unfortunately, when you meet the open end of a judge at point blank range, your hopes will be quickly dashed. We're now at 3-3, but we do have Annihilation. But there's the opportunity for a showstopper on the other side. And because there's just 3 standing, we see the opportunity. We send out those angry cabbages. The Seekers are looking for the prey to tell exactly where everyone is standing on this map.
Here we go. A 2v3. There's that showstopper I mentioned. The biggest obstacle to get past. I mean, you can't stand up, but Bree can stand up for their squad. A 1v2. Beautiful neural theft as well, but there it is. We talk about it. That metal causing chaos. You can just spray through it, or you can just stick it bodyguard style. Ev and Kara, we said it, the match made in heaven for duos in Valorant. And again, they get the clutch. They get the job done. They get their squad to map point.
So the one thing that I was curious about in that instance was, we've seen that plant spot multiple times at this point. There's supposed to be a way that you post up for it, and I think it got thwarted relatively fast. After we sent out the Seekers and we identified where people were, I think we tried to adjust our movement too much for Plan Bree to compensate for where straight garbage was already at, and instead of just posting up where we should have and being a little bit closer together.
That's true. Valid, but I mean, those mistakes, I feel like, are long gone at this point, right? You're 1 round away now, 7 in a row. Sometimes the judge is the solution, or Kara behind you to back you up. Ev, there's no way they get the kill on the K here, right? Like, they're just sneaking through the net, not moving it. I think they're still netted, just moving ever so slowly through mid. They finally are going to remove the tendrils, and now, I mean, Kara, yeah, you gotta run away from the not dead yet, and then they're gonna replace that with a neural theft. because they don't want this round to slip away. They want to just go next. It's been a long day of Valorant.
Ev, going through the smoke, is in the ruse, taking the place of their Clove, who's done this in the past. Identifying at least that there is no one else in mid. They've vacated Ramen. They did not hear anyone inside of sewer. We did previously witness someone there, which is why we do still see Jet posted up at the exodus point for sewer. But I think the commitment here on B side is a solid choice for straight garbage. Irene picks off Bree. We walk out of the ruse. We're in the 1v1. And Irene's shots connect with the head. Map 1 going to straight garbage.
And wow, Irene closing things out is only fitting. The sleeper player on that squad when Kara and Ev, the duo, were taking a lot of the spotlight moments. Just, I mean, especially after what we saw, like they just dropped a map in the semifinals, went to a map 3. I mean, they had 15-13 overtime on Haven before coming in to this grand finals, and they are still throwing haymakers. They're channeling all of that energy to try and close things out in a swift fashion. I mean, that score is a great way to start, and we're going to see if they can carry that momentum into map 2 of Abyss, a map that I want to say neither team has played this event.
I think you're right. I'm pretty sure Abyss and Pearl are the 2 lowest pick rates in the entire event as a whole, so I'm really excited to see some Abyss gameplay. I don't get Pearl, so I don't get my beautiful whale noises, unfortunately. That is okay, though. Abyss is going to be super exciting. However, I do think both these teams deserve a quick opportunity to take a quick breather, stand up, stretch their legs, and especially if we're looking at playing Bree and we're wanting them to come up and cook with an opportunity to bring things back in their favor, we definitely want to give them a quick opportunity to do that. So let's hope these teams reconvene and come back in just a little bit refreshed and ready to go, because we've got map 2 here in our grand finals. Right now, it's looking like straight garbage is posted up to win. However, it is only series point. There's a whole nother map to go. I have to wish some luck here, but to everyone, we're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back here in just a little bit with more Valorant. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Radiant Academy, class of 2024. It is 107. My name's Nerdy Bird. This is Obi, and we are here with what could be the last map, our final exam, concluding going into Abyss between Plan Bree and Straight Garbage. I feel like it's gonna be a fight to the finish, no matter what. Split seemed like it favored Straight Garbage a little bit more than it did Plan Bree, but what are your thoughts as we go into kind of uncharted territory for both of these squads walking into Abyss?
Well, I mean, it is Plan Bree's pick, so they have that going for them. And we kind of have seen this from Plan Bree as well. They pick a map that they haven't played just yet, right? And we're like, well, I wonder why they did that. And they come out and surprise us. So I'm excited to see how that is going to work out exactly for them on Abyss in particular. And this is another map that, number one, I think we're finally going to get an Astra. I mean, they're going to just say no Astra and screw over my hopes and dreams. But I'm still going to be a believer because I think she is one of the best you can have now on this map, especially you take like a really strong player and pair it, say, with a Cypher pick. Like, I think it could do wonders. But aside from that, this wouldn't be a map that we could also see a double clove. Aside from that, I mean, there are double duelist variants on these maps with, like, say like a Neon Jet or a Jet Yoru or even a Yoru Neon. And I just don't really know if there's a Yoru in this crop of players. Oh wait, I just had an epiphany. ISO, Australis likes to play ISO on this map, actually. It's more of a question, though. We did see Australis get subbed out in the semifinals. That could happen again, for all we know. So we're waiting to see that as well. Looks like we are keeping the same rosters. Let's see if my epiphany was correct. We'll have to see it as we take a look back at the maps. For now, not getting into agent select just yet. But yeah, reminders. Each team banned out the one map they lost this tournament. And then the picks are just as they fall, Nerdy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sad to see Haven, a little bummed to see Ascent not picked, but Abyss I'm excited to actually be witnessing for the first time on broadcast. And then we kind of go over to the tried and true bind if it becomes a necessity here. So Plan Bree, what is the plan of attack here for your squad, considering, let's be honest, Straight Garbage was probably a team that you've had your eye on for a while. Understand they were probably the ones posted up to make it this far into this entire event, and you wanted to go against them. Do you have a counter attack for what they're laying down and throwing on the table? Are you able to pick it up, make it like your own tool, your own advantage? If you're opting to choose Abyss, which is one of the newer maps in the game, perhaps that really is the plan of attack here. They have something that they particularly are really good on at doing on Abyss that no other team has been able to beat them with.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I don't think I see either of these teams being the Harbor Fanatics. I do think that is a nice pick on this map, but there's no way, Australis, you're handing your ISO over to Badison. Are you? I mean, like I said, ISO on this map, like I said, they're used to playing alongside them. Because that's something else I didn't really touch on, but is in my encyclopedia of GC knowledge, is Plan Bree is the core of Frost, actually. They've been playing together consistently in Tanak series, and I think it was also Lux series, so they play together a lot, right? The core that is Plan Bree. And aside from that, though, these compositions, Saber with the Phoenix Kara?
Yes!
Alright, Nerdy. I mean, they just changed it, didn't they? So we get to see the changes in action?
Yes, I am super excited. Your signature ability being in replacing Hot Hands in favor of the Flash, I feel like plays into a very forward aggressive playstyle for Phoenix players. It's not one that lends itself to this engage disengage playstyle that they used to be able to do, like almost a footsie game for fighting games, if anyone's familiar with that, where you would go forward, use your flash, get one elimination, and either use wall or hot hands to try and make sure that you are able to rotate back out to safety, plus get a little bit of healing, and then re-engage with your flash. And as soon as you got that second kill, look, your hot hands are back online. So instead of allowing for this footsie game to occur, Valorant, Riot, the devs are like, hey, let's play more into how we feel like duelists should be, which is someone who continues to go forward, continues to get intel, not someone who can go forward and then run away at will. And now they have created that by taking away Hot Hands' signature and giving them, hey, you can regen your flash now. I feel like it makes Phoenix all that more formidable and way more powerful.
Well, we do have a little bit of a tech pause, so we're going to have to, I think, refresh the lobby. But with the options that we see open for Plan Bree right now, What agent do you think perfectly fits in for Australis and in this setup? I'm personally going towards a deadlock pick. I'm not gonna lie to you. We just saw them play it on Split. If Battison is in fact taking their ice when they're not trolling, knowing this was gonna be a refresh, I think that's the best bet in my mind, right? They already have a controller. Like, they don't have an info initiator, so Australis also could go KO. Maybe is the only other one I could see from them. They play that on maps like Ascent. But other than that, what do you think we're gonna get there?
So truthfully, I'm gonna be real. I think Battison's trolling a little bit. I'm pretty sure Australis is our crash. And when Battison saw the opportunity to lock ISO away from from Australis, they're like, "Oh yeah, I'm doing it," and they're flashing the ISO to us. I do think Australis is going to be on that, and then Battison. Though we've predominantly seen Battison playing more of the duelist role here, I don't think they'll actually be on duelist. I think they'll be picking up the initiator role, and I do not believe going into Abyss with no flashes in particular is a smart move, because you 100% you're going to be dealing with smokes of some capacity. We already see Kara hovering the Astra, the very powerful smokes on this map, and or the other alternative is, you know, the Omen or going with Clove. But regardless, the smokes are extremely oppressive on this map as a whole, and so if you want to take space and be able to execute onto sites in particular with straight execution onto sites, you need those flashes. And late game, when people start going for more of that mid control, you definitely need flashes if you're wanting to swing angles and make sure that there isn't someone just sitting there gathering intel for their team.
Okay, well, I agree with you. I think they need flashes. I'm gonna digress. I think Australis is gonna be KO. I think Battison is going to be the ISO. The reason why I think that, okay, Australis, that'd be spicy on the Sova, is because I think Battison, like, they've played every role but Initiator, and I think that's might be where they draw the line, right? They've played, like we said, the Killjoy on Ascent, they've played the Duelist on the Raze, they've played the Viper as well, and I think that's the one thing they don't want to do, is all the lineups, all the flashes, and as a result, it is Australis settling right now on the Initiator. The Sova scares me, but it makes sense, right? They want that concrete information. But what really scares me for both of these squads is, like, the only stun in this entire lobby is from Kara. And I mean, Saber, you gotta lock the Phoenix. You couldn't have been trolling us, right? No, there's no way.
Saber,
but
please.
If they're the one that did the trickery, not Battison. Okay, we're good. But that's kind of interesting to me. But we have not addressed the elephant in the room. That is, last time we saw Bree on Clove, they dropped over 30 kills as well. So if they're back in their comfort agent, like, it's over.
And this is also why I'm saying, like, I feel like we need something that can help compensate for these insane controller players that are present on both sides. I mean, like, Kara, absolutely devastational earlier. Okay, Australis, I'm done being given heart palpitations. But then Bree, also earlier on Bind, absolutely was a powerhouse, a titan, if you will, when it comes to playing these controllers. So if you're dealing with that, compensating for it, knowing that both of them are capable and willing and more than happy to sit inside of their own smoke and greet you with a shotgun, I think you need to acknowledge this type of behavior and have a workaround. Now, Saber is providing that. Saber can either hot hand someone out, they can also use curveball to get information, whether or not someone's in there, try to freak someone out, make them disengage, get out of the smoke, stuff like that. On the other flip side of that, you have to rely on the utility of your own Clove or Battison to try and get that information themselves when it comes to if there is someone inside of the smoke or right on the other side of the smoke.
Well, we'll get to see for sure. I am, like I said, scared for Plan B not having any flash. We get the Phoenix flash here for straight garbage. Both sides of the double duelist, though. So we're going to be looking towards Battison, right? They have to frag. Like, that is the key for an ISA, right? Consistently get the death contract up and ready to go so you can spring it on these entries. They are starting on the defense, though, so we'll have to see them instead kind of solo anchoring these sites. And there's a little bit slower approach here from straight garbage. Maybe worried about an aggressive peek out from the squad. Battison, you're kind of out in the open here, but if it's sink or swim, they are going to learn how to be an Olympic diver. 2 kills. And look at this, they don't clear out K. Huge mistake. Fortunately, it's not going to cost them everything, just a 1-for-1 trade. Spike's going to go down, but it's a disadvantage in this post plant.
I mean, it's kind of a 1-for-1 trade, but Battison got multiple picks and then did follow-up damage. However, Cithrin running a quarter with the Deagle, 1 shot, 1 kill. Kara finds Bree, but then Australis will find Kara. You said it the best way possible. It was a disadvantaged state, but That was not truly 1-for-1. We knocked out 3 players while exchanging 2 of our own, if you're looking at Plan Bree, and that's well executed in my opinion. I mean, I was a little concerned. You even pointed it out. Madison was standing right out in the open. It was almost as though they're like, come and get me, because I know exactly where I need to be aiming right now. And of course, players at this rank are knowing exactly how to line this stuff up. I have a ghost in hand and I'm ready to take you down. They took down 2 and a little bit of chip damage, just enough for when K swung out, knew exactly who to hit and where to hit.
For sure. And I definitely praise them for that, right? Trying to get up in their face, get aggressive, because it did catch them offside surprise, particularly the first frag there with the deagle. But after that, maybe you should have fallen back, hopefully, to play some of the Astra Stars or the post plant. But bygones are bygones. Plan Bree get the pistol round here. So already a good start compared to what we saw over on Split. Cithrin really far forward. Again, we've seen this. We saw this from the ISO. We're seeing it from the Jet. Playing these really dangerous but high prospect positions. And as the tailwind dissipates and all these players fall off their angles, it's back to square one. And Bree? All right, Outlaw. New look for them as well. Can they find a player, though? Oh, there it is.
They do. They find Saber. This is the whole blind swinging an angle in mid. I mean, unfortunately, it's the one player in this lobby who has flashes that decided to do it, getting punished. However, Kara will immediately follow up and take down the Jet. Plan Bree is now down to 3. As I was about to say they're up by 1, but Scary Shark finds Astralis.
Ooh. And there we go. I mean, Plan Bree, you had weapons in hand, but straight garbage. There is already a cosmic divide, and that is a powerful ultimate on Abyss, especially when there's sniper rifles for Madison in the mix. You don't have to swing through it, and Kara still is trying to take that initiative. So this might be an anti-eco in the making off of the frags Kara has been able to find. Ev, playing dangerous, but it works out. The Deagles get the job done, and we are tied 1-1 with a Thrifty thrown into the mix.
All right, now I'm really curious. What are the buys here? Look, I saw it for a moment, and I'm glad it was insta-sold. There was an Odin in someone's hands. All right, so on the flip side of that, we have Astralis who's opting to get the information gathering util for their team rather than buying weaponry and a shield, which makes sense. And we have Cithrin. Also, I think we might just be choosing to go for a very hard save currently for Plan Bree.
Oh, I was recently introduced to this lineup, and I love it. It goes backside A. Unfortunately, though, I don't think it's going to catch any of these players because they're all corralled right under hell here. And so now they all are positioned backside, and you're like, oh, there's nothing there. When in reality, there's 3 players for Plan B ready to flood back in. And unfortunately, Scary Shark, they're fighting all sorts of demons. Every angle cleared out alongside their squad, and they are looking for more pressure into CT. This could be a nice little upgrade, a shiny new Vandal. Now they're going to join up with their teammate as well. You've taken out the Cypher, so the flank is ready and open to go. Saber, aware of this fact, he's going to pick up the slack, and they are ready for more. They know K was the player of that bottom mid, found the kill, and while the trade comes through, they flip the map. There's not going to be enough time, even if they get over to this site, it feels like, to get the win.
I think if you're K, you cut your losses at this moment. You're
Ooh.
Man, I respect the ego. I respect the attempt of exit frags, but sometimes you got to look at your wallet and question, hey, should I save?
I mean, it's early on, right? I think that's why they didn't. And now they have a buy
True.
here as well. Like, yes, there's a regen shield instead of a full shield here, but I need to talk to some of these players and get their thoughts on the regen shield, because I'm seeing a lot more than I thought I would in these first few tournaments. So I'm curious what their perspective is.
Honestly, I think it's great for if you're anticipating a lot of utility usage on you in particular, not so much taking fire from an enemy, because it's obviously it's not going to protect you. If you get hit in the head, you're done for. But if you touch hot hands or get shock darted, you'll be able to gain that health back after disengaging.
Ooh. All right, and we talked about this, right? The new Phoenix still has to run it back, why they are usually chosen in this situation. Great for clear out the site, the scare tactic alone, but that's still going to make this a 5v4 retake here. Cithrin, Operator, Morgan's going to be, I would say, a pillar of stability, but they don't find the first frag. So all you know is that Ev is currently back site. Bree should have been able to deal with them, but the better mechanics come off. Death Contract in the meantime does pull a player away so you can isolate these duels. And now you know where the last player is. Even if they win, Cithern can follow it up with a clean op shot, the defuse to follow suit as well. And literally what we just saw was the opposing duelist ultimates and their impacts on the round. That's a great, like, just textbook, capture it, place it there for your final exam. What happened? Tell us.
I'm a little surprised that the disengagement was executed as quickly as it was when Saber hit the ult. I respect it just because of earlier, not on this map, but the map prior, when ultimates were getting used. Other than not dead yet, in most cases you still want to be there and go for the challenge, but I think it was identified that Saber was alone on that engagement, so there was literally no need to try and keep that space considering Saber was alone, because there would be a second wave coming that then we could push back against on our own when we came with the retake.
Ooh, well, speaking of pushing back, Cithrid swings with the operator, and Scary Shark going in for seconds here, tries to get the frag. Said forced to dash away. Not going to connect there on to Battison. Okay, we've seen this before when they don't have weapons in hand. This time, narrowly makes it past the prying eyes of Kara. I think they're just going to stay here, at least for the foreseeable future. And, oh my gosh, how do you hit that? And Bree as well from top mid. Like, all right, 2v5, and you're back to square one. Your Cypher's been revealed. It really would be Saber that has to step up, but now they're the only player that can. It would be the ace clutch, and unfortunately, Australis is going to deny them that stardom, and they claim the lead.
It is a one-round lead, but I want to look at the economy here that is available for both Plan Bree and Straight Garbage to see if there is going to have to be some creativity brought forth by Straight Garbage to try to equalize things out. We have one hero Vandal buy. Never mind, make that a Guardian and a Vandal. I don't know if Ev buying this... They're sacrificing shields and possibly utility right now to make sure that they have this Vandal buy, because I think it's, once again, having like a buddy system in place in conjunction with our Jet hitting the Blade Storm to pick up weapons from Plan Bree.
Ooh, a beautiful reveal on the Cithern means they can't capitalize here. They're gonna try and go for the reswing. Also have some trap wires to aid. I think they've realized it's there, so with it getting destroyed, it's everything. But Cithern still has not been dislodged from backside. They're just playing their life here, close up and personal. I'm surprised they haven't even pulled out their secondary, and they got knifed by Saber! Saber is still alive here. Australis pulling out the Hunter's Fury to try and deny this plant. It will temporarily, but with your post-plant players still alive, namely Kara, and they had the Cosmic Divide, you just didn't need to peek there, Saber, because now it's the 1v2 for Kara. Guardian in hand, both these players are one body shot and done. What a clutch.
Come on now. I'm anticipating my congratulations.
Kara, I anticipated Kara would be the one to clutch that in full capacity. I don't think she was even concerned that she wasn't going to be able to do it, so hats off to you, Kara. That was well executed.
I mean, number one, what did I say? I said the Astra was going to pop off whoever it was. And I am in no way surprised that it is Kara here. It is interesting, though. I think we need to see Bree come alive as well, right? They haven't first not dead yet online. Again, maybe it's the length of the day wearing at them as well. But I think if they, you know, come online, this will be a completely different game. But for now, Straight Garbage gets the wind beneath their sail. And that's going to be carried forward into this beautiful exit. Gravel, Hunter's Fury in coordination to set up Saber on this entry. It's denied because the players, particularly Battison, with this double tap has like 9 lives at this point. Oh my gosh!
If you don't break those, ISO is just absolutely a menace. Just being able to get follow-up and follow-up and follow-up, and almost an infinite life pool to be working with in that moment. It is very important that someone puts attention to those. Otherwise, Battison's just going to be allowed to continue to do this.
No, for sure. And I mean, this point, Plan Bree, right? They hit their stride that round without ultimates, and now they have like everything except for Australis's to work with versus Straight Garbage. That was their all-in exec, right? Like, it was beautifully crafted, don't get me wrong. The Asher utility on point, like we mentioned, the setup there for Saber. It really was just Saber not able to find a shot because Battison was like, I am not afraid of all this util. And sometimes, again, FPS at the end of the day, what can you do? You know, theory versus practice. And it's a Scary Shark playing with fire there, but it's great information. And we said it, we wanted Bree to come online, and trusting him with the solo mid hold is one way to do it. Oh my gosh. Madison, like, they're just delivering on the ice though, like we asked them to.
We're gonna go
Whoa.
hit him with the undercut, not once but twice. We also, yeah, we're able to pick up another shield, continue to keep our pill alive. Cytherin falls, well, finds one but falls. Astralis picks up another. Keep facilitating Madison is all I have to say.
And it's just like, these players you can tell are just having fun. Like, they'll be hopping around there, Cytherin tracking Ev with a shot off of library, or sorry, she's a catwalk, I should say. And just trying to scramble for the weapon as well after you find the frag if you're Scary Shark. Like, Plan Bree, I mean, that was beautiful from the kills Madison was able to find, isolate Irene. Again, Cytherin with the op shots. It feels like they have a very nice picture here that's going to be really hard to shatter. And this is where I want to see another, I think it was Scary Shark that took the timeout, right? Over on their first map. I feel like we're in need for another one.
It seems like Straight Garbage may have a plan right now, and that's why they're not doing it. But Cytherin with the operator taking down one of your duelists again. I think genuinely, Scary Shark, it might be time to do it. Take the timeout because you just had Kay take down Kara, one of your powerhouses. You yourself are gone, Irene.
Wow.
Ev. Yeah, time to call a timeout. Do not let Plan Bree take this momentum and carry it any further. They're at the half point. Like, literally ending half at 6 is good enough for Plan Bree, I feel like, right now, to parlay it into being victorious on this map in their attacking half.
Yeah, hard to tell, but Plan Bree definitely hitting a stride here. We said we wanted a competitive series. Maybe we're getting it into map 3, but dominant fashion from either squad, which is another statement way, I think, to make it close, but not, like, atrocious in terms of the length of the game, where everyone just wants it to be over, production and players alike. So, I mean, I think, what was our map 3? Bind? That is a really good map for both of these squads, versus we said kind of that, like, map 1 and map 2 were kind of polar opposites for both of these squads, like a team that hadn't played it a lot versus a team that, you know, was just successful on it. And it looks like we might be getting a tech pause here. So I talked about atrociously long. We gotta wait a minute longer to see if Plan Bree can guarantee a lead at the half, or Straight Garbage can try and shuffle back a thrifty comeback, or at least turnaround.
Yeah, sometimes technology is not our best friend, and right now is case in point as to why it's not. Someone's PC said I really don't like Abyss, not once but twice today. So now I'm looking at the economy that's available for Straight Garbage, and it's not strong. It's not very healthy. And they do have the opportunity to start pulling things back in their favor. Honestly, this minor tech pause is probably working in their favor to try and, like, cool the jets of Plan Bree, pun intended. But right now, honestly, I think it's because we're not giving enough respect to the fact that Cytherin has this operator and is confident with it. There was one time where they were momentarily stalled out, and that was when the recon bolt hit them and they were revealed. So let's again start forcing them out of these known places where someone with an operator is going to sit and give up the utility to make sure we're not going to be walking into a kill box out the gate of a jet with an op. Use the flash, use the recon bolt, and make sure you secure your initiation into the site rather than blind swinging into an op.
For sure, for sure. And that's something else I think is... Cytherin's done a good job, I think, positioning themselves in a place where the utility isn't phasing them. Like, we look at last run, right? Saber did their due diligence, right? They curveballed around B main, and Cytherin just never wavered from the angle. Now, fortunately, they didn't hit their shot. They could still kind of go for the entry, but the reposition even to try and counter Scary Shark and that very creative kind of dash on the Tetris was also met head-on. So, I don't know if it's necessarily not putting enough utility in, especially when we feel like Straight Garbage has the utility advantage by having both flashes and that Sova recon. But I do agree with you to a degree. Maybe they can, like, layer it so it's overwhelming, kind of like they did when they had all the ults to work with on that A exec. And I think that's what they're about to maybe do here.
But we've also had Cytherin walk over to A site to change things up. And what did I say? You don't blind swing the corners when you don't know where the jet is at. Case and point. Thank you for taking notes today. Hopefully that one is also marked with a highlighter.
Well, I just praised them for using the curveball, and that's what we get, I guess. Again, time wearing at them, but now, I mean, what do you do in that moment, right? Bree is the one pushing you, so you don't have to worry about dry swinging with them when they are quite literally taking these duels, and they line them up, knock them down, through the smoke. Kara, opposite side of the map, saying, guys, all right, I mean, I got my side.
Yeah, hey guys, I have B lockdown.
This is when you need them to be on Omen, right? You just, from the shadows, get the spike, plant, but nope, it's the Astra, and Battison track them down to the opposite sides of the earth, find the frag, and find a guaranteed lead at the half.
Okay, so we're 2 rounds away from the halfway point here, and Battison is at 13 kills. To String Bean in the chat room, who claimed they had a very serious conversation with Battison about their performance, the necessity to drop these 30 kills. They're halfway there. They're almost halfway there, and we're almost at the halfway point. Chill. They'll get there. They're gonna get it.
I believe. I believe in Battison, for sure. And here we go. I mean, this is going to be their biggest obstacle yet. I mean, there's still a 3-stack here, and they're in a corner that never gets cleared. There it is. They should find another at minimum, and they're on par for there it is, because they're usually halfway before the half expires. Oh, Bree, not dead yet, but they might not need it. I was going to say, Australis doing a great job trying to find the last player, Saber, but Bree is going to live to tell the tale. While in their immortal state, they find it and cancel it out. 8-3 now. And we're about to look at another 8-4 or 9-3 possibility, Nerdy Bird.
This is absolutely insane. Plan Bree, I love what you are doing on this map. I know I said I was worried that y'all don't have any flashes, but you're making work of what you have. It is a phenomenal... Ooh, I love this type of setup. This is the, hey, I've got money flowing out of my ears right now. So not only do I have an op, but I've got a pocket vandal.
Last round,
to
might
use
as well.
Just in case. I love it when we have this type of setup in mid. In comes the recon bolt. We're going to avoid it if we're Bree right now. Going to be able to confidently swing back into mid because people are going to assume we're most likely not there, or that we flooded out further away closer to both of our respective sites so they have the opportunity to kind of eke their ways towards mid and prepare for a possible engagement and exchange fire.
And I mean, they have yet to find out the horrors of the Bree operator here over towards mid, right? They thought they were safe. They cleared it with the recon bolt. Battison even baiting with the idea of the outlaw here, and Scary Shark finding that frag should add some confidence into the mix, but Ev, actually, Hunter's Fury, how deep Scary Shark made it off their Blaze Storm here? Yes. They instead are opting for the Bucky with these close quarters, but it's a threat all in itself. The Bucky does not finish it off, but again, the double tap is there. It's such a overpowered tool in its last round. Might as well pull out the death contract here yet again. Somehow Irene evades it, but I mean, they're in alone. Kara trying to scramble back to their teammates side the cage, prolonging it, but the trades come through. Kara, the 1v1 again, and this time Australis says, I am not losing that engagement. The 9-3 curse sprung here against straight garbage, and we got 2 things now working for us here, Nerdy Bird. We talked about it prior. You like that the person who gets double digits first is going to win, and I say I really, really want to come back where the team wins the pistol when they are down, and we have yet to see it today.
Either way, this is a phenomenal showing from Plan Bree. I hope that everyone who is currently watching is like nothing but satisfied with what they're witnessing. I mean, Split just did not go in their favor, but it seemed like there was a moment of recognition and they started conserving the mental capacity to be able to go all out here on Abyss, knowing that this will put themselves at series point. Send us to the 3rd map, take us to Bind, and right now Battison leading the charge with, I think, was it 16 or 17 kills currently at the halfway point?
I mean, we'll have to see. This game might be over before we can even see Battison drop 30, and they're trying. Great secondary entry alongside, Sithrin here, and Kara, yes, gets ahead of it, but the shot around town should have been good. Kara, the 3-piece, they say, I don't need a secondary teammate. I can hold my own. Bree left now in a 1v3 of what have been the 1v4, and the long range with a classic against the Deagle is not enough, and finally, my wishes come true. Straight garbage. They get the pistol when they were down. And finally is the 9-3 curse that I've been wishing on my stars for. We'll have to wait and see.
I'm still Battison. I'm rooting for you to get the 30 bomb. You're almost there.
If the game is longer, they can. right?
Exactly. And so your wish being granted that the pistol round went to the underdogs, at least at the halfway point, could ostensibly mean that it's a harbinger of what's to come. And this is going to be a long, drawn-out Abyss game.
And here we go. I mean, it definitely would be a great start, but we've seen a second round Thrifty shenanigans here prior. Not to say that it won't happen here yet again. Saber. Nice little swing here. The reflash as well to set up their teammates. Swing back out with the Outlaw in tow as well. Baddison, you said it, you want them to find kills, and they were trying, but they know when they are not wanted. Little smoke doodle breeze just sticking around in, but at this point you might be the last one sticking around.
Baddison, you disengaged, but then unfortunately, yeah, Saber is now doing what I feel like, as crazy as it is, I feel like Phoenix is extremely powerful on defense. Yeah, flashes are great, but you're still going to end up getting yourself eliminated if someone swings back with a perfectly timed avoidance of the curveball. Whereas like on defense, you start flooding forward, you're just creating space that your team can freely take away from that attacking squad when you time it perfectly.
Well, they hold on. They do it in pretty semi-flawless fashion as well. So if I see these light shields and I see an outlaw, a double outlaw, I should say, and a guardian, I think this is like the perfect recipe for a thrift, or I should say a bonus. I'm not gonna lie to you, Nerdy Bird. Like, if it actually comes true, I'm gonna be like, see? But aside from that, 9-5 here, straight garbage, a third round bonus conversion. That's how you like confirm a 9-3 is possibly coming true. Oh. There it is! Has 2 bullets for a reason.
Scary
One for the
shark.
double tap, one for the kill. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Okay, now remember when I was begging straight garbage to give respect over to the Jet that has the sniper rifle? We're gonna have to do the exact same thing here, Plan Bree. Let's have a moment. Let's come together and recognize Jets with any form of snipers are scary.
I mean, just Scary Shark ASK left in the 1v4 here. It would be the ace clutch again. And I mean, at this point, I mean, they've pillaged weapons, or they're going to be able to after the round concludes. And there it is from all angles. Oh my goodness. And the ults are starting to stack up as well. I mean, Plan Breeze broke this round, so we're probably going to be within 2 rounds of each other. We said it, Plan Bree, not really the one to take timeouts. Straight Garbage proved us wrong the last map, but it has since not taken a timeout. They just waited for the half to reset and reclaim their own momentum. Do we think this is contributing to the double duelist? Like, I don't understand, because they're on the defense now, you know? Is it Abyss just defense-sided? I don't think it's defense-sided.
I don't think it's defense-sided. I literally think it is utilizing the way that defense works when it comes to the double duelist composition of specifically when we like I said, when you time your Phoenix, who has the ability to swing corners, get eliminations, and continue to press forward with the changes to curveball, you set the, like, it's like the finish line is present in one area, but as Phoenix moves forward, it moves forward too until Phoenix gets eliminated. It's like, this is how much space we own, and the more you can facilitate that space grabbing, the better off you are, and that is why Straight Garbage is doing a pretty gosh darn job reclaiming space after like the massive swell of utility dump happens from Plan Bree.
Ooh. And meanwhile, they're trying to put up some numbers with these Deagles. It's still a 2v4 where Saber is another kind of, I mean, a reason for them to possibly win this debate, but double swings with the Vandals in hand. Ev, Irene, side by side, keep Straight Garbage on the road to recovery. Again, like I mentioned, 2 rounds now separating these squads. This would be, I would say, where we've given ample time for Baddison to get kills in these few rounds, but then Plan Bree can pull ahead if they win this round, right? Like, this is where you would still win the game, or the map, I should say, without any kind of damage, right? Like, because you get your wish, Nerdy, which is double digits first and winning. And I think if you win this round, you would have to win 2 in a row to break the economy for Straight Garbage, and that would put you at 11, the 12 mark, right? So this round is everything in my mind. It's going to solidify the comeback or start the downward spiral.
Ooh, but Saber using that curveball early has revealed their location, and there's 2 people waiting for Saber. Saber did not scout them, and now the unfortunate truth of, I died to the Cypher who has Neuro Theft. Everyone's locations on my team is now revealed, and this is, again, creating that stopping block. That line of which we do not cross is now recognized by Plan Bree and as well as Straight Garbage. Straight Garbage, their line is getting pushed closer and closer to their spawn. It's going to make them uncomfortable.
No peeking.
Here we go. Straight Garbage. I said it. This was an important round, and the 3v5 retake would definitely be a way to cement that fact. And that's why Plain Bree is also pulling out all the stops. Not dead yet, and that's all just a bait for Battison as well to set them up for kills. And I'm just trying to save, realizing, like I mentioned, that this was going to be do or die if you lose all your weapons. And now Irene's in a similar position. I gotta save, and unfortunately Australis is gonna hunt them down. Plan Bree breached double digits in almost a flawless fashion. And Straight Garbage, I think you gotta buy, but it's gonna be, again, last chance.
Scary Shark still going with this operator play, and I think Plan Bree has made adjustments and recognizes that there is an operator in play. It is, I think, making contingency plans for it to be existing on left, right, and center of the map. Just because, I mean, when you have someone who is very confident in their play on this agent when it comes to using a sniper rifle, then you yourself can predict where someone else in the same shoes is going to be and utilize that to your advantage, shutting down the angles where they want to be, and Scary Shark already getting forced to move.
Wow. Scary Shark, though, has upgraded from the Outlaw to the Vandal, a hefty investment for a hefty cause, which is the 9-3 comeback they are trying to stage. Nice first blood as well. It doesn't take down the threat that has been Battison, and as a result, Ev, you'd have to win it out in the Gulag, the 1v1. I wouldn't say to decide the game, but oh my goodness, that is not the time to whiff your shots. And they're not even in a punishable position. They were in the safety on the side of top mid. So now you've lost your duelist, you've lost even more players. Like, you got less than a minute left and you got to enter into a site with 3 players?
Hear me out. Once again, I think you could save right now if you're Plan Bree, because you know that tide swell that you start to experience when you have this advantage, but ultimately the more rounds you win back to back, the less your economy gets to benefit from it when you have some people end up getting eliminated. If you're Plan Bree right now, you kind of want to put a stopping block up. Start building up the Beaver Dam to try and make sure that you can prevent the groundswell from overcoming your team. So I think, honestly, saving there might have been advantageous for Plan Bree.
I think I agree with that, like I mentioned prior, right? Like, the last round that they won, I was like, okay, well, I mean, that's like one tick in the right direction, but it would have been catastrophic if they lost the 2 in a row. So now it's still just, like, keeping things close. They're just trying to, like, delay the inevitable, which is a decision about who's going to win, and if we will see a map 3 or not. And I think we're reaching that apex where, like, you've got to make a decision. And, I mean, Straight Garbage, right? Like, they win this round, and the economy shattered for Plan Bree, and we are 10-10. But again, this is the moment where then Plan Bree somehow is going to win it out. And I mean, Battison, I was going to say, with the swing off of their util could have been good. But again, Scary Shark with the operator is going to try and open things up, but they know when to evade. They know when to get out. And I mean, they're trusting Ev to do that, I guess.
We do have the follow-up trade to avenge Battison's loss, but Plan Bree is down to 3 players left standing. We're going for the plant to get the points. The curveball goes through.
Wow.
I think it blinded both Astralis and Kay. Cithrin will find Saber, but not after Saber got so many kills, and we're going to follow up. We're out of bullets. I need more bullets, but I don't have enough, and unfortunately, Cithrin will have to suffer the consequences of the COD reload.
Oh my goodness, and Scary Shark tucking away in security was the smartest thing she could have done. Like, just to buy the time for Irene, because you are quite literally a sliver of health after that. You lined up with your teammate and got wallbanged into oblivion. And I mean, like I mentioned prior, look at this buy. It's either GCDs or a tie here right now. And I mean, the ultimates as well that Straight Garbage has. We've seen Kara do insanely well with that Cosmic Divide, and I cannot wait to see how they use it here. I mean, Saber, yeah, shut down Battison. That's not how you win any, or not. That's not how you deny Thrifty. I mean, the blades are out. This is a little bit dicier than I thought it would be, Nerdy. I thought it would be straight cut, you know, we tie and we go next.
Apparently it's not, and Battison managed to survive the duel with Saber and pick up a weapon thereafter, and because Ev hit the Hunter's Fury, we saw an opportunity ourselves to follow up as Astralis and figure out where they were standing.
Oh my
but the
gosh.
elimination. And I'm sorry, but Plan Bree went in with Deagles and comes out with Vandals.
Oh my goodness, that would have been it's tied. We have no clue who's going to win now. And now again, it's back to square one, right? Both teams on the brink of economic destruction. Again, we keep just moving the finish line. We're like, okay, this team's gonna win. Nope, this team's gonna win. And I still don't have a square answer for you. Like, if Plan Bree wins this round, I think they're the winners. Look at the vibes, like the situation economically for Straight Garbage. But if Straight Garbage wins this again, we're moving the finish line, and they have an opportunity to tie things up and bring. I think this. Needless to say, we're going to overtime. No, I'm joking.
I really just think that it's going to come down to a little bit of timing here. We need someone to not overstay a duel welcome.
Whoa!
Find one elimination, find the second, get out. Cithrin, you're at 2 health, you got the first elim. Can you find the second so you're not stuck in a situation where you don't have bullets?
What?
Same thing. 4 gets disengages and goes for the reload. That was very important to recognize. We can't stay here any longer. But Battison doesn't care and swings and takes down Ev after hearing that reload.
Oh my goodness, and now it's all down to Battison. Eyes on one player, knows where their teammate died as well. Their parting gift was that neural theft, but it has since expired. The player's trying to take the duel together. The bait is there, so is the flash from Battison! 3 kills on the round is the hero that our team needed to get to map point. What? Like, that just feels like such a miscomm there. Like, I could hear the panic in Cithrin's comm, like, swing that! Or sorry, not Cithrin's, in Scary Shark's, like, swing, Saber, swing! And they just, oh, that's gonna hurt in the morning, you know?
Battison took everything in that round away from Straight Garbage, and the sound cues were utilized to absolute perfection, recognizing, hey, you're out of bullets. You just reloaded. You're not going to be ready for me to swing you. Swings into the into our Sova, eliminates someone who's our point for our team to get immense amounts of information, and just able to decimate the 2 duelists despite getting flashed because you knew where they were standing right before. Absolutely huge. Now, Battison, we hit the kill contract. Are we going to find the elimination? We do! It's Kara hitting the ground. So that is setting up Plan Bree for an absolute takeover here.
I mean, the players are at least at the right site as soon as the plant goes down, but Cithrin in a jack-in-the-box position. Surprise, surprise! A beautiful Hunter's Fury, and it might all just be wrapped up with the bow. 1v3, and they are overwhelmed by the players still on site, standing guard. 13-9. We're going to tie things up for the series 1-1 and go to Bind to see who will be acing the final exam of Radiant Academy 107.
Man, it seems like both group projects were really well thought out and executed between Split and then when we go to Abyss. That was so good from Plan Bree. I'm super excited to go into Bind because I feel like this map is going to be, it's not going to be as lopsided early on as we've seen in the past here on broadcast or between these 2 teams. I really think that this one's going to be back and forth to the very finish.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, Bind, like we said, both teams undefeated on this map have, I would say, varying approaches. I am hopeful that Bree is going to come out swinging on Bind since that is the map that they popped off in a degree we could not have measured. But also my concern there lies in the fact that what if they don't pop off? Was it the win con for them getting that victory over on Bind? If not, what adaptations are they going to have to pull out against a squad that is just purely well-rounded? Like, yes, we got to see it slip through the cracks a little bit there, but I think when we saw, like, on map 1, if they come back to their Split performance, again, we don't know what variant of these teams we're going to get on Bind, especially as the evening continues. I mean, it's 8 p.m. already here on the East Coast. I mean, I know they probably want a breather. I want to breathe, Nerdy Bird.
Oh yeah, I do too. So of course we'll let everyone take a quick breather. It's time for you to go grab your mid-exam snack, stand up, stretch those legs, but come back here. It is going to be a absolute brawl for both of these teams to see who gets crowned Radiant Academy 107 champions. Be back here in just a few minutes. We've got one more map to go, so hold on tight.
Yes.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Radiant Academy. We are about to crown our valedictorian, and it all is going to come down to this map of Bind. We started on Split. That ends up going in favor of Straight Garbage. We move over to Abyss. That ended up going in favor of... Oh my McNuggets, my brain is dying. Plan Bree. But now we go to Bind. It's me, Nerdy. I'm getting a little tired. And Zobi, who unfortunately I did not let speak before he pulled up the map selection, is here also with me to call all of the remaining action that is going to be left. I mean, Abyss, I was just over here rooting for Plan Bree because I love an underdog story, and I feel like the odds were put against them. But now that we're at Serious Point, it's anybody's game, and I'm like, I'm just here to call the action and enjoy it. But tell me, what are your thoughts regarding Bind of these two teams?
Well, you know, we did get to cast a bind for Plan Bree earlier today, right? But the issue was we also didn't get the Australis Chamber on that map, which I was hyping up, and then we had the Stellar sub Starbound step in as well and get to play their dreams out of a chamber and an official. And I'm excited to see Australis back, right? I really were on like a support role over on the Sova, and my guess is that they're just going to copy paste the composition to have Australis on chamber. I mean, they could have just surprised us and maybe surprised their opponent, Straight Garbage, but aside from that, it's hard to say. I think in my mind, if we talk about like who would play a cleaner bind, I think I'm gonna give that to Straight Garbage. Just again, Kara knows the protocols, Ev knows the protocols on this map, and I think that they can do some serious damage on this map. So again, in my mind, it's gonna be either individual performance coming out from you know, like Battison and Australis, or it's gonna be the coordination from Straight Garbage that almost got them a 9-3 comeback.
All right, y'all. You heard Zobi. They're siding with Straight Garbage here. So that means I gotta do sorry. You are leaning towards because you think a cleaner execution is going to be done by Straight Garbage. So, keeping with my trend of always splitting the desk, I gotta go lean into Plan Bree here and say it is your time to shine. You showed us what you had on Abyss, and if you're willing to let Bind be the last map here that's available.
Guys, you know, no,
what?
wait. Starbound's back in! Starbound's back in!
Okay, well, Starbound just wants to up. All right.
No. You don't understand. Like, this is not a sorry Zobi Starbound's, and this is like, oh my god, my goat is in, because I am like next to Australis, I'm like #1 Starbound simp. All right, like trademark it, stamp it. So you talk about me having a favor towards Straight Garbage, throw that out the window. We're both on the Plan Bree train. No, I'm joking. I honestly, like I said, I wanted the FlyQuest Civil War, and that only kind of comes true if Starbound's in the picture. And so, like, no, it is, right? Because you're fighting your own players, right? Like we're like Avengers Civil War, but FlyQuest style here, where they're on the same team but are fighting against each other. And so that only complicates things, right? Because now, like, you call a strat, Starbound's gonna know what that strategy is. And yes, it's the best way we can close out this best of 3 in grand finals by far.
All right, so Battison, I'm staring at you right now because you showed me a side of you that I was not anticipating, and that was showing me some beautiful ISO gameplay earlier. And now you're making a return over to that controller, gonna be playing the Viper. Kay on the Initiator, Bree on the Smokes once again, Starbound, Sierra's celebrity crush over here is going to be coming in on that chamber, and then Cithrin is going to also be playing our duelist in the form of the Rays. On the other side, Irene on the Deadlock. I'm excited for this because I feel like Deadlock is a slept-on agent here for Bind and is still very powerful here. Saber once again picking up the mantle of duelist, walking in on the Jet. Kara still on the Smokes, the controller role, but going to be playing someone I feel like is a little bit more post-plant heavy, so that's definitely where they're going to be leaning, is the post-plant gameplay. I feel like in conjunction with the Deadlock, absolutely can demolish people. You throw that grab net down in conjunction with a molly, you are getting some fresh fried barbecue. Then we're going to round this out with Scary Shark on that raise. You could also use the paint shells. You don't have to use the molly out the gate. And finally, then we have Ev on that Sky to be the guiding light for Straight Garbage. Now, I'm still gonna lean into Plan Bree, but I feel like this might be a map, and in these compositions, I feel like that guiding light is the usage of it is going to be what's going to make or break engagements for these teams on the retakes as well as on the initial take from our attacking squads.
I love me a good Deadlock on Bind. So eyes towards Irene. They were joking in chat saying their sibling was playing the last map, and I do think the thing that we mentioned beforehand, right, was for Plan Bree with Bree stepping up as much as they did. We didn't need to see anything out of Starbound, right? They were just kind of that like, that benched player that you don't need to call into the game, but when they do, they would knock it out of the park. And I mean, this round, I mean, Plan Bree on the defense, Straight Garbage on the attack, and it's actually Plan Bree getting the proactive here, taking fights time and time again to Sands here over towards B main, and the duel ends in bloodshed, but it's still going to end in a B-side plant. You know, 2 players are hookah at a minimum. And, I mean, where's the third? Where's Starbound?
I'm looking on the map, trying to find Starbound. And here they come, up from Belong. They unfortunately fall to a ghost, and now it is just Bree who also falls. And there was a 3-player effort to take care of Bree. That's when you know that you're a formidable opponent.
For sure. And I mean, Straight Garbage, I mean, you said a year for Plan Bree. I'm like split down the middle, you know. And Straight Garbage taking the pistol here is one way to make a statement, right? Especially after they just got, you know, denied a 9-3 comeback, which would have been the 2-0. And that's what's interesting about these 2 teams, right? When they get kind of knocked down, they come back hard. Like whether it was the one map that they lost and then they would dominate after the fact previously in this tournament, or whether it's now coming into a map 3. The last map you'll play for Raidiant Academy 107 before you graduate. And I mean, so far, I mean, you got weapons, might as well go in and swing into the B site.
And swinging they are. We hear the guiding light go off, though, and Battison swings out of the ruse, picks up 1, does get traded out by Kara, who has that Guardian, but Bree, walking up and staying patient and quiet inside of that hookah, manages to pick up another. Recognizing that they're kind of getting pushed back, there's a pinch starting to be generated from Plan Bree. Straight Garbage opts to disengage. Now, the chamber was there, and they were smoked off. They're backing off, and there should be... I don't know if their existence is actually fully known right now, which should play to the advantage of Plan Bree on their retake.
Here we go. All right. 3v4 here. Again, we talk about Plan Bree. I mean, they 30 themselves essentially into that map 2 victory. When we talk about the round, I think it was like 20. And here we go, Bree with the Guardian trying to make it stick, but still the numbers are dwindling. It's a 1v2. Kara, you've been the clutch master before with the Guardian, and copy paste from Abyss into Bind, and you get it again. 4 kills with the Guardian on the round. Kara keeps it together for Straight Garbage.
Kara is one of the players that's always going to perform well under pressure, and it's like, oh, this is nothing new to me. Oh, I'm the last player standing yet again. Oh, don't worry, I'll get the ace for you. It's fine. I'll win the duel.
We haven't had an ace yet on broadcast this tournament.
I know we haven't had an ace, but Kara's confident enough to be one of those players. It's like, oh, I need an ace. I can get the ace. Don't worry.
On Brim,
it's just
too.
Yeah, I have full faith we'll see an ace. And if I don't, well, I'm sorry, gamers. I tried. I tried to cast a curse into existence.
Well, we'll have to see. I mean, here we go. Guns in the hands of Plan Bree. And they put a lot of damage into Straight Garbage. This should be an easy round victory for them. Saber, the realization, the slight pause, like, wait a minute. And now suddenly, like, okay, was that planned? Was it a rotation? They did have a player there in Shower that fell really early on. We've equated things back to a 4-on-4. They're going to know about that. I was going to say the Jet rotating back, but Saber's been taken care of by Starbound, so you really got to commit. Unfortunately, they never cleared out K. Spike is down. We got a flash, maybe pop around this corner. Maybe a net as well to swing off of, and they are. Beautiful coordination just to get Spike back in their control, just to lose it again to Bree.
Hey, that was also a beautiful prediction on your part to call that the net was going to be used, but I think Starbound, just undeterred by the idea that someone's holding this angle, was like, hey, let's 1-2-3 this with Bree, and was able to find that final exec. But yeah, you called it perfectly. I think we'll probably see a net here, and as you're saying it, there's the windup for the toss.
Yep. I mean, it's again a great way to try and dislodge a player you know is there now, especially if you're double swinging it to make sure they can't spray transfer you too easily. But aside from that, again, Bree is just like, you're pairing it with a Viper on top of it, and I feel like Bree without the Viper utility could hold down the B side solo off their mechanics alone. So that's been a really, really nice combination when it exists. And now they're kind of swapping things up, right? You have this kind of typical combination of your Sky Long, your Viper there, so that Bree can play the A site along Starbound. So really, they're just trying to spice things up, stay unpredictable in their defense.
Scout destroyed.
I think perhaps Plan Bree, that is the best thing you can do, is stay unpredictable, because I felt as though, even though there were some things that you could kind of figure out for their Abyss defense, they're still doing a pretty decent job shaking things up here on their bind defense as well, but it's not quite good enough when there's 2 ultimates staring you down and 1 to funnel you into elbow so that Scary Shark to come in with the showstopper. But Starbound is just far enough away that they are managing to stay alive. And then we see Starbound
Respect.
and we turn tail and run. Yeah, that is the moment of I know when to run away.
And it's so interesting they use both those ultimates to take the site, right? Orbital Strike and a Showstopper, because they're confident in their ability to play out these post plans. Sithrin in the 1v2, you know the Brim was... I thought you knew the Brim was default. They just killed your teammate. But Kara, the 4K Master, able to once again clutch it out for their team. And this time they pull on to a 3rd round here. And I mean, I would say a pretty good one at that. I mean, look at the buys here. Whew, a little all over the place here, like trying to convince themselves, okay, don't buy, make sure you can buy next. And it's gonna be probably the full save, which is really scary because then straight garbage feel like they're on like the fast track to a 6th round on the half.
It's not just that, it's that straight garbage, despite their economy being where it's at, is willing to risk it and buy as much as possible in this moment as well. And so, while I understand Plan Breeze need to go for this economy save, I was hoping that they'd put all their eggs in one basket and just pray that they pick the right site out the gate. But now we need to also pray we stay alive and wait for our teammates. Starting out with double-ended trades is not great, but Bree, you also need to hope that you're able to find one more elimination to keep yourself alive and keep your team with an advantage, because we hit the not dead yet.
Wow.
One dead.
Here we go. I mean, 3v3, but again, showing off that they are the world, you know, the global player that they are, and Starbound saying, no, I'm on your team too, mate. Gets the trade with the headhunter. Unfortunately, Kara says, hey, I used to be your teammate too. It's the Civil War being played out here, and at this time, it feels like straight garbage pulls ahead. A little memery of the lineup, the bouncing incendiary, and actually forces Kara to reposition as well. Last place you're gonna expect them is up close, but Battison does clean deagle shot, but unfortunately, it cannot get the transfer over towards Scary Shark. Rifle in hand, and so is the round.
Okay, so straight garbage, all but 1 player ended up getting eliminated that round, which means once again, their buys are teetering on the edge of destruction here for their squad. You can see that there are multiple players sitting at 0 credits in the bank after these buy-ups. Not even Irene can't even full buy shields right now in order to get the utility that they want. So we need to live through this round with 3 or more players standing for our economy to recover healthily enough that we can risk it in situations and end up losing a round. I think Plan B recognizes that and is now looking to find this opportunity to actually find those triple eliminations here.
Oh. And Starbound, the operator, is out. We've seen that be a pillar of stability on the defense. It kind of closes the site for business, so you can focus heavily on the other site, just the fear factor and alone enough. And you can see it's a gravitational pull already, or I should say it's repulsion. They leave the B site, they head towards the A site, which is where you stacked it with your star players, your duelist, your Bree. And Battison, she's left over here towards Hoopka and trusted to take care of the loose ends, aka Irene. And I mean, I would say it should have been working. These players, though, are corralled into shower for the time being because of that incendiary.
Out comes the Seekers. Out comes the Showstopper as well. We have Starbound finding Saber. Starbound getting eliminated as well. And then Kara's down. K down. Ev falling. It is just down to our Scary Shark lurking through lamps, as well as our half-health Viper.
Yeah. I mean, Battison, she's been in clutch positions before and just fallen short. She's realizing, all right, I don't have to get ahead of myself. I don't have to give them these duels. I also just took over of Irene, so they're probably gambling on the fact that she would have been short. I mean, you can even see Scary Shark. They tried clearing it out a little bit. They go for the backside plants, and it's going to be now, I think, a very elongated round. Now you got to go for the CT, rotate all the way. And I was about to say, I thought Nora was going to go into CT and meet you head on, but it's going to just be, I mean, this could just be a game of, like, ring around the rosy, right? You get into CT, they go back around towards Spike, rewrap truck. It's so hard to say what could happen here when neither is initiator, neither really has too much utility to work off of either.
I mean, we've got no utility, I think, if you're Battison. I think it's all posted up on B site. Scary Shark, same situation. We're going off audio
Ooh.
cues galore here as the ruse goes up. Pros don't fake, but unfortunately, Scary Shark also was hopping over to that ruse to get that elimination, recognizing that you had no time to take your hands off the diffuser.
And again, that's what happens when you had to go for the full-on rotation because they knew you were coming through short. I like Bree with the, post support after they had fallen. The benefit of picking the Clove and having a secondary controller in your mix, but again, not enough there. 5-1 currently. Again, the score does not tell the story because so many of these rounds have come down to 1v1s. We need a counter at this point. And I mean, the buy here is rough for Plan Bree. Do have some ultimates like the Tour de Force here from Starbound and the support this Judge Pit could pose. And it's just hard because look, the two players are so deep through short and these players are fighting the Viper's Pit of all things.
I have to give respect to Battison for recognizing that earlier in the here. A mistake was made that when we went for this lurk up into B lobby with the judges, we let that Trailblazer from Straight Garbage identify that there was people standing there with judges, so they backed off just enough to make sure that they wouldn't get identified, and they're able to find that first elimination. And now we have to pivot our focus here and try to still attack this point. We need to be very precise with these engagements because one falls and it's like another one comes back to take its place. This is like a Hydra. If you do not eliminate the core, they're gonna keep coming back.
And Kara, Irene teamed up here into Hookah. Have some ultimates to cause some damage, but again, the Guardians have been insane this game, whether it's Kara, whether it's Bree, and another 3K as well there, and suddenly Plan Bree is coming back. A second round on the board. Utilizing both ultimates on an eco round to flip the script into their favor. That's what I like to see out of your ult economy. I mean, the silver lining here for Straight Garbage is you're about to get your ults online, even if you don't have the economy to back them up. So I feel like we're going to see a similar occurrence, especially, Saber. Look, they have full shield. That means an indication that, okay, Blaze Storm's coming out. Scary Shark's one off from the orb. So yeah, they're about to take shower control to try and streamline that as well. So there's you can already see the plan forming, and I hope that Plan Bree sees it too.
I mean, Plan Bree ostensibly has not taken time out. They've just kind of rolled with the punches here. I think they're very adaptable, and the fact that they utilized their ultimates last round to compensate for what they lacked is a demonstration of their adaptability, and now it's utility. They recognize there's people here. This is the site that is being targeted is A, so they have to throw back util and hope that their team is able to do this lurk through B long fast enough to get to mid before Straight Garbage opts to disengage. They need to be hesitant with the utility enough to not force Straight Garbage to run away and keep them here.
Ooh. Yeah, and the fact that they abandoned the shower exchange means Sithrin can get away with this, means Starbound can focus solely on short. Even the reposition around triple, because they have the safety of their teammate holding shower's control, is just chef's kiss. And I think that's why we're even seeing Scary Shark go and fight back over towards shower, right? The number one, they had to recover the spike, but number two, they want to eliminate that safety net. Speaking of safety, that's anything but with Battison scaling up Scary Shark. I mean, that had to be just an intrusive thought saying, wait a minute, there's a player here possibly. I mean, Battison has done it quite a few rounds. That's what they're punishing them for it. They're like, bro, you can't do that to us again. And I mean, you might as well take your trophy where you can, because I don't know if you're winning this round.
Your victory is knowing that you eliminated Battison, and we're like, no, fool me once, shame on you, fool me. Oh, but I think maybe we celebrated a little too much and gave away our location, that we were still within earshot and a gunshot of our life. So someone decided to come in and punish at least one of the two who sat there and showed the Viper this is why you don't lurk more than once.
Oh, for sure. And I'm sure Battison has learned that lesson. We'll have to wait and see. But again, we talked about the ultimate. I expected them all to be invested there, and they only really brought Saber forth with that Blade Storm to kind of see if they could find something before investing the rest. And I also think just losing the spike that early to Sithrin and their protest activity as well over towards shower didn't help, to say the least. But aside from that, a little bit of a scramble here. I mean, again, Olds this time backed up by weapons. Starbound again, operator. Recollected, reposted up here over towards A main. This is a great disruption though. The Seekers, you can't really shoot all of them with that operator. And here comes the showstopper as well. You know where that rendezvous should be. And, I mean, finding Sithrin as well. You just know what this A setup looks like at this point. Poor Starbound!
Just sitting there in the grab net, the orbital strike had come down, the Seeker's the showstopper. It's just like, what am I supposed to do?
Oh my gosh. And I mean, even that, Ev now CT, a good trade off of K, makes this a 1v2, and even though you've gotten the spike down, and this is where I want to see that util. I mean, you got the wall there, it is a beautifully invested K! You got ahead of it!
We sneak past it! No way.
No way! They had to be like in the pixel of where the wall would cut through them that it didn't spawn. Like,
yep.
What are the odds there? Like, it didn't even spawn. Like, it didn't spawn behind them. It was just non-existent.
The odds were just in K's favor. That's all I can say.
And if it's the Hunger Games, they are the victor, at least for that round. And now we're 1 round separating these two squads. Again, we saw this, I think, to set up their the 9-3 half, right? Was a string of rounds towards the end of the half that they could not stop. And, I mean, it would be 7-5 if they win out every round from now on, but still an advantage nonetheless. And with a bye here as well for Straight Garbage, they are not out of the woods.
Yeah, and Straight Garbage it's a Franken buy too. They're really they really want to put this advantage to good use and try and widen this gap. So that's why they're opting to go for these extra buys. But I don't know if risking it is worth it rather than playing more economically. Because like I said during Split, Plan Bree is really good at playing economically when they have to. Now, we've got a 1-for-1 trade. Starbound's hungry for another Elim, but we do not have Rendezvous, so we have to give ourselves over to the welcoming arms of the enemy team to find that kill. I don't think it was worth it. Case in point of overstaying your welcome.
Oh my goodness, and Bree tries with all their might to get the 2-piece, and then they would worry about the ladder Irene later on. Transfer does not connect, and hats off to Starbound with the close range operating, the fact that they tried to mix it up and put them over on the B site instead of A, but overall, I mean, I gotta give hats off to Kara there. You saw that kind of sky smoke, like, in an unorthodox position, right? Kind of like in the B site or over towards Garden. All that was just so that Starbound couldn't op them as they're trying to entry through that choke point. And it worked out, right? Allowed them to scale up and force Starbound to take those close op fights. I mean, I'm surprised they even found Saber in that duel, but it gets the job done. They're at least sitting on 6 and they're to be looking for more. But look who takes the fight right back to them.
I think the transition over from B long into hookah for our Viper and our Sky is a good idea, but because we had no intel on whether or not people had flushed into sight, we should not have pushed out of the dome smoke that dropped down from the brimstone here. But now Bree has no choice, walks through the molly. It is hot coals on our feet and ends up getting eliminated right thereafter. Now we recognize we're 1 off of orbital strike, so we toss that spike back over to Kara. Starbound lurking up through CT is looking for an opportunity to get an op kill. If we can get 1, maybe 2, at least 1, we can guarantee next round that if we end up getting eliminated here, we get Tour de Force, and K finds 1, finds 2, gets orbital strike.
Oh my gosh.
We'll find another. Saber finding a 2-piece. We're in a 1v1. The tailwind has been used. We still have updraft and cloud smoke. I don't know if K has any utility. They don't have the chance to use it anyway.
That was just so crisp there from Saber, right? The close angle that I thought would be the first to be cleared by Starbound, but like the chaos of the orbital strike forcing them instead to try and bail out K over Hookah. And K being in Hookah from the get-go, right? And Bree throwing their life away off of the not dead yet, just to bait like, oh, K is not here. And you really did see Straight Garbage fall for it, right? Irene didn't clear Hookah, just tucked away outside. And once K got that initial kill, that's when it all sprung into action and settled into that final 1v1. Where again, talking about the proximity of these rounds, it's been 1v1 after 1v1, and Straight Garbage wins them out, gets the advantage here in this half, and we are in the last round, Nerdy Bird.
And while we are at a disadvantaged state for Plan Bree here as far as rounds go, because it's been so close to the wire, I really do think it has just come down to hair-splitting bullet movement at this point in time. Regardless of the outcome, this has been so back and forth and close. I'm looking to see like what the plan is here for Plan Bree. We found Saber. We have the showstopper. Madison dodges the Roomba. They're unfortunately on the return trip. It does end up hitting them, so they do get involved, unfortunately.
Oh my gosh. Oh my god, we got an ace!
I called it! We got the ace!
Oh my god! Kay says, I can't clutch up last round, but I'm gonna take the cake this round. And we can even see the messages over the top. Look at that! We see the Jedi career high!
No typing. And the Merry
Oh
Christmas
my
message was just the best one of
gosh.
the bunch.
And that's the thing is, with the delay, we see everyone finally seeing like the Baddison BM that happened in the lobby, but they're all friends here. They like throwing these kind of insults at each other. Like, they've all played together, and that's what I love about a grand finals like this. And the fact that it closes things out in a 7-5, the closest half I think we've had all day, in fact, makes this that much more enjoyable of a grand finals.
Yeah. Keep in mind, everyone who is watching, that we stated it. They know each other. They're like family. They've traveled, been through trials and tribulations. They're allowed to give each other a little BM here and there. It's
Yeah.
all in good faith and good fun.
All right.
Scout destroyed.
7-5. Again, we talk about it, how important the pistol is, and this is another different type of importance, right? You win this, you tie it almost immediately, as long as you don't get second round thrifted, which seems to be a dime a dozen around here, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there, especially when Baddison is able to find a frag like this on a Scary Shark, and I mean, they're setting us up for that storyline, but Saber, Deagle in hand, already on the rotation. Starbound, I love this. You're a pillar in the sky, Headhunter ready to go, putting your life on the line here. Can you get the flick? Oh, no, you can't.
Nope. Saber does instead.
Yeah, and now it's suddenly a 2v3. Bree, I was gonna say you're overextending, but if you get the kills, it doesn't matter. The 3-piece and the pistol follow suit, and we are staring down the barrel of that possibility of a tied game here, right at the side swap.
Okay, all right. So I need to point something out. There has been, I don't know, it's like these two need to go to friendship counseling. Scary Shark and Baddison have been dueling it out inside of Hookah for like control of that space every single round. And it's just back and forth, back and forth. One slightly adjusts how they want to approach it, change the timing by half a millisecond. One pivots slightly to the left, and so they're not seen on the retake into Hookah by the other one. And it's just been so interesting to see these two make changes to try and control that zone multiple times.
Well, seems like it's going to continue this half, and the wall from Irene as well. Irene was the other player, always kind of find themselves on the other end of the duels with Baddison, so they're like, nah, not happening this time. Wall's up. Try me. And aside from that, it's interesting to see how slow Plan Bree's taking this, given they had the weapons. I feel like Bind's one of those maps where you kind of do see an all-in aggressive front on your eco rounds, usually over towards A short. So I think that's what they were waiting for, that to fizzle out, or to see, Scary Shark peek their head out of the water over towards Shower. And then here comes the hit, the development. Off the toxic screen, they clear out all of U-Haul with that dog and sit there and just deposit themselves like normal. Oh no!
The Kara took a little bit too long to press forward after their teammate got hit and was out of the fatality range of the shotguns. Saber, same thing, too far away. We run through teleporter with that regrowth in hand being utilized to heal everyone back up but ourselves, which is always kind of crummy. We have a trade 1-for-1 on site. Bree is there for the follow-up and says, hey, I saw that.
And there it is. They deny the thrifty. We've seen too many of those today on the second round. And makes it a 7-7, where, again, anybody's game. And again, I look at this. I'm getting flashbacks over to that 9-3 comeback, Nerdy on Abyss, where I see Light Shield and I see Outlaws on opposing sides. And when that Outlaw is in Starbound's hands in particular, get your cameras ready. Because especially if they head towards them in any capacity, like, it's gonna be appalling. And the silver lining here is that they're on the attack with the Outlaw, but still, it's a scary prospect.
I mean, the amount of times that we've seen just people get a little too big for their britches here and swing angles when they don't need to from the defensive perspective, I think these Outlaws might be quite useful. Case in point, Starbound finds Kara, got a little too overzealous, wanting to gather intel. I understand that knee-jerk reaction of it's too quiet. I need to figure out where people are. So you sacrifice yourself for your team to get this intel while no one else is used any util. It typically will get you killed.
All right. Well, one player has already succumbed to Sithrin, adding insult to injury here. Not gonna buy in to any of the satchel antics from Scary Shark on the elevated angle. Irene maybe trying to take away or chip at this planter. Gonna be found out as well, and all of it's on Saber. Suddenly, lined up conveyor style, but unfortunately there's a disruption in the process. And Plan Bree, I mean, We got to get a counter now for the third round. Bonus conversions at this point as well, because it happened for straight garbage on the 9-3 comeback attempt, and now it's happened to Plan Bree here, pulling ahead, reclaiming the lead after a 7-5 half.
All right, Plan Bree, what are we cooking up here? I am a little, I mean, actually, no, I'm not a little surprised. This should be exactly how this buy shakes out for straight garbage. They're opting for straight eagles. It looks like everyone has enough for the next round to go for complete buys. So I like this commitment to the save here. I'm interested to see, does straight garbage, though, get this win kind of by the skin of their teeth, and we see a lot of money expenditures on their end, and they always are kind of teetering on the ledge of economic destruction. They got one kill on Plan Bree, and they're hungry for more.
And that's for good reason as well. You want to disrupt this turnaround that Plan Bree has found themselves on the track towards. You're doing it as well with suboptimal weapons. Starbound saying, let me take the front. Right, they can't have shields here. And one shot as well would finish off the dog. One bullet. Now you gotta get your shot because you only have one left in the mag. There it goes. A little bit of a reload. And again, this is what Plan B has been really good at, is slowing things down. Straight garbage gets in their own heads, and then they make a change that benefits this squad. Aside from that, here they go, just silently perusing in. Not much utility utilized. Ev? Woo! There it is, the trade. And Cytherin unleashed as well. The 3-on-3! Clear out Scary Shark as well. Everything is going Plan Bree's way.
It is for now, but I will say that a 2v3 we should not be super comfortable with just yet, considering just the precision of shots that always come from players on both sides. One fatal mistake, peeking your gun out, swinging too soon, not being patient, can be detrimental. However, I think our teammate here inside of Hookah should be able to tell us where they aren't, and tell us when it's safe to go in. But unfortunately, the two players swing, the perfect Valorant timing for one side works out, and that puts Plan Bree at 9, leading by 2. Now we're in a buy phase currently for straight garbage. I begged the question earlier of when we lose our first buy here, are we going to start doing the thing where we're kind of always buying as much as we can because we're in the lead and we're trying so desperately to maintain it rather than sacrificing a round to make sure our economy remains healthy? Because I feel like in this map in particular, because Plan Bree has been dealing with it all series, they're prepared to have to force buy one of these rounds, knowing that straight garbage is going to as well.
All right. 9-7 here. And this is the well-rounded that we wanted to see as well from Plan Bree, right? Like we said, Bree took the cake, literally ate all the frags so that the rest of the team couldn't have them when you drop over 30 in a map. And now it's like Starbound stepping up with the operator. You know, we're seeing this Cytherin do the same. And it's nice to see that everyone is starting to pull their weight for both of these squads to round out our grand finals. I mean, 2 rounds separating them. I mean, Plan Bree, they've been undefeated this half so far. Up versus up! So you're trying to go up against the best, and you're fortunate at least that both are not going to land their shots to live to fight another day. And you might live to defend the A site, because that's where these players are actually headed.
Scary Shark is inside that poison orb, has to disengage. We walk through the toxic screen. Our toxins are low for Battison, so this might mean that someone walks back out. There goes the ruse in the middle of the 2 dice. Now Kara looking around the corner, gets a little bit of chip damage, but it's not enough. K finds Scary Shark, and that kill not only gets the Seekers, but the plant gets us our showstopper. Kara falls, Starbound falls, Bree, Kai, both getting eliminated. Irene, who just rounded out of U-Haul, also finds themselves returning to spawn with their teammates. It is a 2v1, but this Viper is dangerously low. Ev is down, and Saber will fall thereafter.
I mean, you said it, Battison was low, so Cytherin takes all of the weight onto their own shoulders. Beautiful bait off the bomb bot as well. I was saying there's no way they're still there, and what do you know, they are. And again, also the fact that they're able to get out the Bladestorm in that situation and walk away with the round victory and double digits is huge. And now, Nerdy Bird, we get to test your theory once again. Is the team that reaches double digits first the team that's going to walk away victorious?
Well, and I got the answer to the other question that I asked too, which is straight garbage going to continue to force buy up when they shouldn't? And the answer is yes.
Whoa.
Trying to ride off a scary shark, but here's the issue. That gun is too far away to be capitalized on safely. So we have to slowly work our way up there if we're wanting to grab that and ride the tails of that showstopper. Now we have Bree pushing forward, aware that their teammate is down and trying to make sure they maintain control of the space while their team makes a decision. Do we go A site? Do we commit to mid? Or are we going to commit to this B site push?
I mean, I think that's why I like this deadlock wall here. You can focus on that A site, particularly getting Bree out of showers now. And once the wall gets broken, that's when you turn your attention back to the B site. And who can control as well, intact. Seekers, can they? I don't think they can get past the wall. It just dissipates in time, but I mean, that's all that's done is confirm players over towards Garden. I love this, but there is, I think, a trademark there. It's hard to tell if that's that or a rendezvous over towards Long, but Irene, either way, holding their just angle here, slowing things down, waiting for a communication of this as they follow through or a regress, and yep, there it is, the trademark. They know you're there now.
Yep. We could see that the rendezvous was actually about to get placed as soon as you're like, I think it's a trademark. And I was like, yeah, it's most definitely the trademark. And it was well calculated on Starbound's part to place it there because now our deadlock player has to disengage. What wasn't calculated well enough, though, was the swing into Ev because we get punished immediately. We trade that out for Carr because Bree comes in, hits 2. Can we find another elim? No, we won't be able to. And that will put Straight Garbage at 8 within striking distance. And this time they only lost 2 players, so definitely not as punishing as it could have been for the force buying that they did.
And that was a really good call in my mind as well from Bree, right? You know you're not going to win that round, but you, like you mentioned, Nerdy, they've been forcing round after round, so they also aren't great economically. So what do? They try to take the fight against Irene, and while they lose it, they took that weapon down as well. You can already see what the ramifications were. Kara, in particular, with a judge in hand, and like buying up the shields again as well is constraining things. So they lose this round. Plan Bree probably would get map and series point.
Yeah, and it's risky. But the thing is, it worked on Split. It didn't work on Abyss, but I feel like Abyss was just absolutely controlled by Plan Bree, that it's okay for them to continue to do this here, but as soon as it doesn't work, which I feel like might be now, is when it's going to bite them in the heels. So hopefully they have a compensation plan ready to go because they've already lost one of the people that is not in an economically good state for their team.
I mean, they were so used to dealing with Badison over there, being that lurk player off of your Viper wall. Last thing you expect is the tour de force. Ev, again, though, the player that's not let anything slip through the cracks, whether it's corners cleared, whether it's information gathering off of the Sky Kit, is going to notice a player over towards Sand. Now Scary Shark as well spots their own over towards B. So you have 2 towards B. You have Starbound over towards A. I'm not quite sure if the player that fell to Starbound spotted out Bree. And if they did, that would be the kicker, the indication that this is likely an A exec. And the smoke's not being committed yet here is huge because it's still delaying any counter from Straight Garbage.
30 seconds left.
Oh, Annihilation from Irene is good. The orbital strike, I don't think got anybody.
Gosh.
But we all get netted. I think that was a 4 or 5 player net. That's absolutely incredible. But where Irene is there and we're saying, no, we need to punish you. We're taking this space, but we have a shotgun in hand with Kara. Not enough. Badison predicted you being there and trying to play with that shotgun. Gets the elimination. It's a team ace, and now Straight Garbage. Your eco is just not healthy in any capacity.
I'm just the fact that everyone was netted and Kara was like a few feet away from orbital striking all of them is just insane to me. And I said it prior, right? They hadn't had any indication just yet that the players were there. And as soon as they make a footstep, all of that gets sprung. Annihilation, net, orbital strike, and it not aligning maybe the biggest slip up of this game. Like I said, and you mentioned, economy broken, Plan Breathe. This is their best opportunity. Yeah, pull out an outlaw. They don't have shields. Get to a map and series point of the grand finals before it's too late.
Press your advantage while you have it, but don't do it in a way that sets you up for disaster, and that's what Plan Bree has been doing. I think they conceded one map, and now they're carrying it forward from Abyss since they did such a powerful performance on that map. They're playing patiently, lurking up slowly, waiting for Straight Garbage to get themselves in bad positions. Not once, but twice. We saw people round corners unnecessarily and get punished by Starbound.
Oh my gosh, and there it is. Like Starbound opening up the round again. That's something I do really appreciate for them is they know when it's going to be an economic downturn for a squad and they know how to hit it where it hurts. And even this round, right? They're going to keep that outlaw even though they have like maximum funds, right? Why? Because there's a Radiant shield, there's 2 light shields, likely another one from Saber. And it's going to be the best bang for their buck and they're confident in their aim and their ability to hit those shots.
And I could see why you were such a fan for Starbound. I myself might become a fanboy for Starbound.
I know, it's just like we haven't even had to see them in clutch rounds because their team is so just insanely balanced and well-rounded around them. And I mean, Irene, you were on pie earlier, but you have since expanded into a whole bakery. Beautiful kill to open up the round to try and keep straight garbage in the game. Bree, though, we've seen them. They're really good at clearing out shower on their lonesome. Madison. Ooh, Bree, there it is. I mean, now even the Viper's pit is up. In U-Haul, it's a 2v4, and I think it's starting to crumble, the one trade. Bree, back from the dead, and they now know Scary Shark is on the flank as well. And of course, poetically, Starbound finds the final frag. 13-8, Plan Bree, 2-1 are your valedictorians of Class 107 for Radiant Academy. Woo.
Nicely done, Plan Bree. You took the notes, your practice exam that you performed, the things that went wrong, you fixed it, you took advantage of the things you definitely knew you could solidify and pull through on to be victorious here on Bind. That was excellently done. Hopefully everyone who was watching is absolutely floored with the performance from both of these squads. Plan Bree, though, congratulations. This was a hard-fought victory, and you definitely deserved it.
Oh, for sure. I mean, it's 1600 on their SAT. They're headed to the Ivy Leagues kind of performance here. Again, we talked about it. The Civil War comes to a conclusion between the FlyQuest members, and this time Fly Starbound is gonna pull ahead in the races. And I just love how these squads are formed because clearly it was like, yes, they're playing around the rule set of 2 max main event players that can have the strongest squads, but it was evident that they were playing with their friends, which is, again, even like some of the top tier players is what they love about the Game Changer scene is you can play safely and you can play for fun, versus that might not be the case in other environments where you're still developing as a player and growing, just again learning in these kind of environments when you play alongside the best or against the best. And I mean, I even get messages now where it's like, oh my gosh, we actually made it further this time than we did prior in even co-ed events. So, and again, amazing impact, amazing performance from all of these teams, Nerdy Bird. And I'm so glad that I got to cast the action with you as well. I mean, what more is there to say? We could break down that game all day, but I like this as well because we had like a streak before my break from Raidiant Academy 106 as well of teams winning every single Raidiant Academy, and it feels like we're finally getting some new crowned victors as the year rounds out.
And I think Plan Breed that was not the only showing of great performances from other teams here as well. I mean, onliners, they were awesome in their showcase that I got to see from them. Meow Stars, they definitely have some glimmers that they can take and move forward with and make improvements on, and they'll also be a powerhouse team. I feel like the torches are being passed along now that we finally have these opportunities for these players to progress further outside of the Game Changers, go to Tier 1. The opportunity is there. There's a light at the end of the tunnel for all this work these players are putting in, so that means these torches are just going to burn brighter, and we're going to continue to pass them down to our teammates as we retire and continue to pass along that knowledge. But for now, Plan Bree, you have a much-deserved congratulations. And Zobi, you asked, like, what more can we do?
Ooh.
I do think there might be a little bit more, and the answer to that is we might have the opportunity to actually talk to one of the players from Plan Bree, but first we want to give them a couple of minutes to collect themselves, because of course you get a little silly, you get a little goofy after you get a victory like that, especially against your own friends. So let them relish for a few moments here, but I think we'll take a quick break, and we can come back and be in an interview with one of those players. the last time here for Radiant Academy 107, hello and welcome. We just crowned the Valley Victorians here for our 2024 class, and it went to Plan Bree. It was definitely a fight from the start to the very finish. It was myself, Nerdybird, and Zoe here calling all of that action. It was absolutely incredible to witness, but all I gotta say is I was rooting for Plan Bree at the very start of the third map, and I'm happy that it worked out in favor for the team that I was rooting for. I do know that you had that when Starbound was thrown in, there might have been a little I want to swap to the dark side moment in you, but I commend you for sticking with the straight garbage call.
I mean, it was a very close, like I said, 7-5 half, and then just insane streak. They kind of hit their stride there, but we do, in fact, I think, have our graduation speech ready in terms of our interview with, I mean, the namesake of the team themselves as well, Plan Bree themselves, Nerdybird.
I am super excited for Bree to be here with us, and first and foremost, Bree, I want to say thank you for being willing to speak with us on behalf of your entire squad. I really hope that today was absolutely fun, and that there's just more enjoyment to come for you this evening. But I'll jump straight into the questions so that I don't hold you too long. I gotta ask, map 1 to map 2, there was a whole entire pivot for your team. What type of mentality shift had to occur from that map 1 defeat to then transition into an absolutely dominant force on Abyss?
For Split, it wasn't our map pick, so we weren't like too worried about that, and we honestly didn't want to play Split like at all during this entire tourney. So we kind of just shrugged Split off, and we were fine like going to Abyss. We knew like we had it, we were more comfortable roles, and we were just gonna own it, and we did.
Nice. And I mean, I don't want to call it a career game, but your Clove Unbind in the semifinals was like insane, right? Like, I'm sure you can agree. So how did that kind of set the tone and your mindset going into the grand finals, especially since it was like a lot of Valorant for one day?
I definitely was feeling more burnt out towards like the finals, but the the semifinals was a really nice like confidence boost, being able to just pop off that entire game and just like own it.
Amazing. And speaking on the roster as well, you kind of had like a unique situation where it was kind of like a 7-person roster, like Zan throughout the tournament, Starbound sometimes was stepping in for Australis as a stellar sub, and you had some really good role flexibility as a result, right? The Clove, the Deadlock, the Cypher. How did that affect kind of like team chemistry and cohesion when you were consistently kind of switching things up?
During the beginning of the tourney, I was playing Sova and Sky actually, because we didn't really have an initiator player. So being able to play a comfort role was like way better for me.
Oh, perfect. I'm glad you got to end out on that streak, especially when it got to being on broadcast.
Yeah.
All right, Bree, to let you relish in your victory, I will get you out here quickly on this last question. Is there anyone you want to give a shout out to, whether it be someone watching, teammates, anyone that helped you out today?
Yeah, Emilo. I love her. I love you, Emily.
Aww. Well, thank you so much, Bree. We'll get you out of here now so you can go enjoy your victory and enjoy the remainder of your evening, because of course it is Sunday and it is getting pretty late. It is at least completely dark out where I'm at. I don't know about where you are at.
Yeah, it's almost 9 for me, but thank you guys for having me. I appreciate it. Have a good evening.
Of course. Thank you so much, Bree. You as well.
Amazing. Well, Nerdybird, I'm glad we got a chance to talk to them. I hope they stick around. I feel like they're one of the players that like has insane promise, but has yet to kind of settle down with a team in the long term. And I think that promise can definitely transpire into immense growth, like with a consistent roster next season. So, not saying Shopify Rebellion, that's your pickup, but I mean, not a bad option if you're looking. Effies. But aside from that, again, it's been a pleasure to be here. We have one more Radiant Academy left for the 24 game changer season, if it is bleeding into 2025 in January, which I believe is January 18th and 19th, so that's something to keep an eye out for. But aside from that, that's the last Radiant Academy of the year, and we're dismissing this class for winter break, Nerdybird. How do we feel about that?
I feel confident. There's so much learning that all the teams across the board can do from all of the VODs that are here, all the experiences that they got to have in their matchups that took place both on stream and off stream, and just seeing the improvement that took place, not just like from day 1 to day 2, but map to map or round to round was absolutely incredible. And it just gives the absolute, it makes my heart happy, and hopefully it makes the players extremely happy as well to just know that there's improvement happening every single time they decide to put that mouse in their hand and play this game. I love seeing it. I loved having the opportunity to work with you. Production did a fabulous job today. I want to thank all of them, and thank you so much for being a fabulous casting duo with me today.
Aw, thank you so much. I'm glad to be able to close out the year with you. And speaking of close, pun in nature, make sure that if you guys want to show up during the new year with a new wardrobe, to check out the Radiant store. They have some cool t-shirts and other merchandise available, and all the money goes back to support initiatives like this for marginalized genders that aren't possible without your guys' support. With that, we'll leave you to go check out the Radiant store, and again, for the players, celebrate your wins or your losses, and we will see you all in the new year. Have a great night.